And you're just in for a treat because these matches are some of the most crucial. People are trying to lock in their perfect finishes. People are trying to lock in their X1s, bubble in on their X2s. So these will be tense. Plays hopefully should be the sharpest you've seen this entire tournament. And if you want to get better at the game, sharpen your already sharp skills, or just like jump in and figure out what this is about. These are the type of matches that you want to see.
Yeah, and it looks like we are off to the races here. So we have Alex starting with a Flamefish and Jonathan starting with a Dino Man. So two very, very good openings. Jonathan, I think, has the more preferred opening in opening with Dino Man, but Alex blasts back with a Dino Man of his own and a Flamefish. So great start for both of these players. Very solid.
The mirror match is always going to start to get technical in matches like these, and Alex is set up with both the offense and the defense needed for these early turns. So it's going to be interesting to see how Jonathan responds.
And like you said, the Pterosaur mirror is just, it gets really skillful. Aggro slash mid-range mirror matches are very, very tense. So it's gonna be a good match here.
On aggro versus aggro, you have to start defending, not just going all face, and so the match actually slows down, and you see these decks getting to turns that they normally would not against each other if both players are playing carefully. So this is going to be a Pterosaur matchup you're not normally used to. A second Dynaman coming down.
And that's great for... that's even better for Jonathan. Flamefish does nothing here. So he just loses that value because both Dino Man are at 6,000.
Due to their skill to go to level 3 when there's only 2 or less spirits on board. So now that he has immunity to Flamefish, he's actually free just to get that chip damage in.
Yeah, and like a Spirit TV said in the chat, it is who can find Gigano Turbo. That's basically what we're looking here, is who can establish their Gigano first, who can find it first. And we'll definitely find that out probably relatively soon. But yeah, Alex coming off fresh off his win in Chile, and he definitely knows how to play the mirror. I mean, his definitely shows based on his past tournaments. Jonathan looks like he's playing it 100% correctly right now, putting double Dynaman out against the Flamefish, volcanic breaking his opponent's Dynoman. Just all around solid plays here this morning. And
building
both of these,
that BRX reduction.
Yeah, and both of these players are X1 coming into this round, so they want to keep their top dreams alive and just win out the rest of their matches. So we will see who goes on with an X1 record after this match. And it looks like both players are taking it pretty slow, pretty controlled. Very, very smart.
That is fair. Like, it is still an aggro mirror match. They will slow it down in order to not just get blasted out, but one misplay can just have either one of these players at the receiving end of a deck they already know is capable of taking this much damage off the rip. So yeah, putting the OVR Raptidon and then just having it sit back seems perfectly fine here. They both actually have a lot of spirits in their hand, but it is notable that Alex has 2 ice shields, if I'm not mistaken, sitting in his grip. So he's definitely a lot safer in some regard.
Yeah, and Jonathan has a handful of spirits, like you mentioned. He has 2 Rain Needles, a 1 Bearded Eagle, I believe, or 2 Bearded Eagles. So 1 Bearded Eagle and 2 Dilophosa. So he isn't going to be reacting very much during the flash step like Alex is going to be able to with his ice shield, but Jonathan can definitely go wide and try to end the game whenever he feels like he should up the pressure on Alex here.
With the extra pressure of the spirits in his hand, I'm hoping, like from his standpoint, if I were rooting for him, I would be hoping that he could push these ice shields out of the hand early before the field gets convoluted. Because those things are going to come into play very well later in the game if they are still in there.
Yeah, 100%. Especially without a Gigano to get rid of everything and put it out of Flamefish reach, it's definitely going to be tough because you don't want to give up the levels, the free levels for the Dino Man by playing other spirits. So kind of has to take it a little bit slow here versus Alex, where he doesn't have a handful of spirits, so he can kind of work around with his Scorch Battlefield that he just played and then get into more reduction so that when he does draw his Rex, he'll be able to push a little bit faster. So that's the added benefit of having that Nexus and that Ice Shield as a backup versus Jonathan's hand of just purely spirits. Oh, and then we see a Volcanic Canyon as well. So Alex definitely knows the game plan.
This is actually
trying to dig for that Rex. Yes.
Yep. And this is actually like a really, really big show of confidence. He is tapped out. He does have enough to play Ice Shield regardless after taking 1 damage. That's kind of where you want to be. Ice Shield, keep your life at a solid 2. But realistically, yeah, he is ready right now. He is ready. He is not going down beneath 2 life. He might even just take the 3rd life to have access to more cores to be a little bit taller. But with the 2 Nexus setup, he's actually really just trying to push this game to its climax.
All right, so we go back to Jonathan's hand, and it looks like he drew, is that another Rain Needle? So he has 3 Rain Needles in hand? Oh, no. Yeah. No, he drew the Scorch Battlefield, sorry. So he has the 2 Rain Needles still, the 2 Dilophosa, and a Bearded Eagle. So at least the Scorch Battlefield will put him into a better situation, being able to possibly draw cards and forcing Alex to lose some of his reductions. But Alex does have the benefit of having both Nexus on the field as of right now, as of last turn.
Yes, this is actually very, very scary. Like, he might even just get this damage and the draw. It's possible. But even so, like, I don't know, Alex's setup is starting to seem severe. He's missing the cards in hand, but he should get there soon. Block from the Flamefish just to deny that draw off a Scorched Battlefield. And now it's just a tough spot. You don't want to swing with that other Dino Man. Like, this field could go off at any time.
Yeah, especially with Jonathan's hand, he does not want to commit his last. Oh, okay, he is committing his only blocker. Alex very well could win the next turn if he feels like, going through the Ice Shield if possible, or trying to go through the Ice Shield. So Jonathan was probably trying to draw something to be able to respond in the Flash Step with, but it doesn't look like he drew it. He drew a Dragron Trooper. And we see Alex's hand. He does draw the Gigano Rex, so he did find it first.
That is that is a little bit rough. I mean, denied the first one. Jonathan Ma decided to go for the draw, and it is likely about to be punished here. He does not have the cards in hand to stop an onslaught of attacks, and we are about to see Alex's field become significantly more destructive. More reduction coming out. Oh, he's got another volcanic break. His hand is set.
Yeah. The only downside is that he can't punish him that hard at the moment because he just doesn't have the spirits for it. He has a Gigano Rex in hand, but I think that's the only other spirit other than the Rain Needle that he drew off of the Star Bless draw. Yeah, and it looks like it. So Alex is just coring up his Nexus to be able to possibly draw, and then also the Volcanic Canyon so that his spirits stay out of Burning Force range, things like that. So even though they have 3 cores on them apiece, and they're above that already. Ooh, and he does come down with the Gigano Rex. So Gigano Rex is online. It's at level 3 because of its effect. When you only control Pterosaurs and Emperor Beast, it automatically applies the level 3. So it does have Confront. And then when it attacks, it buffs your field, giving everything plus 3,000 BP.
No. Rain Needle became Ramp Needle, and Gigarex is now here to play.
Yes. All right, so Jonathan does take that. He really doesn't have any options. He has no flashcards in hand. Yeah, and then both attacks are going to let Alex draw one card each off of that Scorched Battlefield level 2 effect. So Alex does go up even further, and let's see if how Jonathan responds, anyways, with a handful of spirits.
Yep, and that's actually nice. With 2 draws, followed by his draw step and his volcanic canyon, he's probably going to be able to replenish the hand, put some bodies out, and he's banking on that. So being able to just take the damage and potentially just put actually no, he doesn't. Yeah, Oviraptor would stay, just take the 2 counters off of a Scorched Battlefield. He's in a very good position to keep his bodies, stop the turn, and then move directly into a crackback. So this is very, very strong. Gigarex will be primed to use Confront, but yeah, we are seeing a massive flood of spirits from Jonathan in an attempt to not die next turn.
And Alex sits back a little bit. He's like, whoa, where did all this come from? All right, so Jonathan is going to swing with his Rain Needle, and Alex just automatically Absolute Ice Shields to end the turn and gain back that damage that he takes. All right, so Alex is back on the play. He draws another Volcanic Break and chooses to trash it with the Volcanic Canyon effect. So he still does have 2 in his hand, and then he draws a Bearded Eagle, which is great. It's another free spirit to be able to play. And he has another Ice Shield.
Yep, he's been holding that in his grip since like T1. However, this is kind of rough because now he's got to get through all of these bodies. And that Ice Shield is, oh, wait, there's another Ice Shield in him. Saw that in the back.
He has another Gigano Rex and another Bearded Eagle. So he says, hey, Jonathan, you just played, 4 spirits your last turn. I feel like I can match that.
We've got 2 confronts on board. We've got another Ice Shield. He will be able to turn this into a completely offensive turn, knowing there's no way for him to die the following turn. This is very strong. 2 cores back on Scorched Battlefield, meaning that like it is the easiest play ever to just take the Ice Shield, lose the OV, as well as the cores on Scorched, and just be right back in the game next turn. This is such a strong position for Alex.
Yeah, especially with both Gigano Rexes buffing the rest of his field by 3,000 for each attack. It just puts all of his spirits at such a high BP.
Oof.
All right. Alex is swinging with both Gigano Rex. As to be expected, he needs to clear some of those spirits on Jonathan's side. And then the Oviraptidon swinging as well because it has plus 6,000 BP right now from the 2 Gigano Rex effects.
Correct. He needs to be on the offensive. That thing is huge, and there's no reason to keep it back, seeing is that I'm fairly certain that's going to be the spirit to go if he needs to use Ice Shield next turn. So just let it fly and attempt to get a draw if you can, or get a body off the field if you can. Either way, it is putting in work.
Absolutely. And he does opt to block with the Dino Man. And then Bearded Eagle going in as well. Alex is probably going to swing out his field and attack with everything because honestly, there's no reason not to. He's protected by that Absolute Ice Shield in the burst zone.
Correct. And also, at this point in the game, anything you don't swing with is potentially Rex food, and so you just want to turn it sideways regardless, especially with the Ice Shield face down. He's not letting Jonathan have any any sort of control over this game. And it doesn't help that Jonathan, unfortunately, has not drawn really any real magic that's going to impact this game. He's got a Scorched Battlefield. He's not filtering the same amount of cards. He's not seeing volcanic breaks, no Ice Shields. This is rough.
Yes. Very, very true. And the other Dino Man did go down during the attack step as well. He chose to block with it. And Alex does leave up his 1 Bearded Eagle as a blocker. All right, and Jonathan coming down with a Dilafosa. And it is going to be at 9,000 BP during the attack step. And another Dino Man. So if I can recall his hand, he has a Rain Needle left. I can't see how many other cards are in his hand because he just put it down. Okay, so he has Ray Needle and Volcanic Canyon. Yeah, Ray Needle and Volcanic Canyon left in his hand. So again, just not drawing any relevant magic. He just has to kind of block out with his spirits at the moment.
And this is actually just a...
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not even letting this go through.
Yeah.
This is a crushing position to be in just because getting Ice Shield at this point, you just know that 2 of your cards are immediately about to get demolished by Rex. And it looks like we're drawing again and discarding another Volcanic Break. He does not need these cards. He has all the removal he needs. This is just very, very commanding.
And another Gigano Rex. So
all 3 of his blockers are about to take in front.
If Jonathan did not draw an Ice Shield off of that Scorched Battlefield, this game is over. He will not have anything left to block with after these 3 Gigano Rexes attack.
This is actually the most painful part about a mirror match, when one of the players draws significantly better. And that does force the scoop. We have 3 confronts, 3 blocks, and yikers.
Man, yeah.
Alex Blandon takes game 1 in a terrifyingly commanding fashion. That was just... Ooh.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we had mentioned earlier. It was exactly who can find Gigano Turbo. And that's what happened. Alex found all 3 of his Gigano Rex and just turned the game in his favor.
Yep, and you can see Ma shaking his head, and I can understand that frustration. They both played well, and it's not taking away anything from anybody, anything from Alex, but Jonathan drew significantly worse. And just, there was no way for him to keep up with that. There was not a point for him to get back in the game with what he drew. And so that's got to sting a little bit. But we're going to game 2. That's what sideboards are for. And fortunately, this was a quicker game. So there is enough time for a game 2 and potentially a game 3. So we're definitely going to see what Jonathan's going to respond with. It looks like the sideboarding was quick, but then again, with these guys, like aggro versus aggro, you're actually fairly equipped for the mirror in most cases. All of your low-to-the-ground bodies become also low-to-the-ground blockers. So once again, I think it's just kind of going to be a matter of who can find certain key cards first, the amount of Ice Shield seen, and hopefully we do not get the same kind of one-sided hands that we got in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Jonathan needs to draw some magic cards to be able to, defend against his opponent's onslaught. A handful of spirits just isn't doing it. So,
can I mention the name of the show this is from? But it's from what? You can't win with a deck full of monster cards. Like, it's just literally like.
And that's exactly what we just saw too. And both of these players obviously are doing well with the deck. They know how to sideboard, so we should see game 2 coming up very, very soon. They're both getting just shuffled up, presenting for a cut, and then we will be off to the races for the second game. Yeah, this mirror match is just such a hard matchup sometimes, depending on how aggressive each player can be. So it'll be interesting to see how Jonathan responds to drawing a handful of spirits last game. It looks like he kept his hand this time, so hopefully he drew a variance of cards rather than just all spirits this time. But he does start off strong with the Dino.
Starting off always what you want to see. Playing a card that goes instantly up to level 3 is cool. And for you guys who may not be able to see it, there is a Soul Core on there. It's just in the corner, and from the bird's eye view, it's a little hard to see.
So Alex does open with his own Dino Man, Ray Needle, Gigano Rex, and a Volcanic Canyon as well. He opts to play Yeah, he has a Canyon, and he opted to play Dino Man and Ray Needle.
Now we see in Jonathan Ma's hand, he just drew a Star Bless, and he has an Ice Shield this time. I see another Dino Man. I actually see a Overraptidon, two of them. His hand seems a lot more balanced than it was before. Core Drain in hand. Okay.
And Dilophosa. So he does have a good variance of cards, unlike last game. So this will be very exciting to see what both players can do when they draw at least decently well. So Alex does have a pretty good hand, it looks like, with an Ice Shield, a Volcanic Canyon, a Gagano Rex, 2 Ice Shields actually. And it does look like he has 2 Volcanic Canyons. It wasn't just one. All right, and Canyon is up. That way he can start filtering through his draws, and let's see what he can do with it. Same thing with Jonathan, and it's definitely going to be an exciting rematch. All right, and play is back to Jonathan,
who is undoubtedly happy with his hand. He's happier. We got a Volcanic Break on the Dino Man, just to make sure that that big body is no longer on the field. Still got Rain Needle with 3 cores, so that is to be considered. But yeah, getting that Dino Man off removes a big blocker and swinger off the board, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Oh, little Camquake. Dinosaurs stomping around.
And Jonathan just over here considering attacking, asking how many cards Alex has in hand so that he knows how many he's going to go up to, and then also what is the possible response if he does swing and attack here. And he does opt to attack with the Dino Man.
Yeah, Dino Man's big enough, and it's not like if he gets braked, he gets braked. That's most of his that's out of the way for later, essentially. It's still very early in the game. So, oh, okay. Flamefish discarded, not needed here. I mean, last game it did get played around very well.
It did.
So I can see.
And Bearded Eagle just gets so big for only 4 cores, and he does have 2 of them. And it looks like the Gagano is going to come online right now as well. Yeah. So here he goes. He gets rid of the Ray Needle. And again, like you said last game, it is Reduction Needle. Basically, just counts for the reduction and gets off of the field. So Gagano Rex's effect goes into play.
Such nice synergy. Ramp Needle getting off the field for Gagano Rex to have its level 3 is good. And the Confront takes out the OV, which is just a huge, huge swing right now. Getting in some chip damage to the Bearded Eagle and deciding to go full on aggro. He didn't set his Ice Shield this go, and Ice Shield would effectively take out, unless he took 2 damage first, it would take out his field. But I'm a little interested in what happens next. He can still play it from hand. Maybe it's a bait to get enough cards turned to the side. But we got a Core Drain on Gigarex, removing it effectively. That is a very good play.
And Jonathan does have the spirits to go wide here, I believe. He has Dilophosa, another Overraptidon in hand as well, and another Dino Man. Yeah,
correct. And I think not setting. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Not setting the Ice Shield is pretty good here because, like, again, when you have so many bodies, you effectively have so many blockers. And not setting the Ice Shield allows your opponent to have to play a little bit of more guesswork games, and he could eventually end up turning his card sideways and being lulled into a false sense of security when the Ice Shield comes from hand and he potentially gets the crackback. But with double break coming down, well, with break coming down after Core Drain, effectively removing half of his field, that crackback isn't necessarily as feasible. We've got a Burning Force being discarded by Volcanic Canyon, and now Alex has to figure out how to rebuild his board.
Alex did draw another Gagano Rex. So that's about to come down. Should come down right now. So we'll see, because then that's going to get rid of another one of Jonathan's spirits.
Yeah, I really do like the level of play here, because if not for the core drain into the lightning, I think there would have been a fair amount of way to maybe get swings out, leave a blocker up, ice shield from hand, and then just crack it with confront later. It was a really good setup by Alex, but just Jonathan had the tech to blow it out of the water.
Yeah, that core drain coming in pretty clutch from the sideboard for Jonathan here to get rid of that Gigano.
And after that, it was a little bit more respected. That Gigantorex did not turn sideways and not do anything, staying back on the defense. And now we're seeing a scorched battlefield with the cores, because I think at this point, Jonathan's kind of seeing the path to maybe getting some chip.
Yeah, and I think this is a good call here. He is threatening to draw some more cards and dig a little bit deeper, like Alex has been with his Volcanic Canyon. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does next. I'm guessing he's going to play the Dadafosa, since it is at 5,000, possibly a 9,000 attacker. All right, so it's just going to be at 5,000 during the attack step. And yeah, that definitely is a great point. It does, setting the burst does make your opponent play differently versus keeping it in hand. So yeah, no, I agree with that. And then also you can flash it in as well if there's a blocker. So, or even after an open attack. So yeah.
If Alex kept his field and he got to get a couple swings off and pop the ice shield from hand, he would have been in a ridiculously good position to hit that counter swing. But we definitely got the block from the Gigantorex.
Yeah, and Dino Man does swing into Alex's life and draws a card from the Scorched Battlefield effect. And then Over Raptidon is attacking as well. And he draws another card. So Alex is not intimidated whatsoever, even though there is a burst card in the burst zone. So he does discard a Star Bless draw and then plays a Star Bless draw to draw 2.
Ooh. Suppression and Ice Shield. Very good defensive draws. Doesn't exactly move his board forward, but he does have Rex and Bearded Eagle. But now he's not in any danger of dying. This is very, very good. Meanwhile, on Jonathan's side, he, again, also is pretty much in the same position. With 3 cores on Ovi and 2 on Scorched Battlefield, there's just no way he's dying. So they're both in good positions to kind of hold fast for now. But the Gigantorex on Alex's field is definitely intimidating when it comes to Jonathan's board position. He desperately needs to find one of his own.
Yeah, he has not seen it in both games. And it's just, I mean, he's still doing very, very well without seeing Giganorex, which is great, but it's just such a huge swing in tempo when you draw it, and he just hasn't had that benefit yet. And Alex is swinging with both. It looks like. All right, so he does take both, and then forces out the Ice Shield.
Staying at 2 life, and then just moving directly into his turn. I can't see what he drew, but if it's not Rex, this is just not a good place for Jonathan. Like, this is the second time he has not been able to see the top end of his deck.
Doesn't look like it either. Oh, another Scorched Battlefield.
Burning Force. Yup. This is a little rough. We need Scorched Battlefield and a Burning Force. This is, at this point in the game, the cores are going to be managed so that Burning Force does not get in anything. It's not really worth at this moment using this amount of power for Burning Force on Volcanic Canyon. So at this point, he might be trying to dig for some cards. Now, the good point is if he makes these 2 draws and draws into Ice Shield, he definitely has the cores to play them. but he is definitely looking to dig here.
Yeah, he is just trying to draw more cards and get to his top end of Gigano Rex. He is 100% on a clock, like the chat said. He just has to, yeah, he has to try to dig, but that suppression is not going to let him get through at all.
Mm-hmm. And this is a crushing moment. Jonathan has full committed to trying to get 2 different draws for 4 different draws total for these 2 swings, and instead he is actually crashing one of his 2 bodies into the side of Gigantorex. No draws. So this might actually be the cap of it, because he just got cut off from any ability to attempt to see any defense or another Rex, and this is just or any Rex for his case. And it's just a really pivotal moment for Alex to capitalize on.
Yeah, and Alex drew an Overraptidon and a Starblast draw from the Volcanic Canyon and opts to discard or trash in Absolute Ice Shield. He feels he's in such a commanding position that he doesn't need the second one.
When your opponent is discarding Absolute Ice Shields, there just has to be this like these tears welling up in your eyes, because you know the hand is beyond gas.
Yes, exactly.
It's just.
And yeah, we can see it here. He's just going wide and saying, you know, if you don't have an Ice Shield in hand, this is game.
This is the you better have it theory, which is essentially you just put it on the table and you're like, hey, look, you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't. And there's nothing for him to lose here, especially with his set Ice Shield.
Exactly. And yeah, Jonathan is just going to take the attack from Raid Needle and taking the attack from Raptidon to end the game. And Alex had another Ice Shield in hand along with the Burning Force.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
He saw divinity with those draws. RNGesus shook his hand and said, yes. And it just took off from there. Yeah, this was a rough one to see. Not because, like, you know, again, congratulations for both players for getting up here, but to fall from X1 to X2 off of the back of a game where essentially you played well, but you just did not see the same caliber of cards, it's crushing. Especially in this game, because he was able to open up with Starblast, the Ice Shield. It looked like it was going to be a much better game, and still Gigarex evaded Jonathan for 2 games straight. Not a single copy was seen, and that is just a little rough. Like, his deck never performed optimally, and especially when the opponent not only just saw the same hands, if not better, but like, I mean, like Alex saw Ice Shields on deck, Canyon both games, Rex both games. This is just, it was not close, and we are continuing our streak of 2-0s on screen. That is 10.
Yes, we are.
That is 8 2-0s. That is 8 2-0s at this point.
Yeah, that was it was a great showing by Jonathan, being able to play through without any magic cards to support him game 1. So awesome job there. I mean, obviously Alex just drew his Gigano Rexes. He saw 3 of them game 1, and then game 2 again, Alex saw multiple Gigano Rex, and that was the just game breaker right there. He was able to sustain. He was able to get rid of Jonathan's spirits. You know, just being able to control the board, and then also seeing multiple Ice Shields as well as Volcanic Canyon to be able to filter through his cards. So Alex was just on better draws, and Jonathan can still make it into top. You know, if he wins out next round is the last round of Swiss. So we'll be able to see if Jonathan will be able to get into top. Hopefully he does, based on his showing here. But Alex is going into round 9 at X1, so he only has 1 loss. He just needs to win out again, and we'll see him back in top. 2P coming, maybe?
I mean, if he keeps... I mean, look, if he keeps drawing like he's drawn, like he got his first Rex core drain, and then he was just like, well, what about the second one? And just dropped it. Like, it was just... he drew exceptionally well, and he piloted it very, very well as well. So this is pretty intense. But yeah, that is sometimes the way it goes, especially in mirror
Mhm.
matches. You know all the cards that your opponent has at their disposal, and you can understand the situations you're playing in. So yeah, Jonathan was playing uphill, but they both piloted those decks very, very well. And once again, you
Absolutely.
were watching the highest tier of play this game currently has to offer. So I hope you guys were entertained.
Yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed that last match, and we will be back with round 9, and hopefully we will have another exciting match. We'll see if we will continue our streak as well of 2-0 on the feature match screen. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Thunderdome.
We will, yeah, we will see
Thunderdome feature
everyone in
space.
a bit.
Later.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Summoners. We are here with your round 9 feature match. Last round of Swiss. Thank you all for sticking around. I know the time in between can feel like a lot sometimes, but we have a very exciting match. We have Luis Flores, who won the online BSS tournament recently. So we wanted to make sure to show you what he can do live and in person. And then also we have Ryan Miles as well. This is going to be an exciting purple mirror match. What do you think about this, Chris?
I can't be biased, but Luis, or as we affectionately call him, Bean, is one of my locals, and so I'm always happy. This is the second time this stream I've been able to see a local homie that I see on a weekly basis, like on here doing well, flourishing at the top tables. So I'm super excited. I know Ryan has been in here with the heat. I actually met him earlier this weekend, and so both of these purple players are running hot with great decks, and I'm excited to see them go head to head in yet another mirror match on day 2. So yeah, very excited to see what's going on here.
Yeah, and both of these players are X1 currently, so losing here would drop them down to X2, possibly out of top contention. That remains to be seen. So both of these players are definitely going to be fighting for everything. Probably won't see a lot of concession here, if any. Probably just going to fight, tooth and nail to win this match. So let's get this started and underway.
Correct. A purple mirror is very, very technical. There's a lot of core management, more than you'd have to think. This is going to be interesting.
All right. So we have, Ryan is coming in with the Dragonaga Swordsman, I believe. And then Luis coming right back with an Earth Spider Demon. Oh, that is the turn 1 play that you want to see when your opponent comes in with a 1 core spirit on it on their first turn.
Going second. Yep, going second
Yes.
and opening with Spider Demon is 100% what you want to see, and they are firing right back at each other. They both have had the perfect responses for each other's plays.
Oh man, that Beldegor right after the Spider Demon. Yeah, these are just ideal openings from both players here.
Yep, and they know exactly what they are trying to do, what they're trying to get into. These turns are sharp and concise, which is important because purple can go into very long games, and both of these players understand that. The Beldegor responding to the Beldegor, they are fighting for reduction and board presence. Not a single turn has gone by without somebody just completely walking back the previous turn.
Yeah, and Luis just passing back here. He doesn't want to get his Beldegor again. So definitely a good idea from Luis there. We saw that the tempo was going very, very strong, but now that he has a reduction that's stuck, he's probably going to want to keep that on board as long as possible.
This definitely does seem like a turning point. Without turning it sideways to swing in for that core, not only did he deny him 1 extra core, he's also not allowing, like you said, himself to get Beldegor. But now we are seeing the Netherworld depths, the first one to resolve it in this game, and that is an important step here too. They both have reduction, but one of them is starting to accelerate past the other. I do see a red card in there. I think he actually does have the Burning Force.
Yeah, Burning Force would be perfect here, but he opts to play the purple Smoke Valley instead and set up his own permanent reduction in the Nexus there.
Yes. I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that sighting of Burning Force. But also, if you're not planning to attack, there's no reason to smoke that quite yet.
Yeah, and the fact that he only had 7 cores open, so he would leave his Beldegor open to core removal, and he wanted to keep it cored up and staying with the 4 on Beldegor. So we check out Ryan's hand now, and he has a Rotting Swamp, he has a Maduke, a... what else? Looked like a Dragonaga Assassin, if I saw it correctly. Yeah, so Dragonaga Assassin, and he puts all the cores on it so that he can get the draw and protect it. Let's see. So he's not putting all the cores on it. He's just leaving it at level 3 with an extra core just in case there is a 1 core removal card. And he opts to play the Rotting Swamp, getting those reductions up. Yes. Rotting Swamp coming down, setting up that extra reduction, and then attacking to draw another card.
Mm-hmm. He is starting to turn the corner on his early game stabilization. He's got 2 Nexus out for the reduction. He's actually feeling very comfortable. Nice. Feeling very, very comfortable swinging with the Dragonaga. Now, while he did get a draw, he now has that back in his hand, and he's going to get the Netherworld Depths bounce back. So this is a pretty good reset. Bean is starting to lose a fair amount of life. However, we are at the point as well where, you get down to 2, and then you got to start worrying a little bit about it. That was a SPR Ice Shield, not a Burning Force. Okay, now I can see that.
That's what it is. Yeah. So Ice Shield, Deadly Balance in his hand. So he decides to set the Ice Shield. He has a Mordred, a Maduke of his own, and...
I believe there's a Core Theft in there?
Okay, yeah. So that alternate art.
Maduke. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the play here, Chris? Given that is... If that was your hand, what would you play?
I mean, well, right now, giving him... Oh, wow. I didn't even get to finish that sentence. So, I mean, he's actually starting to set up a board to be aggressive. I'm not going to say he's terribly behind, but he knows the Netherworld Depths is still in hand. He knows he doesn't have a way to get around it, and he is at 3 life, 1 Ice Shield in hand. He does need to start applying pressure because right now his opponent is in a position to go a fair amount ahead. He doesn't know what his opponent has, of course, in terms of Ice Shield. The hand is significantly thicker on Ryan's side with the Netherworld in length. We did see a Core Theft come down to immediately remove the Maduke. And that's a huge blow because it looked like Lewis was trying to start his forward aggressive momentum because he knows that Ryan has a fairly strong hand. A solid grip with Netherworld there. The Dragonaga comes back because he does have a lot of information about his opponent's hand. The Dragonaga got bounced back. The Netherworld got bounced back. So he already knows that Ryan has not only a stronger grip, but the ability to dig. Coming out with the Lancer, he now has an established route to Beldegor as well. And we just saw an Ice Shield get flashed. Ryan's setup is immaculate here. Now, Dragonaga seems a little weak right now, so he may just core it up to get the swing or to at least keep it out of range. But yeah, he doesn't have to worry about Lancer at all. He's just in a very good position right now.
Yeah, no, very good points. I think we might see the Netherworld Depths come down here. Or he could just core up the Dragonaga Assassin. In this situation, I would probably want the extra draw because his hand is looking a little bit thin now. He is at 3 cards even after the Cavalier came down. So having that hand advantage against the mirror is just so important. So I would probably just swing with the Dragonaga Assassin. There's really no downfall to doing that right now, especially given Luis's field.
Yeah, if he had a Deadly Bounce, we'd be kind of looking at a different point in the game right now. But yeah, I definitely feel like swinging with Dragonaga for the draw. And then just killing on that with the Lancer there. It's kind of interesting. Like right now, he hasn't reestablished his Netherworld depths, but his hand is getting low. But that's always good enough to do next turn. He should be
Yeah.
getting a draw with Dragon Naga this turn, regardless.
Yes. Yes. Definitely. All right. So
He
Cavalier.
said we are forcing that Ice Shield.
Yeah. And he doesn't even have enough to pay for it right now. He only has one core up on the Beldegor because he played the Maduke.
Mm-hmm.
And the core,
which is why it's a really good time to push.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
because he's going to have to force that just to stay at 2 life, and that's an Ice Shield out of the way. 3 cards going up to 4 in hand. We are looking at a very, very, very sketchy game 1 for Luis right now. The Maduke play was supposed to be like pivotal in him getting established, and we are now without it. 3 cards in hand was seemed hefty. Currently 4, I guess, with Core Theft being played, but that momentum was huge.
Ooh, and there's another
so he's trying it again.
Coming down. Yeah, and I know his. Ooh, okay. So Ryan does have Deadly Balance. What was that? Deadly Balance, another Rotting Swamp, another World Depths.
It makes sense. Like earlier, I was like, yeah, earlier when I said if he had Deadly Balance, that'd be a different story, and then he swung with Lancer, I guess I just had missed the Deadly Balance, but yeah, that definitely told me all I needed to know with that one.
It's definitely an interesting play right here by Luis, bringing out the Maduke versus the Mordred that he has in hand, and then swinging with the Mordred to get rid of either one of these spirits. But ooh, and then Ryan is going a little bit more wide with Camelot Knight too.
And the Lancer is going to be able to draw 2. Yep, before going to redistribute cores if he so chooses. Scary part about this turn to me is simply that he can bait with the Lancer swing, and the moment Beldegor blocks, Deadly Balance is here to destroy Maduke right on the spot. So we are in a really, really strong position for Miles. I just want to see how he navigates this swing.
Ooh, another Cavalier too. Oh, and then Luis is just gonna.
There we go.
Yep.
He said it was not happening.
Ryan just comes out blazing with being able to sustain super early and drawing cards, having the Netherworld depths pressure really early as well. Just Luis just could not come back from that. So we're going to go into game 2. These players are going to sideboard for the mirror match. And what would you bring in for the mirror? What cards, just off the top of your head, would you bring in here?
It definitely is a little rough. When you're running into the purple mirrors, control of Nexus control is very important. So burning forces are going to have to come in because, yes, you both can operate under Netherworld, but you just don't want to get to a point where your hand is at 3 and your opponent has a Netherworld on you and you can't function. So you definitely want to do that. Also, when you're going purple versus purple, core manipulation, of course, is the name of the game. And there are a lot of times where you will end up having to use cores off of your cards in order to have those flash step interactions, and you could slip in burning forces for massive 2-for-1s, especially any time that you can catch a Beldegor and its immortal trigger at the same time, or immortal trigger target at the same time, to have them both hit the grave. There's just a lot of back and forth that'll happen with these 2 decks. So burning forces are probably being put to max capacity if they have any left in their side. On top of that, decks really do already kind of come with a slew of spot removal. So there is that. I did see him slotting in the Enterprise, and I'm really afraid about that because unless like it's backed by an Ice Maiden, by the time you can play Enterprise and use it to maximum effect, there's no shot that your opponent should not be able to Curse Dragon Bishop combo you, which is disastrous. If you sink your entire turn into an Enterprise just to be responded to like that, unless your very next turn is responding with your own Bishop Curse Dragon, you're set very much so behind. So Enterprise always feels scary to me in a purple mirror. I am a little... It's kind of weird because like I feel like purple decks are very well equipped to face purple decks even in the main. It's just a matter of play style patience, and like of course it's a card game, so there's variance in draws. But yeah, purple decks are already very much so equipped to play against purple decks.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Burning Force has to come in if there's any more in the sideboard because of the Netherworld Depths. That card is just such a huge swing in tempo and basically gives people the game in so many different ways. So, and it does look like it came up for Luis's benefit. He is opening with a Burning Force in his hand, so he'll probably hold on to that until he sees Ryan's Netherworld Depths, or if he has a good chance to clear some spirits with it. And he is going to start with a Nexus of his own in the Purple Smoke Valley.
Purple Smoke Valley is always a good opener. It's like a solid chess opener. If they Burning Force it, Netherworld is there. If they don't Burning Force it, you're going to get incremental advantage throughout the entire game. I believe he started out with an Aglavale.
Yes, that's what it looks like. Yeah. So two Beldegor, Core Theft in his hand. Yeah. So it's an Aglavale. So I did see two Beldegor, Ice Shield, and a Core Theft in his hand as well. So Ryan's hand is a pretty good opener right here. And then over to Luis, we do see the Dragonaga Assassin coming down. Very good opening. Drawing an extra card. Very, very solid.
Very, very aggressive. Yeah, that was aggressive, and I think even telling, because to punch with the Dragonaga, he just had to say that draw was more important than getting answered with Beldegor. And that's exactly what happened. Now the field is kind of starting to tilt, and it's very early in the game. But Aglavale is going to have a little insurance if it gets destroyed. Beldegor has 3 cores underneath it, so it is not getting destroyed by Burning Force. Now, this is a very precarious part of the turn, too, because, yes, like he has 4 cores up. So he would have to get hit once to be able to use Burning Force, and that could be a little tricky. You don't want to use Burning Force and have your opponent resolve a Netherworld Depth. His opponent could also hit him once and then not hit him again, and he would not have the ability to Burning Force on his turn and then get his cores back for next turn. Momentum and proper sequencing are of utmost importance in a purple mirror.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, and Ryan is thinking pretty hard here. I believe I saw Cavalier in there, so he's probably considering playing that as well. But he opts to play another Aglavale, it looks like. Aglavale. So he could get Burning Force value here, being able to stop 2 attacks and not going down to 1 life. And yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. So 2 Aglavales destroyed. Ryan does draw a card because of the Soul Core being on the Dark Knight Aglavale. So he doesn't totally lose his presence with that. He gains a card in hand, so that was pretty good. And then just leaves the Beldegor up, exhausted.
Yes, I think if Lewis is reading the room correctly, that last turn should kind of show that Ryan isn't exactly as confident in his defensive capabilities this game, because he just pushed to, it was a face check, but he definitely just pushed to see if he could just back out that damage, to see if he could put him in range to potentially get swung out next turn. He's got a Curse Dragon, so if his opponent goes wide, there is the potential for him just to answer with it and blow out his entire board while gaining his own core advantage, backing up with an Ice Shield. So I really do think that is the case. In fact, not setting Ice Shield in the burst this turn, once again, kind of makes the feint of your opponent being able to go wide, Ice Shield coming down from hand, and then it being followed up with a Curse Dragon to happen from there. So we're looking at a pretty interesting just game state right now. But yeah, I think that double Aglavale, Beldegor swing, just kind of shows that he won game 1. If he can just swing out game 2, that's it right there. Luis is swinging with the Spider Demon just to remove the Beldegor, removing the reduction, making it a little harder for his opponent to get back into the game next turn, because purple generally needs that reduction to stay efficient. It's not the most efficient deck when it comes to reduction.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we do know Ryan's hand. He does have double Core Theft as well as another Beldegor, and then the Curse Dragon and Ice Shield, and he just drew into Mummy Fant as well. So Ryan can respond pretty strongly here with the Beldegor to get rid of the Spider Demon, and then he does have the Ice Shield to play as well, or to set in the burst if he chooses to. But Ryan, he's not completely out of it now, but he is losing some steam. And Ryan just considering his plays here, trying to figure out if he wants to play the Beldegor. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't here, because it gets rid of the Earth Spider Demon, which is kind of important on Luis's side, especially getting rid of that reduction for free just by playing the Beldegor. And let's see, is he going to Curse Dragon here? Or is he just
do not believe so right there now.
No, he's just thinking out his future plays. So Beldegor does come down, gets rid of their Spider Demon, and then Mummyfant comes down as well. And Mummyfant is there for the reduction. It is a vanilla, I believe.
Mm-hmm. It is a vanilla, and it's at the right cost for what he wants to do. I believe both of those just get to chill.
Yeah. So Mummyfant. Oh, go ahead. What?
Oh, sorry. So I'm looking at what he because core to get lead balances, and then that Mummyfant gets killed. Yeah, I think he just got to let both of those chill. He's got to be able to block with Beldegor and then block again with Mummyfant after even taking the damage first, just to make sure he has the cores necessary to keep his defenses up and go into next turn with reduction. But this is just kind of a weird hand because he does have cards, but it's not the strongest. There's not a lot of bounce back potential. And so he's got to play very carefully. I do think that it was, like I said, that swing in, that face check last turn kind of should have let Luis know that he can put on the gas. And that Netherworld is huge right now.
Huge. And I mean, even with those reductions, Ryan is just falling so far behind because of his hand of double core theft, Infernal King, Curse Dragon. There's not very much he can do next turn in terms of, making his game state accelerate at all. He just kind of has to. Okay, so he did draw the Swordsman, which lets him draw a card when he uses the Soul Core for the cost. So at least he drew another card right there. And he draws into his own Netherworld Depths. Oh, man. And then the Mummyfant is going to go to 5,000 with the 3 cores. So there we go. That's exactly what Ryan needed to restabilize and draw into some more tempo cards in that Netherworld Depths.
The power of reduction right there. Actually just completely turning the tide of the battle. That just shows you the strength of Netherworld Depths. Like, he's got a pretty good setup right now. The ability to block at least 3 times and potentially remove with Beldegor. This is what purple likes to sit behind. You have to work quite hard to get at his life right now, and any of those swings should be feeding him cards thanks to Netherworld. And so, yeah, it went from being looking like he's particularly in a good position to him actually being on the back foot with this board.
Yeah, and then we have Luis coring up on Purple Smoke Valley, making it level up there for it. So that way, he'll be able to progress his field, even facing down and opposing Netherworld Depths.
Now, this is good. When you core up Smoke Valley, this is going to make things with Curse not being able to be blocked with things that are only have 1 core on them. So it can slide through a fair amount. It can crash with the, first crash with the Mummyfant. This is very interesting, though. Having 2 bodies with 1 core on them is always questionable versus purple. But the way he's got his cores laid out right now, I think his opponent can feel pretty safe from anything like Spider Demon or...
All right, so he's prioritizing the Dragonaga Assassin. He does not want to lose it to the Mordred play next turn. if Ryan does have a Mordred. So he's just making sure to core it up and get that above 3 cores right there. So even if the Mordred come down, remove 2, he'll still be at level 3. But he does let the damage go through since it can't be blocked by spirits that are level or have 1 core or less. So.
And currently, we are sitting in a position where I don't think it's mattering this turn. But we are starting to see a little bit of Purple's dependence on who holds the Soul Core. Both of his current spirits. Oof, a second Netherworld.
Oh, man.
Okay. This is definitely starting to look a little bit more grim.
Yeah, especially
Field
because
is out of Burning Force range.
Yeah, Luis had to just bring that Burning Force down to stop the early damage, and now he has to face down 2 Netherworld Depths on Ryan's side of the field. So Ryan is feeling pretty good here.
And of course, 1 Netherworld Depths is better than 2, but at this point, drawing Burning Force feels very, very lackluster. The field is immune to it, and you get rid of 1 out of 2 Netherworld Depths, but you're spending 5 cores in order to essentially just slightly dampen the presence of Ryan right now. So this is very strong.
Yeah, and then Ryan's still sitting on those 2 core theft as well, just in case anything does come out that's threatening the rest of his field. So we're gonna see another attack come through. Luis Straw, another card from his Netherworld Depths. And let's see if it's going to help him sustain past Ryan's field, because it's looking pretty good. Oh, he does have the Dream Bomb to bounce back 1 of the Netherworld Depths. So at least there's that. And then the Mummy Fant, his only blocker, does go back to his hand as well.
That was a big turn, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that Luis only has 1 life left, so we can no longer burst from life with that, and it also kind of leaves him weak in certain places. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Let
me pull up that card real quick.
Yeah.
Let me pull that one up. Look at him with a spice.
I saw it when he was sideboarding, and I did not know what that was. So
I got you in like not even 20 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. So chat says it's Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it destroys when summoned. Okay. So it got rid of both the Swordsman and the Beldegor when it was summoned.
It's a very, very, very good spicy tech versus purple. Because we all know that purple is, if you're looking to prey upon wind summoned effects, whether it be Star Blast Draw or this card itself, purple is the color to do it. Or purple is the color to do it against. Yep, Flame Emperor Agnifin. It's Agnifin, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Wind Summon, destroy all of your opponent's spirits with 4,000 or fewer BP that have Wind Summoned effects. So that's a very, very, very powerful effect to use against purple in general. And yeah, Luis saw his shot and he made a very critical play with a well-placed, very nice.
Yeah, and especially with being able to have the full value of it being at level 2, at 6,000, it also does give him a strong blocker in this situation as well. And that definitely could have been a turning point. Yeah, and it definitely could have been a turning point, because now Ryan has to trash 3 for the core theft to get rid of the Dragonaga assassin.
And
So
that
Ryan
5-3 is
does,
not light.
yeah, and so Ryan does have another core theft in hand, but his hand size is getting lower. He did discard the Inferno King Curse Dragon during that core theft. So we'll have to see what he prioritized.
Yeah,
over
we're
that.
a little correct. Like, we're always aware that Bishop Curse Dragon is a good play, but we're in a part of the game where there's less bodies and higher cores. So unless he already had the Bishop in hand, it's a little weird to hold onto the Curse Dragon. Right now, he's
Yeah.
trying to reestablish his field. Of course, he's got Beldegor Immortal triggers and an Aglavale, so he's looking to replenish his hand, but also stay pretty healthy in life. We've got a face down in the burst zone, and he top decked Ice Shield for turn. So nothing too aggressive, but he's at least not in danger of losing outright in the next 2 slow turns.
Ooh, and then he's coring up that Netherworld Depths as well to get the level 2 effect online, so that he can, if one of his spirits are destroyed, he can remove a core and destroy the blocking spirit as well. So a pseudo curse for Mummy Fant. And Luis does have 9 cards in hand right now after that draw for Netherworld Depths. So
he is sporting a healthy book.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So Aglavale did not have curse going on, but it does have a pseudo curse because of Netherworld Depths. So it is destroyed. The Agnafin will be destroyed, as well as him drawing a card from the Aglavale's when destroyed while having the Soul Core on it.
Yep. No, I could be wrong, but it looked like another Ice Shield was put in his hand. Yes. So another Ice Shield was put in his hand, which lots of people may feel is good. But there we go. There we go.
And he shows him the core theft, and Luis has to scoop it up because there's nothing he can really do in that situation. So we do see another 2-0 on stream. We kept up our streak through all of Swiss.
We have another 2-0. All 9 rounds on stream have been 2-0s. This one was yet another. This wasn't as rough to see as the Pterosaur mirror match, but we did see Lewis come in with some very clean techs, some very clean plays, but at the end of the day, it just was not enough to get there. And sometimes it's just how card games end up working. Both players piloted very, very well. And it was cool to see. Like, a lot of people in the chat were like, oh, a purple mirror? And I'm like, I don't think it was that simple. I think that there was a lot of technicality there. They both played very well, and I would have been happy to see either one of them for surely move on to top 16.
Absolutely. So Ryan goes out of Swiss with an X1 record, and Luis does fall to X2, but there is still a possibility that he makes it to top, just depending on tiebreakers, everything like that. So we will see if the first online champion will make it into top here in Columbus. Ryan definitely has a very, very good chance going into top, ending the day at X1, or ending Swiss at X1. So yeah, Chris, definitely some solid gameplay there regardless. The purple mirror is always very, very intensive and very skill based in my opinion. So definitely fun match to see.
Yep. And that was just a really, really, like we keep saying, that was a clean game. Of course, losing this close to the end, going down X2 does sting, but you could have worse tiebreakers than a current X1 who probably has a good tiebreaker himself. So overall, I mean, I think that the X2s, that anybody that dropped X2 in this round or last round but is winning out, will probably have a good chance of being in top 32, securing an invite to a Pro Tour. There's gonna be a fair amount of X2s that get into the top 32. But of course, as for top 16 playoffs, trying to win that grand prize, you gotta be. It's gonna be pretty rough if you've jumped out of the X1 bracket. But this is exciting. We are going to get down to single elimination soon. The bracket, the thrills we're about to see. I am just super excited to see how this tournament ends up. The meta keeps shifting. We've seen Pterosaur rise and maintain its space, we saw a lot of yellow in the earlier parts of the day yesterday, just going very, very hard at the top tables. So I'm very interested to see if any yellows got into the top 16 after all this time. But we definitely know that the top 16 is going to have its fair share of mono purple and mono red pterosaur. So it's just a matter of what other ones get in there and if we will be able to see them on stream. Did you have anything else to add, Corephish?
Yeah, so after this round, we're going to get the standings and then the top 16, and then there will be deck checks for the top 16. So there's going to be a little bit of time in between, but in the meantime, we're going to go over the previous top 16 from the last US Grand Open in Palm Springs, and then also going over the recent Grand Open versus what the top 16 will be for this event, or what we think will be the top 16 in this event. So we will be going through that. So this is a look at the top 16 from Palm Springs, the last US-based Grand Open. There was 5 yellow Fabled Beast in Palm Springs, so maybe we'll see that again. We do know that Allende was on one of the top tables. We saw him on stream with his yellow deck, almost quad color yellow deck. We also saw multiple pterosaur decks, which there were 4 in Palm Springs. 3 white aggro, 2 white control, 1 purple aggro, and 1 purple control. So what are your thoughts on this event versus what Palm Springs look like? What do you think is going to be in the top 16?
We've been looking at the top tables all day, and we know that Pterosaur, being the low to the ground aggro deck that's mono-colored, it's just consistent and it does what it's supposed to do just very often, pretty much every game. So there's low variance to it. And so we've seen the saturation. A lot of the top tables have Pterosaur at them. We've also seen a much higher concentration of purple, mono purple, with barely any splashing of other colors in there. Just, the most solid text. Now, I think that in Palm Springs, we saw quite a lot of Fabled Beast in that top cut. The conversion rate was very strong. But I think that yellow is a little bit more prone to variance. And also, I think yellow had that rogue factor. I'm not saying yellow isn't good, but I think that yellow is a much better deck when most of the people in the room don't see it as a viable threat. I don't think that's quite the case at this tournament. I think Palm Springs woke up the general populace of the competitive, space to the fact that yellow can get things done. But I definitely feel like the largest saturation is going to be mono purple and mono red being pterosaurs, followed by, at this point, I can't remember the last time we did have yellow really close to the top. So we're definitely still going to get some Fabled Beasts in there. The thing that's going to be the biggest question mark for me is how much white are we going to see in top cut? Because I am not sure if this was the correct environment for them this game. Yellow can get a massive amount of steam going before white can pop off. And on top of that, white doesn't really have that many outs. Not many cards say armor yellow. There's an important card that says armor yellow, but not too many of them say armor yellow. Red gets on the board before white can get started, much like yellow. And then purple has some very, very non-targeting outs to the master stroke boards of white. So I think that white is kind of not really poised to have the best showing at this event. But yeah, we're definitely going to have some red, purple, followed by yellow action in top 16.
Yeah, 100%. And I believe that Pterosaur is going to take up the largest portion of the top 16, then followed by purple. So both mostly control, because a lot of the decks that we saw were control-based purple decks. And then from there, we'll go to, I'm going to say yellow. Yellow is going to take up the next biggest portion. Then maybe 1 or 2 white aggro, white control. I don't think we'll see very many because, as you said, this probably was not the event to play white in the mono version anyways. We might see some white purple, especially because of the, Luis winning the online event with it. So more people were exposed to that dual color mixture. So it is a very strong control deck because it does have the early game of purple. So having those low cost spirits and also having the netherworld depths with the reduction available to be able to draw into your white pieces and be able to sustain long enough to be able to go into those larger higher cost white cards. So white purple will probably be somewhere in there as well, maybe a splash, maybe 2 or so, but I don't think it was a good call to play mono white in this, in this event, just because of how good purple and red are against it in best of 3.
Yes, I definitely agree there. So I mean, yeah, we're about to see what is going for it. I'm trying to like think. Because there's so much going through my head right now about what I want to talk about with these things going on, especially with this event is crazy. We can put it up against the last event, and it's kind of cool to see the direct changes from last event. We saw also Nemesis. Nemesis was a card that lots of people liked when Purple first was revealed before the launch event, and then as it started to go into set one's meta, we started seeing Nemesis less and less and less, with occasionally a person spiking at a box tournament or a case tournament. And then we were able to see last time that Nemesis Purple did get into Top Cut. And twice on stream, we saw people at the very top tables just going off with copies of Nemesis in their decks. So I think purple curse aggro, there's some room. There is definitely some room. I would not be surprised if we saw it get in there. I mean, we've also seen Emil earlier in day one pairing it up, and he's definitely still at the top tables, if I'm not mistaken. I do have to double check that. That's because pairings is taking forever to load. It's giving me the AOL dial-up signal.
Last time that I checked, he was still in the top 5 tables, I believe. So we'll have to double check to see how we did this round. Also, with the result of the last round, we did find out that Luis does go to X3 instead of X2 like we thought. So Ryan does move forward with an X2 at a chance of top 16, but we have to see how the rest of the field falls from here. And it does look like Emil did beat Alex Blandon, who we saw on stream last round. So Alex does drop to, I believe, X2 as well. So the last champion might be out of contention. We'll have to see what happens after, the results of everyone else. But he did win 2-0 on table 4. So Nemesis might be in top 16 today.
And that is actually a very interesting position from XO to X1. X that's X1 to X2. Is that it?
Yeah.
Alex? Yeah, that's strong. That's and strong in not like the ways you normally consider strong. That's strong as in that's rough to happen right at the finish line.
Yeah, especially with I would believe as much confidence that he has with coming fresh off of a win. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. So we will have to see how everything lines up. And yeah, thank you, J Tata, for confirming Emil did beat Alex in round 9. So that is what I saw on the pairings. So so last thing that we will talk about before we go to a small break, we're going to go over the future Grand Opens again, just to make sure that everyone knows that the registration is going to come out today. It will be announced via the Battle Spirit Saga official Facebook and Twitter accounts. That way you have the registration links to them if you want if you want to be a part of the action here. So the first one is going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that is going to be August 26th and 27th. And then the one following that in September is going to be Monroeville, Pennsylvania, September 9th and 10th. So definitely get yourself registered for those events. And I will drop it back to Chris to go over what he goes over when I talk about the goes. What's the exciting part of this?
What is the exciting part of this? Well, the exciting part that I keep hammering in is that this is a brand new format. This is not going to be If you are tired of seeing Pterosaur versus Pterosaur or Pterosaur versus Purple or the occasional Fabled Beast, this is going to be a new format. And yes, adding on to each color normally doesn't necessarily break the game, but we are getting an entirely new color. That's going to make new dual color combinations, new splashes, and entirely new decks based off of the color green. It's introducing multiple new keywords, most notably the ability to flash step add to your field with spirits on either player's attacking step with the keyword Swift. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very fresh, and I know that we've been with set one for quite a long time due to the launch event, like the launch event going off, us having the full spoilers before the launch event. So we've had an elongated set one format for the most part. It was going on for months when we got the TPs, and that kind of slightly shifted things up, with the white splash because Axe Spider is that dude. But now we're about to roll into a brand new format. Everybody who's deck building is going to be sitting there firing on all cylinders to see who can crack the first bit of the meta first. And I said first a lot of times there. But yeah, the point is, though, we have a rapidly evolving, shifting meta with this game. You've already seen that even though we've had the same cards for 4, almost 5 months, we have we mixed up the meta so many times. Like the decks that go above one another, the changes, the rogues going to the forefront and then back again. So we've seen that ingenuity in this game is at its finest. This is not a game where things just sit and become stagnant. Like certain decks will stay where they are, like Pterosaur, but we have seen a lot of changes, and I believe that is because this game is designed beautifully.
Yes, I agree 100%. Green is going to bring a new, exciting worldview, basically, for deck building, for, just levels of play. I think Swift and Gale are going to bring so much to the table when we see it against the rest of the field. Pterosaur does like to go wide, and Gale says, exhaust your spirits. You're not going to be able to attack my field in one turn because I have Gale 2 up, or even Gale 1. And then Swift being able to flash in, and after you block, even already bringing on another spirit onto your field and being able to block again or attack next turn or get their when summoned effects. Green is just going to bring so much exciting new content to deck building and playing, the competitive play side of things. So I'm very, very excited for set 2 and Green. Also, the Gundam cards that we keep on talking about, the alternate art Gundam cards that should be spoiled any day now. Once we get through the Nexus and Magic reveals, we're going to see those Gundam alternate art cards, and America gets Gundam Wing. I mean, that's straight nostalgia for me personally. I love the Gundam Wing series and just, Gundam in general. So I am very, very excited about set 2.
See, yeah, I'm more of a Gundam Unicorn guy myself, or Double Low, but we are all happy because all of our favorite series are being put right at the forefront. And it's just pretty cool. Like, I think that one of the strongest parts about a game like Battle Spirits, and this is not to hate on any other game, Battle Spirits is more tribal based. We are building around mech beasts, star dragons, pterosaurs, bursts like shadows. We're building around keywords and traits. We're not building around archetypes. And that means that there's a lot more interaction to be had on a card to card basis. And that allows stronger deck building. This game is not just about piloting, it's very much so about your build. Decks do not simply build themselves, you have to work on ratios. And that means that when a set of 200 cards drops, there are infinite possibilities. You will have cards that are buffed simply because cards with the same trait are put out. You'll have cards that just have good synergy. Swift is going to do a lot of good things for the game. Even the cost of a card, being able to trigger Immortal, is going to have every 4-drop looked at differently in a vacuum to just be like, is this card worth it? Maybe not before, but is this card worth it getting destroyed into a Beldegor? Very much so. So we have a lot to work with coming up, and soon when the spoilers are done, we will have so much to just sit down and brew with. And I think that is what a lot of people in this game come to find that they love about it most, that ability to brew infinite.
100%. I love the fact that we get a grand open right after the set 2 drop at the end of this upcoming next month, and after the Pro Tour as well. It's going to make Tulsa, so exciting in my opinion. That's definitely going to be an event to watch because of everyone's different ingenuity, their deck building process that they get once everything has been revealed. And yeah, it's just going to be a very, very exciting event, and one that I should be at. So I am looking forward to that exponentially. And yeah, just I'm very excited for set 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to play in at least one of those. I can see if it's 2, but at least one of those I know I want to play in. I was itching to play in this one, to be honest. I'm sitting here and it's cool to commentate, but like every now and then, I still haven't quite gotten over the itch to play in these things. Sometimes I just look from afar and I'm just like, oh man, like it's the Squidward looking out the window at like SpongeBob and Patrick running around outside.
Playing,
But yeah,
doing the net.
I am I am super excited for these new events that were just announced. So
yeah, definitely. All right. Well, we are going to get to a break here in between the twist round and the setting up of the top 16. We'll have the brackets as soon as we have them available, and then we will get into talking about matchups and things like that when we have the names and then the decks. So we will be back. Hopefully, all of you stick around. Thank you so much for being here already, and we will see you soon.
I mean, so yeah. Welcome back to the Top Cut. I know everybody's been patient. I know everybody's been waiting, but we have exciting news. As we are now going to go over the breakdown. We've got a couple minutes before the first match of the top 16 starts, and we've got a really exciting match to show you. But going into the top 16, a lot of you guys have been asking, we actually have 6 purple mid-range slash controls, 4 red pterosaurs, 3 fabled beasts. And then we're closing up the top 16 with 1 purple-white mid-range, 1 yellow control, and 1 purple aggro. You've seen a lot of these guys up in the top cut and with feature matches and whatnot. And moving into our first round, we decided to give a chance to see one particular player's redemption after the only match we saw them on the feature with. You want to talk about that, Corephish?
Yeah, of course. So we are gonna have Allende Ross back on stream. Hopefully we get to see this awesome yellow control deck do what it's supposed to do this time. Hopefully he doesn't get flooded out by magic or have his Penton volcanic break. It's very it's an option. He's playing against Red Pterosaur again on stream, so redemption time. I know that he is wanting this, he's hungry for it. So we will see what yellow control can do. I'm very excited because I like lists like Allende's, to be honest, because it's multicolor. It hinges on, I really like Penton as a card personally. I know some people out there don't. I'm not going to say names, but I'm very excited to see what this yellow control deck can do. I'm also very happy that our predictions prior to this were pretty spot on. Deck coming through. I did mention that. I don't want to say I told you so, but I kind of said it. And I'm happy about that. Also, I'm very, very excited to see that yellow had a really good showing. It's up there in the counts. It's tied for red with Red Pterosaur for the second most in the top cut. And then we just see an overwhelming amount of purple coming through. And by the streams that we've had, over the weekend so far, it was pretty evident that was going to be the case. Purple is just showcasing its power this weekend, and the top cut numbers are definitely a show of that.
Mm-hmm. We have seen this weekend and through a lot of tournaments that Purple has the aggression to push in the early game. They have defenses such as like the Beldegor loop to help them get into the mid game. Their mid game is very strong, and they have some very strong top end plays too. And being able to play in all stages of the game just over time leads to just better lines of play, more options, and the consistent conversion ratio into top cut. We all knew Pterosaur was going to do its thing, but I think the real surprise here is the Fabled Beast. Like, if you're a yellow stan, you're a yellow stan. You already rooting for it. But a lot of people do look down on yellow as color. And we are seeing right here that it is a contender, especially without the presence of Nova Dragons to wipe off all of these little weenies off the board. So this is pretty cool. The white purple mid range, I think, is the shocker. Like, it's not a shocker that it's here, but it's a shocker that it did not convert more places because a lot of people have been on it. It has been the new wave. Axe Spiders has been showing up left and right in purple lists all over the place. And it is surprising to see that only one made it through the 9 rounds to get here. But we are about to see yellow control. We will really wanted to see it pop off in the last one, but Pterosaur definitely snuffed it along with some unfortunate openings. And now we get a chance to see what got this player here, outside of excellent piloting skills, on a 8-1 finish. In fact, the only loss was the one on camera. So hopefully redemption comes here, and we really get to see this deck turn up.
Yeah, especially with him being first after Swiss, that just speaks a lot to Allende as a player. Just being able to bounce back from his loss on stream to Red Pterosaur and just cleaning up the rest of his matches and just taking number 1 in Swiss after everything was said and done. So we are about to jump into this. Players are shuffled up. They've drawn their opening hand. They've chosen if they wanted to mulligan or not. So here we go. Let's jump right into the first match of the top 16 here in Columbus.
This should be spicy, though. This should be spicy. It is very fitting that we are actually going into essentially a rematch of the matchups that had him lose on his only loss. But yeah, we should be able to see how he handles Pterosaur. I just can't believe that that's the only time he played Pterosaur today. So this should be very interesting to see how he actually deals with it. Both players looking a little tense. Maybe it's a little tired, maybe it's nerves, but
I think it's definitely a little bit of all of that, along with the fact that they are playing to get into the top 8 for more of that cash prizing. So it is a big match here. And, you know, especially with Allende knowing that he's playing against Pterosaur again, yeah, he has to have at least some nerves that are coming into play. And, you know, he does play other games. I've seen him in other games before, and he has always been a solid player. So hopefully he is like used to these high pressure situations, and, you know, hopefully we say his deck do what it's meant to do and control the board with, you know, Penton being on the field and just doing things.
And we're off with a Scorch Battlefield. I think it's pretty much open knowledge what they have.
Yeah, let's see if he gets punished by Hippocampo here, because Allende is playing that. Oh, okay, all right. So he just plays a Phantasmal Paradise. So he just matches Nexus and, you know, was going to pass back with that. All right.
Solid opening. He is not afraid of the turn 2 aggro.
No, not at all. He's just said, you know, Pterosaur, I know your game plan. Aggro me out if you can. If not, then I'm just going to, you know, come back and draw some cards off of Phantasmal Paradise and then push forward from there.
It's very unique in the fact that using the Fable Beast core that this has in it, if he gets down low on life, he can regain it back later throughout the game.
Yeah, so Dilophosa coming down, Scorch Battlefield at 2 cores to go up to level 2, and he's going to draw a card from Scorch Battlefield off of that. So very strong opening play from Joe over here on the left. We'll see how Allende can respond.
Opening up with the Phantasmal Paradise is just very good in this deck because we already know he's got his draw engine established. Between this and Flying Turtles, we see a lot of cards gained, but he's actually going to land Hippocampo, which is potentially going to provide the life gain to go right back up or just stay up as a bigger body. But there aren't really many bigger bodies in the dinosaurs that are going to come out on the other side, so I presume the life gain in the swing.
Oh, and a Blessed Cathedral. Yeah, this is very ideal for Allende over here. Just being able to play the Hippocampo, drawing a card from Phantasmal Paradise, being able to proc Blessed and get a life back as well, and play a Blessed Cathedral along with a blocker so that he doesn't lose that extra life is just a huge sway in tempo for him right now, and very, very ideal for his deck and just any yellow deck in general.
The momentum of that last turn was monumental.
Yeah, and I mean, we just see Joe here just playing up a Blessed Eagle. Like you were about to say, it's very, he's not able to go very wide here. He just has to play a Blessed Eagle for 1 instead of for free, like he would probably want to be playing it. So, Allende is pretty golden here, especially being able to proc Blessed Cathedral right now and get another core.
Still very early in the game, but this setup seems very potent right now. Extra cores, we're going to see some extra draws. We've got Blessed on deck for now. This is just going to lead to a lot of excess cores and the cards in hand to spin those cores. So we might be seeing what this deck is supposed to optimally play like.
Oh, and there's the Dual Eagle, the new tournament promo that has just made yellow even better. Another Blessed Spirit as well. So way to proc Phantasmal Paradise and give your Blessed Spirits a way to attack and not be blocked at level 3. So during your attack step, your spirits with Bless cannot be blocked by your opponent's level 1 spirits.
There's something about answering an eagle with a 2-headed eagle. That's kind of metal, but we'll just gloss over that real quick. I mean, we got another Paradise out.
I did not even catch that. Yeah, you're right. An answer to a bearded eagle is a dual-headed eagle. So, all right, and then so bearded eagle is at 5,000 because it is at level 2 with 2 cores on it. So the Dual Eagle is only at, it's at 6,000 right now. So if Joe wants to block, he's gonna lose his bearded eagle here. If not, then Blessed is gonna proc at least once in this turn.
Yeah, this is huge, and this is exactly what these yellow decks like to do. And you can kind of see how Ross's deck is a control yellow deck with a lot of tech in it. The backbone of it is the Fabled Engine. So right now, he's getting these extra cores. He's drawing into cards as he plays these Blessed targets, keeping his life total up high, and he's going to have a plethora of magic cards to use at his disposal that are just some of the best in the game right now. And we're about to start seeing that conversion from this early game Fabled Beast drops to a true control deck that his list allows him to shift into.
Yeah, and especially with the choice of taking the cores from both Hippocampo and Dual Eagle to be able to get Blessed Cathedral to level 2. That way he can start drawing more cards as well as gaining more cores. So he's going to draw a card and get a core from the Void to his reserve right now because that Blessed Eagle was... actually, sorry, he won't because it wasn't during the attack step. So my apologies. But that was the overall goal. I mean, granted, it still would have happened if Dual Eagle was at level 3 because it's 6,000 and Volcanic Break still destroys it. But that's the overall plan, is to draw more cards, gain more cores. Very, very solid opening turns from Allende here.
We are seeing that he opted to block with the Hippocampo, getting yet another core. Now, he has no board, but again, with a double Paradise down, he has a lot of flex room to play out these cards and to replenish his hand, as well as keep loading up more spirits. So, but
yeah,
it is noteworthy that that Joe is drawing cards off his Scorch Battlefield and starting to build up his own hand. We are seeing a Gigantorex, 2 Gigantorexes, an Ice Shield, another Volcanic Break.
Suppression.
Yeah, his hand is actually ready to roll through. he's got a lot going for him. Now, we're trying to see Ross's hand, but it was just the wrong moment. This is fine. Shuffling fast. I see a Burning Force, an Exhaust Nexus. He said, ain't nobody seeing my hand.
Yeah.
That might have been a Namagard, right? Yep.
Yeah, it's a Namagard.
Yep. Now that he has enough cores, he's actually able to just start windmilling these bigger threats down. And then this is just fitting in with the deck in general. It's going to go up on cores and cards, more cores, more options, and that is what a control deck needs. So he's starting to stabilize on his end. Now, going into this is actually where aggro has to play its hardest, because seeing these things like Namagard come down show the aggro player that his window of closing out this game is actually starting to get smaller and smaller. We are moving from the mid-range or mid part of the game to more of the top end. And once that happens, it's going to be very rough for him to do anything. Even things like Aganto Rex are going to have to suffer things like Dream Bombs and whatnot. So this is starting to tilt. So we got another Eagle, and then our first Rex landing. Starting to actually put his foot on the pedal because he's starting to see where this game is going.
And he is going to get that Namagard to proc right here when it answers the confront. So we'll see what he draws off of that, and it's going to open up 4 cores for him. So the Soul Core that's on Namagard, and then 3 more from the Void. So let's see if he has an answer for it. So he's just asking clarification on the attacks right now. So Dilofosa is going to be at 8,000. Both Bearded Eagles are going to be at 9,000 because of Scorched Battlefield and Gigano Rex. Oh, wait, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
One bearded Eagle is going to be at 7,000.
Yes. And this confront doesn't feel really the best because no matter what Ross chooses, he's getting some returns on whatever is getting killed. So this is actually just an excellent play on his end.
Yeah, he's just going to keep on getting value from Blessed Cathedral here.
And I think seeing this, that was the right play to just, yep. He is just making sure that whatever he draws, he has the cores to spend on them. So his options are always live.
Exactly.
We're starting to see the power of his build.
Yeah, and this Bearded Eagle actually will attack over the Namagard if he chooses to block here, which, I mean, would be very smart because he's going to get 3 cores. Oh, okay. All right. He's going to let him draw another card from Scorched Battlefield and then just pass. So he wants the cores and the refresh step, I'm guessing, with the Namagard on board.
Yeah.
He wants to keep it around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think until we get to the 2 life point, we can be a little frugal with our life, especially looking at where he's set up. And just keeping the refresh step going into this turn, I think, is a really, really big thing. That being said, his hand isn't as strong as I'd like it to be.
Yeah.
Versus the hand that we are seeing from Joe. Joe has a very, very strong hand.
He has the Dream Bomb for the Namagard also. And he has Suppression in hand, along with another Gargano Rex and a Dino Man.
This is indeed true.
Yeah. Oh, so this.
No, I will say. Continue.
No, I was just gonna say this is looking like a very strong match for both players. I just really like to see it, considering the rest of the matches that we've seen this weekend so far. It's gonna be interesting to see how both players play out of this.
Indeed. Now, Burning Force can go a little, not a little wild here. The thing that really is kind of getting me is that while he does have the Dream Bomb for the Namagard, his field, Dream Bomb is kind of heavy in cost right now for how many cores he has.
Yeah, no, very true, very true. Yeah, because he would have to lose. Let's see. There's 2 on Scorched Battlefield. You could take 1 from one of the Bearded Eagles. So 2 of his spirits would need to be destroyed by removing the cores in order to pay for that dream bomb. So yeah, it is very expensive.
It's 1. I think it's 1. Oh wait, no, that dual eagle. Okay, there's not 3 cores on it. There's just 2.
No, it's
yeah,
2. Yeah,
that's rough. Yeah, there was a little white above like one of the cores. That's the one that's tapped.
Yeah.
So I was like, But yeah, no, I see that. It's a lot. So swinging in.
Yeah, he's just going because I mean he's not fearing the dream bomb at all. So he's just attacking with everything because he would get a refresh step. Trying to put him down to 1, saying, you know, if that's an ice shield, you're gonna need to play it now.
Yeah, Blessed Cathedral essentially says do what you want to do. Like a lot of his cards are spongy right now, so being able to just turn these cards sideways, knowing that whether they get blocked or they block next turn, you're still getting that return on them. All the cards on his board right now are very efficient.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm
Ross
surprised
is allergic
that
to mine thing.
I'm surprised that Allende did not put the extra cores that are in reserve onto his Nexus, to be honest. Just to either get another draw from Blessed Cathedral or the extra BP for his spirits off of Phantasmal Paradise. That is very surprising, actually.
And it's very hard to say at this late in the game. We're in top 16. It's very hard to know whether or not that was intentional or just a slight misplay.
Yeah. And we do see an Exhaust Nexus come down, kind of negate the suppression. And let's see, another Exhaust Nexus. He is trying to clear Joe's board, which he does. He gets rid of 3 spirits in that exchange. So very smart here. And Gigano Rex is still going to attack the Ervata. So we will see a spirit come back off of it from the trash, and he is going to bring back the Sword Angel and put 4 cores on it. So it is going to be at level 3. And then he's going to refresh everything. So very, very strong turn for Allende, being able to clear the board, make sure that Joe does not have all of those reductions live. And then he has a refresh board to be able to get more cores off of Blessed Cathedral. So very, very strong turn.
Well, we still see an Ice Shield. I believe it's a Bearded. We get a Rain Needle. Dino Man.
All right, so the Dino Man comes down. You can see Bearded Eagle next. And he's just going to go wide, it looks like. And another Gigano. So 2 confronts online right now. He's going to core up on a couple of his spirits. So both the Dino Man and the Bearded Eagle getting some, as well as the Scorched Battlefield, so that he can draw if an attack goes through successfully.
A very powerful board right now.
Yes. All right, so the first Gigano comes through and also adds 3,000 BP to the rest of his field.
For what it's worth, I don't think he's catching a second double Exhaust Nexus.
I would hope not.
But
yeah, I would definitely hope not.
He finally opted.
Yeah. So he does get rid of the Namagard here, draws 3 cards, gains 3 cores.
Decided it was time, and we see a lot. Another Exhaust Nexus, a Pen-10, Carbuncle. I believe we saw the God Beast in there as well. Behemoth.
Yeah. Yep. Burning Force as well.
I'm not going to hold you guys. Despite having this great setup, I'm not exactly in love with Ross's hand right now.
Yeah, he needs a way to draw some more cards from Phantasmal Paradise. So he needs another Fabled Beast, which he does have in hand. He has the Carbulk, and it's going to play itself for 1 with the full reduction. So hopefully he draws something beneficial off of those 2 cards, and then his draw for turn. That way he can try to overcome this field, because it is very, very scary right now with two Giganorex on the board, being able to proc the confront every turn. Very scary.
Ooh, okay. Locking with the Pen 10. Yeah, you kind of have like a really big kind of pincer strategy here, because with two Gigantorexes on board, you leave something up, you know it's going to get confronted. You swing with something on your turn, and you have big bodies like this Bearded Eagle and potentially Dynaman and things like that to block them on there. So it's really kind of a grinder for Ross's field right now. It's going to be hard for him to keep smaller bodies up. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Like you said, we're playing the vanilla in order to proc Paradise twice. Just replenish his hand, dig for more outs because he desperately needs them. We can see Pen 10, Burning Force, another Cathedral. Oh, okay.
This is actually...
Sharingan wasn't strong enough to see all this.
He does have a very strong, hand going into one spirit on Joe's side, but we do know that he has an Ice Shield in hand. He does have enough cores on the board to be able to pay for it, as well as most likely a Ice Shield in the burst zone as well. But he is just gonna make sure that that Scorched Battlefield is done with. He does not want that to stay on board anymore. No more free draws. No more boosting of the 1,000 just at base. He said, you're gonna have to attack me if you want your spirits to get bigger.
He is at the point where he has enough cores just to throw Burning Force away, just to get over something that's mildly annoying right now. We are at that stage in the game. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cores he's putting out to play Netherworld Depths.
This is a great card for him right now. Yep, being able to draw more cards off of that and Cathedral double draw during the attack if he blocks. Ooh, man, so good in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Is that a freestyle?
Yeah. Yep, it was a freestyle. Yep.
Ross said it is a beautiful day for fishing, and he has set up everything on his board. This man is about to see 7 cards deeper in the next round turn. He's really looking to find outs. Now, drawing cards is good. Thinning is generally winning, but I think we can kind of tell that he is 100% looking to bolster his hand right here. But this is crazy. Look at this. I almost called it a hodgepodge, but there's a lot going on. The God Beast just coming down, providing a much bigger body in the wake of a bunch of small weenies. And we are set up here. It's going to be very hard for Joe to move under all of this. A block, if he swings, he's going to give a draw. If something blocks, it's also going to give a draw. There's a lot here. Even trying to protect his last 2 life is going to give Ross something.
Yeah, and he is really Allende is really putting on the pressure here with Joe's hand being a Volcanic Break, an Ice Shield, and a I think I missed that last card. I apologize. With only 3 cards in hand like that, and having the God Beast on the field, as well as a Depths and a Blessed Cathedral to continue gaining those resources. It's a Rain Needle. Okay, so last card, Rain Needle. Not really doing anything in this situation because it turns off both of the Gaganarex's effects. But yeah, Allende is definitely putting on the pressure right now.
Yep, and just like that, even with his menacing board with only 3 cards in hand, it might only be a matter of time until that board starts crumbling. We are really starting to see Ross go from the struggle bus of stabilizing to looking actually pretty set up.
Yeah, and
all we're really missing is so.
Yeah, no, and the great thing about what he just did is God Beast level 2. When it attacks, your spirits that cost 2 can't be blocked by your opponent's spirits that are level 2 or higher. So he is proccing that effect right now, and Joe is weighing his options on whether or not he wants to block this and then Ice Shield afterwards from his hand. Okay. Well, he activated a Star Blast draw. Okay. So he does Ice Shield. I totally missed that. Sorry, our screen froze a little bit. So he did take the damage and then Ice Shield back.
All right, building up his board. That Starblast draw was definitely needed. He needed a couple more things. Getting the freestyle out of the way to prevent excess draw, because he already knows he's gonna have to give Ross some. He's just not trying to give Ross half his deck. So getting
True.
that freestyle out of the way was a very important. Now he's gonna start the confront.
It does not have confront because of Rain Needle. Yeah. So that was a slight misstep by Joe over there on the left side. He plays out the Rain Needle because he wanted to build a bigger board, but that does turn off his Gigantorex's effects being at level 3. So now Gigano's just at level 1, and that's it. It's just a 5,000 attack vanilla at this point with the Rain Needle on the board.
And it is a misplay like this that could potentially seal the game. Because of that, at this very moment, Ross's board is safe and he can block and choose not to block exactly how he wants to. So this is going to be a little rough.
He still does have a really big board. Yeah, with only one card in hand and a big board, a big field. It does look menacing, but Allende is in a really good position now because of that Rain Needle being played.
Exactly. 3 life. He can still take 1 before he needs to worry about whether or not he needs to Ice Shield. I think this is, we are in a very good position.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with that Exhaust Nexus in hand that we saw. And a Burning Force.
Correct.
I mean, as of right now, he doesn't have enough to pay for both of those, but Exhaust Nexus could be a thing.
Yeah, and we also does need to pay attention to the fact that Exhaust Nexus does kill Rain Needle. If he Exhaust Nexuses right now, the other Gigarex is live, and that's something that
is true.
He probably is aware of right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Carbulk,
what?
Carbulk should have been at 5,000, so they should have crashed right there actually.
Yeah, no level 3 Gigarex, no Scorched.
Yeah, so they both should be at 5,000. Oh no, sorry. Carbulk was at 4,000. I apologize. It only had 2 cores on it. Yeah.
It looks like we are getting an Exhaust Nexus now.
So it does turn back on the Giganorex, but it does get rid of 2 spirits as well.
3.
Yeah, 3 because he blocked with the Penton and then Exhaust Nexus. So I guess that's a fair trade. He is not going to get confronted anymore. He'll draw more cards if Joe decides to keep on pushing through. All right, which he does. He swings and Allende draws one from Netherworld Depths.
And he decides to scoop it up. The pressure was too much, and he realized writing on the wall, he was not breaking that board with the board he had, and at only 1 card in hand, with not enough cards to actually do anything to mount like a counter offense, he just realized that we needed to go to game 2. He saw how long this game could have gone, and now he knows that he needs enough time to play 2 games because we are playing for keeps. It is top 16.
Yes. Very important games here. So he understood he needs to, play by the clock and make sure that he can get in a game 2 and 3 if he plans to come back at all.
Okay, so they are siding.
So what would you bring in here? If you're on Joe's side, so let's take a look at his side and talk a little bit about what we would bring in. So
100%.
Let's see. So Joe has 2 Divine Halberd Dragon Arc, 2 Counter Sword, 2 Suppression, and 2 Andromeda. Let's see. I mean, a lot of those are pretty good. I mean, Counter Sword really doesn't do that much in this situation. Allende isn't planning on going wide, so I don't know if he would need the suppressions. So I think Dragon Arc is probably a good side deck option right here. And then, I mean, Andromeda, always really good, especially because you
Yeah.
saw how important the draws were from the Phantasmal Paradise, as well as the cores from Blessed Cathedral. I would definitely say Andromeda's coming in for sure.
Yeah, Andromeda at the very least, because he needs to make sure that that setup can never be placed on him again. The halberds aren't bad. If the things are at low cores, they can get destruction in. That's just not really sort of what this deck is doing. So I think the
Yeah,
halberds is good. The counter swords, like you said, they're conditional, and there's some on play effects that you just don't want to be proccing. And the
yeah,
suppression is almost moot because a lot of the times he's getting rid of things through effect. He's clearing through
yeah.
effect most of the time and just
True.
poking with other things. So
Yep.
it's a little rough. But looking at Ross's deck, looking at his sideboard,
Yes.
I'm actually thinking, okay, he's definitely got some core drains in the side, and immediately those are coming in for Gigantorexes. They just need to be put out the
100%.
way. Um,
Yes.
but past that, I see 2 Ice Maidens, 2 Counter Swords, 2 Slashes, 3 Core Drains, and 1 Enterprise. I feel like Core Drains is pretty much the auto in.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Core Drain, I would say, is definitely the side that needed to come in. Feral Slash, if you really want to get rid of Scorched Battlefield or Volcanic Canyon, but even then, might not be worth it. So, 100% the Core Drains are coming in. Feral Slash is a maybe, depending on how dependent he wants to be upon getting the Nexus off the board. But we do see a Burning Force on the Blessed Cathedral, which is what you hate to see as a yellow player. To be honest, it always feels bad.
trying to make sure that setup stays. And just real quick, congratulating you guys. Thank you for having us above 100 viewers currently. It
Yeah,
feels really great, and it's just a part of building this community. But yes, Oviraptor is getting in its attack. Scorch just landed, so it doesn't have any cores on it. But this is still a good start. Between the Burning Force on the Cathedral and this, we're definitely seeing a better momentum coming from Joe than last time.
yeah. Oh, and then another Blessed Cathedral comes down. So that's great for Allende. And we are actually, because of the raid that happened, we're over 200 people right now. So thank you all for being here. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
You'll love to see it. Well, after getting Blessed Cathedral, yes, from the One Piece stream that just
From the
finished.
One Piece
This is
stream. Hello,
this is neat
One
though.
Piece players. Yeah. All
Welcome to our
right.
island. Like,
Yes.
so this is pretty good. After Blessed Cathedral got Burning Forced in his best DJ Khaled impression, Ross said another one, and he just dropped it. So we're kind of getting back to that route where we need to be as a yellow player.
All right, and Joe is just going to attack with the Overaptodon, try to force out the Penton block and get over his, his main cog, like you had mentioned. How important it is to the overall strategy that he has right now. So I would probably just let this go through, go down to 3 cores, keep my Penton, even though an extra core from the Void would be nice here. You just can't really let the Penton go away yet.
Yeah, I think having access to that Burning Force a little cheaper, having Exhaust Nexus a little cheaper, that's just more important than taking the Penton. We did see a Netherworld Depths and a Suppression in hand, so we are seeing some gas later. Another Penton. Glare it's making it hard for me. Oh, and a Nomengard. Nomengard, Suppression, yep. Penton, and Netherworld Depths. This is one of those hands that I am a little bit afraid of because against low to the ground aggro, a lot of those cards are heavy and need to hinge on him not dying in the next 2 turns to really profit off of them. Now, he is playing another Penton, I'm assuming just to have another blocker because he also realizes the state of his hand. You're about to see a block from Penton
100%.
gets another core, maybe taking another life, gets him another core, and that might lead to him being able to play his Nomengard and at least have that there for a big blocker and some recursion as well.
Yeah, and the there is 2 on Scorched Battlefield. One is the Soul Core, so the red kind of just blends into the background of it. So very much apologies but yeah, it blends into it. So he did have the correct number of cores on it.
Yeah, we need the green Tic Tac Soul Core to match the white Tic Tac normal cores.
We're just seeing a
the Soul Core
battle
blends
of,
into like 90% of the cards.
It really does. And there we go. Now it's sent to the trash for Star Blast Draw. So now we know where it is, everyone.
Yep, I think he's reading the fact that these attacks are likely going to be blocked to proc off Cathedral, and so he's like, "Yep, I don't even need these cores on this right now. I'm just going to turn it into 2 draws and keep it moving."
Yeah, very,
and
very
I think
good
they're reading.
choice there.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, very good choice there, because he doesn't want to give BANDAI any more advantage than he has already, because he saw what happened when it spiraled out of control last time.
I think right here they read each other pretty well, but Joe put the pause on his gas because he knows that hand is heavy, and he did not want to give him any more cores. And so Ross goes, "Okay, you gave me a turn to breathe. I'm going to play Netherworld Depths now." And now we're in a particularly weirder situation. Like, I do think that Joe was hoping to keep him off his heavier bombs, but didn't expect him to just be able to play one anyway. And now, unless we see another Burning Force, like the one that was used in this Cathedral, we're sitting in a potentially worse situation. We've got Cathedral and Netherworld up at the same time. The engine is starting, and a Freestall. Blocking, he's uber plus, giga plus for Ross right now.
Yeah, 100%. So, especially with the Freestall coming down, it's just a board full of +1s right now, because he has the Cathedral. If he blocks, he draws a card off of Depths. If Joe blocks or attacks, and Joe's just gonna pass, because he said that I cannot deal with this at the moment.
He does not want this getting out of hand. And even worse now that he has the extra cores, if he doesn't want to use them, he can start putting them on Cathedral. And then at this point, any swing that Joe makes is like a 2-card plus landmine. Like, this is about to be awful. A singular block right now gets a core and gets a card. He puts cores on Cathedral, it's going to be worse. But it looks like he's playing something. Is this the Namengard coming down?
Yeah, he's going to play the Namengard right now to just up that pressure even more and say, hey, if you try to push through my board right now, I'm going to gain a lot of advantage from you trying to attack me. And we see Joe's hand, it just does not have anything that can answer this at the moment. Ooh, and he does.
Yep, he decided to pull the trigger on this one.
Yeah. He decides to get rid of one of the Penton, so he does lose the magic reduction. But go ahead.
I was just saying this is a little greedy. I do understand wanting to land the Namengard, but he is just exposed. He can get really clipped right now by a well-placed Burning Force. But if the guy wants to Burning Force a Pen 10 and a Freestall and just leave Netherworld Depths on board, that might not even be bad. We may not even care enough about that one.
Yeah. And he's just going to go wide here. So he is presenting lethal at the moment. Yeah. And BANDAI is he's spent out. He can't even suppression at the moment to save himself, or else he'll lose his board.
He cannot. However, if he takes 1 damage going down to 2 and then ends up blocking with Namengard, he'll have 3 chances. Actually, he'll have 5 chances at that point to see an Ice Shield. And that's not bad. 5 cards to see an Ice Shield is not bad at all.
Yep. Yeah, I just don't think anything attacks over the Namengard right now. So Namengard is 7,000, and then the largest spirit on Joe's side is the Eagle at 6,000. So nothing will actually proc the Namengard effect. It would just be a block for him.
You're right. I apologize. It's that one little piece of white at the top of Eagle. It looks like another cord.
It looked like it was at level 3, yeah. But no, it is in fact at level 2 with the 2 cores on it. So it's only at 5,000. It would have to have 4 to be at level 3. So
correct. Well, in that case, we're still in Advantage City. Pen 10 is a huge plus right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 4 is blending into Freestyle pretty well, but it does have a
Very
core on it.
well.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Pen 10
So
block just
what?
went brazy. We got another core and 2 cards.
Yeah, what needs to draw here is, I mean, now he can suppression, which is great, because he has the 3 cores open, including the soul core. So he can shut down the turn. He's not gonna, he's not gonna lose this turn, but now we just need to see how he responds. The freestyle is most likely going to block here and draw another card, get another core.
Mm-hmm. I would really like to see an Exhaust Nexus right now.
That would be crazy at the moment.
Blocking with the freestyle.
Oh, he does have the Exhaust Nexus in hand.
Okay. Well, this is going to get him another core and another draw. And his hand's looking pretty good. Whether he wants to suppression on Omnigard or Exhaust Nexus, we are looking pretty solid right now.
He has another Exhaust Nexus as well.
Yeah, okay, so he just drew a card, and it's clearly not his opponent's turn yet. So, yeah, he just got another attack, block with an Omnigard, and this is going to bait another attack.
Yeah, so this Dynaman is going to go down because of that suppression in hand.
This man he gets his Exhaust Nexus for days.
He gets his Exhaust Nexus, but I really like the subtle lines the better option. Yeah.
He could really go with either. It's like at this point in time, he has really allowed himself to gain 2 more draws out of this just by slow rolling his responses. And I think that's actually really good.
Yeah. So the thing about it is he would have to double Exhaust Nexus in order to get rid of the Bearded Eagle. So he kind of has the suppression here instead. So because the Bearded Eagle is at 6,000 at the moment.
That is true. And it's unfortunate the Bearded Eagle never swung for Ross because he would have really liked to kill the Bearded Eagle in the block and then move into next turn, being able 100%. To clear up the rest of the board with a crippling Exhaust Nexus. But this is still good. He's going to get a lot of cores back next turn.
He is in a very, very good situation right now because he has all of those cores in the trash coming back, and he's most likely going to put 3 more on to the Namagard and be able to go into a refresh step. That way he has full access to all of his cores to be able to respond during Joe's turn.
Now we got a lot to work with. We got a lot of cards in hand. We have a lot of cores. Ross is just ready to play. And this is the exact position you want to be at in a control deck. Now, does he probably wish he had an Ice Shield? Most certainly. But we still have the ability to build quite the defense. Oh, wait, there we go. I did not see that. That was hidden right in there. Okay, that's set now. So we are now in the healthiest position we could possibly be in for him. The core suspend everything. He's going to get that refresh step back. That Namagard is going to go straight in because what's stopping it? Absolutely nothing. We see freestalls, we see core drains if a Gigarex comes down and tries to swing. He is in his bag right now, and it shows.
And there's the freestall, and there is a Phantasmal Paradise coming down. Let's see. He is just going to want to put up bodies and then have that refresh step with the Namagard. So Carbulk coming out for 1, 3 cores on it so that it goes up to 5,000.
T-Rex is still in hand. As the Terrasword player, this is the worst possible feeling you can have as an aggro mid-range player. You are watching the window get smaller and smaller and currently wondering what you can even do. He doesn't have that many cores. The disparity is astounding. They might have hands that are closer in size, but the amount that Ross can do per turn is just exponentially higher, like, than what Joe can do per turn. And that's not good considering that one of these decks is supposed to be flooding you with spirits. So this is just not a good space for Joe to be in.
Right, so Namangard is swinging through. He just takes the damage. And let's see if the Carbulk is going to swing through as well. And it does.
Yeah, this is one of those mutually almost beneficial turns. Like, you don't want to lose that much life, but we've said time and time again, 2 life with an Ice Shield is easily sustainable, and Joe desperately needs more cores to be able to push his next turn through. Like, what he had before was not necessarily enough, but now he's got more gas. You can see the suppressions in his hand, along with the 2 Gigarexes. Burning Forces there too. He is going to be able to play quite all right. Good. Clearing the Netherworld depths before he plans to start turning cards sideways, trying to stem the amount of cards that Ross is drawing. But this late in the game, will it be enough? Because we are starting to see a lot from Ross.
Yeah, I don't know if it will be. He does have 4 spirits on the board, but Allende does have an Ice Shield in the burst zone. That he's going to be able to activate for a reduced cost because he has the Namangard on the field, so he'll be able to activate the main effect for 3 instead of 4. So that's great for the flash effect for 3. So that's great for him. He also does have an Exhaust Nexus as well in hand, so that way if he does get faced with a Gigano Rex, he could just trade with the block with the Namangard and then Exhaust Nexus, and Gigano and Namangard would trade. So he has a lot of different things that can happen right now, but he's just gonna pass. Joe does know that it is not the situation to attack at the moment.
And as a aggro deck that knows it's losing its window versus a control deck that loves the game to go long, Joe has to be cognizant of the fact that at this point he's working for at best a tie. Like, this game is not near ending anytime soon, and once that time runs out in like game 2, this is bad. If time runs out right now, it's bad for him. If they go to game 3, yeah, this is rough.
So we see in this hand, double Exhaust Nexus, double Sword Angel, Penton, Core Drain, and another Blessed Cathedral.
He's trying to sort out what he wants to do for reduction right now.
Yeah. I mean, playing the Penton and then playing the Exhaust Nexus definitely does make sense here, because you get that reduction for the Penton as well as Penton's effect being able to reduce the cost by 1 for the first Magic that's played.
Yeah, I think he was trying to decide between the pretty much freemium Sword Angel or the Penton, and just decided that, you know what, this is going to get me more in the long run.
Yeah, 100%. The freestyle does go down to the Flamefish being destroyed, but that's okay.
He said trade worth.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Now the Sword Angel comes out.
Yep. So Sword Angel is going to come down.
And that's good. With Blessed Cathedral where it's at, there's really no reason not to play out a blocker that's just going to refund you on once it goes. No, past that, yeah, he's set. He's going to be able to poke it and get a refresh step if he so chooses. But the Gigantorex chilling there.
Yeah, it is at 7,000 right now because of the Exhaust Nexus. So if he does choose to block with it, he would have to, if the Namangard attacks, which is going to, he would have to suppression. He would actually have to what? Yeah. He just has to let it go through.
Going down to 1 life. This is a very, very scary. And he's happy for this one. Poking with a 2-drop just to get a core back, he's fine.
Yep. Yep, he gets another card and a core from it, so that is perfectly fine.
It's what the fighting game community would call playing footsies, and he was 100% okay with that trade.
Oop,
Slight
earthquake.
earthquake, no
Sorry.
biggie.
All right, and Carbulk is going to go in because Bearded Eagle is only at 2,000 right now because of that exhaust nexus. And Carbulk is at 5,000. And we do see the suppression. Yep. Let's see. So Gaganorex is back up to 10,000 because of the suppression and can block while exhausted because he paid the soul core as the cost or as part of the cost. Okay. So he's going to exhaust Nexus here. Getting rid of the Bearded Eagle. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. So Gagano is back at 7,000 now. Ooh, and the core drain.
Yep.
Yeah, and that
we spoke about this, and that is the fist bump and game.
That is going to be game. Man, such a strong showing for Allende. Exactly what we wanted to give him the chance to do in gaining redemption from his last feature match, and he 100% does it. He takes a swift 2-0 over Pterosaur to head into the top 8 of this Grand Open here in Columbus.
Yeah, now, I do want to say that maybe it was nerves. Maybe he feels like his Pterosaur matchup isn't as tight as he thought it was, because he was very stoic at the very beginning of the match, and now you can see he's chatting up a storm now that the 2-0 is finished. So that may have been like a little clincher, because like we all know what happens when Pterosaur just pretty much gets a 5 out of 10 or higher versus a deck that might need a couple turns to even get off the ground. And given what we saw from Ross in his first match on feature, probably a little nerve-wracking. But that was a really, really good thing. And even the core drain coming in at the end of the game to force the scoop, like we talked about it, that core drain is there for one thing, and it is Gigarex. Get it out of my face. I don't want to see it again. So this was crazy. This was definitely crazy.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Both players played very, very well. So congratulations to Joe for getting into the top 16. And congrats to Allende for getting into top 8 after that redeeming feature match that he just had. So also, we do keep up our record of a 2-0 on stream in every single match. That is 10 rounds in a row for 2-0s over the feature match. That has to be a record somewhere. Get me a Guinness World Record.
Everybody's catching hands. Every single person's catching hands. This is 10 rounds of 2-0s. And it is crazy. And now we're starting to see, like, we've had people on stream twice now, 2 people on stream twice now. And even with them, like, it's been 2-0s or 2-0s in another direction. But I actually really, really like the flow of this. Looking at their sideboards and what we know the deck is supposed to do, this kind of went the exact way we thought would happen. There was a very narrow window for Pterosaur to win, and unfortunately, that window was missed both games. And it just is one of those things where, of course, you're in top 16, you have to play, but you just have to know that when your opponent is drawing 4 to 5 cards every round turn between you both, and their field is constantly getting a stream of blockers, they're constantly going up on cores, you're just like, as an aggro player, it just does not feel good. Like I said, like I think yesterday, the later in the game it gets, the better the control deck's cards will be, the bigger their bombs, the more intricate their interactions. And as an aggro player, you get past turn 4, you're just doing the same things over and over and over again. And that's just not enough once a control deck stabilizes. So pretty rough.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I definitely agree with that. It's what you wanted to see with yellow. It's not what you wanted to see with Pterosaur in this matchup. But those are the breaks sometimes. Still had a great showing for Joe. Top 16 is nothing to scoff at. he cashes, so he does get that prize money for getting into top 16. He does get his invite for going into top 32, so the pro tour is there for him as well. So yeah, still an awesome showing, but yellow did have Pterosaur's number in this match.
Definitely did. And we're actually seeing, now that we've seen that take off in the way we did, if you guys were here for yesterday, which I hope you were, him keeping the hand, Ross keeping the hand that he kept against Pterosaur, we were kind of questioning it. I see why he does it now, because it really is just those first 2 to 3 turns that hand needs to establish himself to turn into what we just saw. A lot of those pieces were the same pieces: Pin 10, an Ice Shield, a Netherworld Depths, and then he just needs to land a Cathedral or something, and that just goes over. Or we saw him play a Cathedral and a Paradise, but he just never got enough 2-drops to really make things work. So I can see why he would keep those hands. It just didn't pan out for him last turn. But that's also probably why he was it seemed a little anxious against Pterosaur, a little tense, because he knows that Pterosaur is one of the only decks, maybe outside of white aggro, that will capitalize on that window, that little gap before he just goes infinite in a card advantage. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, he kept that similar hand, like you said, yesterday, because he was hoping it would turn out like it did today, which, I mean, that's just variance in the decks. That's just, randomization. And he drew like he wanted to with this match, and it paid off, keeping those nexus that are so important to this yellow control deck. And it did exactly what it was supposed to do and helped him move on to the top 8. So congratulations again to him.
And thank you, both players, for having an excellent feature match that we could just give so much commentary on, because there were just so many intricacies in that match. Did you have anything else to say about this particular one?
Nothing right now. I was trying to take a look at the bracket. So we do have an updated bracket. So let's take a look at that and go over the matchups that are coming up.
You are right.
All right, so we saw Allende win the feature match, so he does move on to face Ryan Mattis, who is on Purple Control, who we saw on stream as well earlier in the weekend. He was the one that played triple Netherworld Depths, so congrats to him for making it past that. It's never gonna go away now that happened. So so we do see those two matched up in the next round in top 8. Then also, who we had on stream twice this weekend, Ryan Valentino, moving on and beating his teammate Alex Blandon in the Pterosaur mirror match. He is going to play against Zivko, who is on Yellow Fabled Beast, who we saw earlier in the weekend also. So Yellow versus Red Pterosaur again, and we'll see if it goes into Yellow's favor again, or if Ryan is just going to continue the tear that he's on this weekend with Pterosaur. No pun intended there. Then we still have Earl Toledo still playing against Zachary Bell. So Yellow Fabled Beast against Purple Tempo. Angel Santiago did beat his Purple Control matchup with Yellow Fabled Beast. So we could see a Fabled Beast mirror match in top 8, which would be, pretty awesome. And then moving back up the bracket, we do have Emil, who we saw earlier in the weekend on his purple aggro deck against Joseph Horth, who is playing Purple Control. So a purple mirror match there. So we will see who moves on there. Then we have Daniel Zeidenberg against Joe Ray, Purple Control against Red Pterosaur. So some very exciting matchups. A couple mirror matches possible here. But yeah, what are you looking forward to in this top 8 as it's shaping up right now?
Well, looking at this bracket, one of the things that's actually really interesting is that depending on the last 2 matches that are currently finishing up, all 4 yellow decks may have converted from top 16 to top 8, making top 8 50% yellow. That is an insane statistic considering most of the community's views on yellow.
Oh
Moving past
man.
that, though, it looks like if that happens, we'll have a yellow mirror match. We will have actually yellow in again 3 out of the 4 matches that's going on here, with one of them being a mirror match. So this is actually pretty crazy. Um, Now looking at this, yeah, I think that's really the most I'm looking for. I do kind of want to see. This is actually looking at the bracket. You asked which one I really wanted to see the
Yeah.
most.
What do you want to see? Yeah.
I kind of want to see what was the pterosaur? Was it Ryan that gave Ross his one loss,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
was it somebody else? I do kind of want to see that run back, but if that run back is to happen, it would literally be in the finals. So there's
It
no
would.
way to know. There's a lot of rounds in between now and then, but that would be such a good anime story to see that. And at the bottom, it's like no matter what, we're about to see Fable Beast versus Purple. So he's either going to
Mhm.
essentially face like somewhat of a similar. Santiago is going to face a somewhat similar match, or we're going to get a yellow versus yellow. And I do feel like I even see it in chat. If we see yellow versus yellow again, I don't think we've had that on stream. I think if we
No, we
see
haven't.
yellow versus yellow, we should probably just have a Fable Beast mirror match in top 8
100%.
because I
Absolutely.
can only imagine the cores and the draws going off. This is going to be insane. The exhaust nexuses are going to be some of the cleanest clears in the game. This is going to be pretty cool. So I think that if we do see a yellow mirror match, that's the way. I think that's the way for the next one, and
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
probably what I'm most interested in seeing.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I've been personally I've been testing yellow as well, and different variants. So I would love to see the yellow mirror match come up against each other, especially in the top 8. Seeing that high caliber play from the players that got there with Yellow Fable Beast, even with how large the pool of purple was this weekend. I know we say that Nova is Yellow's hardest matchup, but purple can be a struggle. Removing those cores, being able to make your spirits very small is a really huge thing. So I am very interested in seeing that Yellow Fabled Beast mirror match if Earl Toledo can pull it out against Zachary Bell down at the bottom of the bracket here. So
Yeah, it's when it comes down to it, the thing I'm most interested in is purple's window against yellow is before Blessed Cathedral has had its chance to go crazy. At the beginning of the game, they can go a little wide, and to play around purple, they have to slow down their game plan a little bit with how they would normally do things. And that's the point where purple, even in main phase, has a fair amount of options, like the Mordreds and whatnot, the Cortef, the Drains if they main them, to just
Eldador.
get these things off the board. Exactly, to get these things off the board before Blessed Cathedral can work its magic. And if that link in the chain is broken, you can see yellow struggling to hit that normal in game that it tries to get when it has all this setup. But if it's yellow versus yellow, it's going to be pretty interesting because outside of burning force, they're not really dealing with each other's nexuses. And so we have this like potential to just see this insane like 30 core match where like they're just slinging whatever cards come to their hand in rapid
Yeah.
succession, and that would be cool. That would be a really cool slugfest to see.
Yeah, 100%. I'm very excited to see how the rest of this top 8 fills out. So before we get into the next feature match, we will definitely go over what was finalized and go over the bracket again for you. So definitely stick around. Keep an eye out for the top 8 that should be coming fairly soon here. We only have about a minute left in time. So the rest of the matches, so the 3 matches that are left, should be wrapping up relatively soon.
Alrighty then. Well, see you guys soon.
All right. See you guys soon. Hello, welcome back, Summoners. We are back for the top 8 feature match here. should be a really awesome one. We're super excited. We have red Pterosaur versus purple. So a very common match that we've come to know and appreciate over this over this tournament. So how do you feel about this matchup, Chris?
Well, while it is Pterosaur versus purple, this is the only purple aggro that's in the top cut. So both of these decks are going to be looking to tear through each other's life pools. The only difference is kind of how they get there. Red is going to be more focused on the bodies going into Gigarex, whereas purple is going to be doing some curse shenanigans, has a couple core shenanigans, blood curse to top it off, and they're actually they are using Nemesis very heavily. So we're going to see a very back and forth matchup. Like we were saying before, whenever two aggressive decks get together, it just slows down a little bit because they can't focus on just strictly face without being like faced right back. So this is going to be really interesting. And I was a fan of seeing Emil play earlier on. I think he was the first feature match. So should be cool. And yeah, we are starting the actual match now.
All right, and here we go. We have Joe on the play. He starts out with a Scorched Battlefield. So just letting the reduction get up there very, very early on. This is kind of the ideal opening. And then Emil just answers back with a Burning Force. So very ideal from both players.
Yeah, I think the Burning Force is important because Scorched Battlefield is one of those guys that doesn't necessarily immediately feel threatening, but once you've just played enough, you understand there's going to be a turn where they have a huge board and they just go, let me put 2 cores on this. And then it turns into like 3 or 4 draws. And that's just not what you want to be. I mean, more like 1 or 2, but you just don't want red to have more ammo in the tank. You want to have them try to put out their aggression and then gas out later in the game where you kind of take control of it. So Scorched Battlefield really can lead to some advantage you just don't want. So I do approve of him just going, yeah, nah, cut that out.
100%. Yeah, Scorched Battlefield is very important to the Pterosaur strategy. And once you realize that and can actually deal with it, you do that very early on. So Emil does get rid of it right away, and he does play a Cavalier to be able to draw as his start.
Yep, and we're actually seeing right now the Volcanic Canyon comes down versus the Cavalier. So that Burning Force feels a little because now you've got the Volcanic Canyon on board. To each on which you'd rather remove because he's filtering versus some potential plussing. But he thought he was about to get Burning Forced again. What happened here? But no, we are actually going into Lance and then Cavalier, and it looks like Emil is going into his beatdowns. This is what the deck is supposed to do, and you have a little bit of wiggle room when you're going aggro versus aggro. Yes, there's a point where you guys slow down and start having to play footsies, but getting your opponent down to a lower life total earlier and then starting the footsies is kind of nice, because when you have to chip your opponent from 3 or 2 down to 0 versus them chipping you down from 5 to 0, you clearly have a little bit of an advantage there. So moving over to the Pterosaurus player, drawing with his Volcanic Canyon, discarding Dino Man. Shows that his hand must be pretty good, because Dino Man's a great card for Zagro.
Yeah, looks like he's just trying to go wide here now, starting out with the Rain Needle for free. So, as you call it, Ramp Needle. That's exactly what it is doing in this situation. And then next, let's see, are we going to see the Scorched Battlefield come down? Yes, we are. So he does have another one. And even more so now that that Burning Force that happened turn 1 is feeling kind of bad, because Joe opened up with 2 other Nexus, or drew into 2 other Nexus. So it kind of feels bad in that situation.
Yeah, this might actually come out for some people. It's coming up for me. It looks like Joe is left-handed, and so he's reversed pretty much all of his zones, which is a little jarring because the mat is set up for right-handers. So, but yeah, I mean, just pretty much small adjustment just visually. Now, this is a pivotal point. He's got Scorched Battlefield back online with 2 cores underneath it. He's still at 3 life. That's not exactly the healthiest place to be versus an aggro deck, but he's got the potential to at least get 1 draw and still leave Eagle on defense. So, I mean, that's what he's shooting for at this point.
Right, here we go. Play back to Emil with the Camelot Knight and the Cavalier on the field. Let's see how he replies to Joe's built-up board of 2 Nexus and 2 Spirits so far. Dragonaga is going to come down, be able to draw another card, also with Curse. So if Bearded Eagle does block it, he will go down as well. So very good choice. Dragonaga drawing you a card as well as providing that Curse unit on board.
Things are getting a little tense because now we've gotten to the point where both of them can't just be willy-nilly swinging at face. The board's starting to stack, and not being able to block means draws on Joe's side, but putting a body in front of this pretty much means like certain death because of Dragonaga's Curse. So we are in the game state where things are starting to get a little more complicated. That's fine. We like interactive play.
Yeah, and Joe is considering blocking with the Bearded Eagle, so this Dragonaga might be doing more than expected in drawing a card and then also getting rid of that Bearded Eagle on Joe's side.
It was definitely a think. He had to go into the tank to figure out whether or not he wanted to lose that body in that reduction. But with 3 reduction on board, he's pretty much set as far as red players need to be. But he definitely had to think whether or not he wanted to lose that. Now Camelot Knight's coming in, dropping Joe down to 2, and it's fairly early in the game for that.
Yeah, and Emil just presses on. He says, I'm just going to put you down to 1. That way you can't set your Ice Shield and get it back in the future. So, yeah, purple aggro out aggroing the red aggro deck at the moment. We'll see. We'll have to see how Joe responds to this because he has a ton of cores to work with now going into his turn.
A whole lot of cores. It's going to be scary if Emil doesn't have the ability to cut off the attack step after this, but he has officially put Joe in the "you better have it" condition. Like, and Joe needs to be able to press and leave up 1 to 2 blockers because purple does have its fair share of correlated removal to make sure that he can resolve this Ice Shield now that he can no longer set it in his burst zone. Meanwhile, Emil's field looks a little weak, but again, purple does have the battle trick, so we have to see. It would be much more comforting if he had like a Beldegor in his drop or something with Deadly Balance to back it up in hand. But that being said, we are still here. I kind of wish those cores would be moved a little further out of the way. They're just kind of there.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I don't know why they're basically in the middle of the field, but hopefully the stream judge will catch that at some point. But Joe is pressing on. He does have a bunch of free spirits in his hand, and he just basically played his hand right now. The only card left is the Absolute Ice Shield that he drew for turn off of the Volcanic Canyon. So no other spirits in hand, but he does have a board of 5 to be able to try to swing with. And taking a look at Emil's hand, he does have that Deadly Balance, just no Beldegor to be able to combo with. When the Cavalier, or if the Cavalier was to be destroyed by it, which is unfortunate, but it does happen. So
it's a little weird. Deadly Balance is going to get less effective the more swings go through, and I'm kind of worried about this one from Emil's standpoint. Like, yeah, he had to rip the Deadly Balance there because at least he knows he's getting rid of 1 attack, and it's likely not going to be what is attacking. Like, regardless of what's happening here, he's lessening the attacks from 5 to 4, and so that was the correct usage of Deadly Balance. But now he's got, I think, at least 1 core theft. We are just in this weird space here. He's got 4 life. And so I think he does, no matter what, he survives this turn, but he might only get out of this turn with 1 life. And this is not the field you want to be staring down at 1 life with no ice shield. Even with ice shield, he could potentially get volcanic braked, and then it's just curtain. So this is very interesting.
Yeah. Do we know what is set in his burst? Is it not an ice shield?
That is true. He said it very, very fast. I did not see what goes face down. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the only thing you can really set in his burst zone is ice shield. But yeah, here comes down the core theft. Deciding he does not need the other core theft.
It could be a Feral Slash also.
Yeah, he just threw away a Pharaoh Slash and a core theft, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
And now we know he's living. But he is down to, I'm pretty sure he's down to 1 life right now.
Yeah, I believe so. And he did opt to keep the Maduke in hand as well, because that was the last card that he had. So he had 2 core theft, Feral Slash, and a Maduke. All right, so we do see an attack here by the Bearded Eagle. Okay, so
he was at 2, the overlay. Yeah. He just took it so that their last 2 were just the last ones, which is, I got OCD about the order you take the little cores, but it is what it is. So he's at 1 now. That makes a lot more sense of him not taking the attack and discarding the core theft. So he gets a chance to go, and just like I said at the start of this turn, he was likely going to end up with 1 life, which is a very, very scary place to be. Now, whether he thinks cramming Maduke down here and just going in for the swing, it's kind of weird. There's a fair amount of cores on the board for Joe. So there's a lot he can do here. But if he doesn't have the option, he doesn't have the option.
Well, there's that, and then also if suppression is the play here, Maduke would live through it, I believe, right? Yeah, Maduke would blood curse through, and just win. But I don't know if he has suppression in his hand. So
does he have very, very crazy right here?
Yeah, so the Soul Core is alive. Sorry, I forgot that he's using the core card.
Yeah.
So it's under the Scorched battlefield. So
Scorched.
Yeah,
it's under the
Scorched.
He
does have the Soul Core under it. So
this is very rough. He can't volcanic break it. His ice shield is
yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so that's gonna be it.
I mean, that was really, really, really wild. And the craziest part is, like, he gave 1 extra damage. He shot with 1 extra damage, essentially to get 1 extra card in hand. And Maduke just has immunity from so many things. Like, the only real thing that could have got him out of that, like, if he had a Dream Bomb would have been beautiful, but we're playing Pterosaur, you know? So that's, like, not exactly in the cards. But yeah, that had immunity from a lot. You don't want to break Maduke at that point. He didn't have a blocker up. This is just, where is Swift when you need it? No, but, like, this is just really rough. That Emil was almost gassed out. He piloted that masterfully. So now we're going into okay. So we're going to the sideboard here.
Yeah.
I think I saw him take a Maduke out.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. Let me see. Let's pull up the side for both. So actually, hold on 1 second. All right, let's go into Joe's real quick. So Joe's side is 2 Andromeda, 2 Derm Dyna, 2 Dream Bomb, 2 Core Drain, 1 Volcanic Canyon, and 1 Volcanic Break. What would you bring in this situation?
I think after seeing him get waxed by Maduke, it's kind of a gamble, because on one end you saw how powerful it was, but on the other end you know that that's not exactly the card you want to have in hand if Pterosaur goes off, because like you could be put in a really, really weird position to be playing big bombs. But I do think that after that has happened, I don't think you have a choice but to bring in the Dream Bombs. Those can touch Maduke, those can get a Nemesis off the board. And if he knows what Emil's game plan is from playing or maybe around him at the top tables most of the time, or any teammates that may have played him and said anything, I think the Dream Bombs are necessary for the threats he's bringing out. Andromeda is like weird because against purple, you think you want to bring it in, but Emil also hasn't really shown like it's very strange. I think in this game, if he doesn't have knowledge of Emil's list already, he hasn't seen enough to make a very good sideboard. Dream Bombs were pretty much the only ones I put in for certain.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was thinking Andromeda and Dream Bomb in this matchup. Andromeda, you want it because of the Netherworld depths, of course, and then in lesser situations, the Purple Smoke Valley. But yeah, like you said, he didn't see any of them. I mean, obviously he's going to be playing them because they're Purple Nexus and they're just great. But I think like you want to keep your game plan streamlined. So you want to bring in the Dream Bomb at the very least. But Andromeda is like a toss up. I guess it depends on the rest of his main deck as well. So like taking a look at the main deck, like what would you take out if you brought in the Andromedas, you know? Because you're going to want to keep in the Starblast draws. I mean, he does play 4 Burning Forest right now also. So like that does get rid of the Nexus, as well as provide that utility to get rid of the lower cost or lower BP spirits. So kind of a toss up.
Not only does it get rid of the Nexus, but against purple, like there are times where you're just gonna want to build up your cores, and even though you know he's more of an aggression, like an aggro type purple, you still might have those moments where Andromeda gets its confront. So it's weird. I feel like it's harder to side in the Andromedas than the Dream Bombs, but I would not be mad if he sided in the Andromedas.
Yeah, no, definitely. All right, so I did see 2 Ice Shield in Joe's hand. It looks like Emil has Ice Shield, 2 Burning Force. Ooh, all right, yeah. Again, repeating last game, Burning Force on the Scorched Battlefield.
I will say Emil's hand, Ice Shield, 2 Burning Force, Netherworld Depths, and Rotting Swamp. His hand is interesting because it is not aggressive in the slightest, and Nemesis. He's actually not going to be able to be playing cards that stick to the board for turns. And that could potentially be very, very scary if if Joe just cores up on his Rain Needle and doesn't just like swing in with it. Like what is Emil doing for these next couple of turns? Like he can set up, but actually it looks like, I don't know, this might be a 2-for-1. Hold up. As of next turn, not this turn.
Yeah, we have the Flamefish coming down and the Rain Needle. So Rain Needle is at what? It is at 3,000, so it is in Burning Force range.
Yeah, this scares me right here because he's getting the cores and oh, sorry, continue.
No, I was gonna say, and Flamefish is in there too. So, like you said, it's gonna be a 2-for-1 off this Burning Force.
This is absolutely tragic because, tragic for Joe because Emil, his hand is technically kind of weak if the bodies pile up right now. However, he's about to just be able to reset the board to 0 if he chooses to pull the second Burning Force. But who is going to be sitting here going, okay, I'm facing a purple deck. Of course, they opened up and kept 2 Burning Force. Like, this is not something, this is what we would call an unknown. Things we don't know that we don't know. Like, there's no way to know that you're about to potentially get Burning Force twice in a row back to back.
Yeah.
And this is a really good opportunity to use it because, yeah, you don't want that Flamefish doing Flamefish things after this. Yeah. Oh, no, P. Like, that stings.
Yeah,
you have to wonder what's in the head of Joe right now.
Oh man, yeah, that has to be tragic for him because he only had those 2 spirits in hand during the last turn. So we'll see if he ended up drawing into another one or not. And it looks like
Yep,
he's just
and
going to
now
opt to
that
play
he's
the Volcanic Canyon. So
okay, at least he got a Raptor out. That's very nice. But we're now at a point where Emil might just be able to establish Netherworld and just chilling it. He is getting a little low on life. That is
He's at
scary.
2.
You don't want to
Yeah.
be this low against. And I think he still has his burst set down, right?
Yeah, he still has the Ice Shield in the burst, and then he does have double Cavalier in hand, so he can play Depths and Cavalier this turn. So he'll have a few more options in hand from the draws.
Very much so. But he is playing from no purple reduction, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, 100%.
Like this Netherworld is gonna be full price, but if he Netherworlds into an Ice Shield, that's not bad. Like we're here for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. He does have the Ice Shield down, but he is very low on cores at the moment with that Netherworld being played. So would you pass here or would you play the Cavalier?
Let's see how many cores he has up. He has 4 on
He only
there.
has
Yeah,
4.
I want to be able to play. I want to be able to play the Ice Shield. Like getting
Yeah.
a draw and going into the Ice Shield is infinitely better for me right now than potentially giving him a window to get under my defenses.
I definitely agree, especially with a burst set on Joe's side of the field as well. Like playing into it, and then if it was a Star Blast instead of the Ice Shield, like that's just really really bad and could turn the tide really quickly if that was the case for Emil. So only being at 2 life, holding back the Cavalier was definitely the right call.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and Joe does trash the Ice Shield in order to keep the Dino Man in his hand. So it does look like and there's the Andromeda.
Yikers!
Oh,
We talked
man.
about it.
We did.
Oh, yeah, that was a crucial Andromeda. This turned it almost completely on its head. That Netherworld was going to do so much for Emil, and now Emil's going to have to use Ice Shield and not have a chance of drawing back into more cards. So that was a huge pivotal Andromeda, and now we're at the mercy of the top deck right now because this field is officially not looking great for Emil. Yep.
And the worst part too is the burst card set in on Joe's field is a Star Blast draw. So he might be playing into the Star Blast unless he plays the Nemesis, which is definitely very possible right now. So
He's got the cores ready. If he plays this Lancer, if he plays this Lance into the Star Blast draw, it's officially Star based draw. Star based draw is live.
Okay, so there's the Nemesis.
Okay, got him.
All right.
He smelled what you were cooking.
Yeah, that is very true, Dex. Now would be the moment for him to play into the Star Blast because he's all paid out unless he gets rid of 2 of his spirits on the board. But even still, those 2 draws when Joe only has 1 card is still not a great feeling. But all right, let's see. So
you guys call me slipping.
Yeah, he's gonna proc the Nemesis to get rid of 2 of Joe's spirits. So he does keep the Camelot Knight so that he has a blocker.
Yeah. Nemesis do be riding hard.
As we saw in Emil's previous feature match, that is 100% correct.
We'll take based purple cards for 500. He is ditching the other Ice Shield. I mean, he is at 5 life, but oof.
I mean, Star Blast does let you progress the game state and have more cards, so definitely keeping that makes sense. And then having the Volcanic Break, just in case he wants to get rid of the Camelot Knight, is definitely a good call as well. Or just any other bigger threat that comes out.
Right. The Giganto's on this guy. This is just ridiculous. But I do agree. I do agree. He's at 5 life. It's healthy. The board is still intact. Emil's hand is small, and he also got rid of the Netherworlds before it can get any bigger. So right
Yes.
now, he's not exactly like he's not in the worst position right now. Like actually, he's far from it. This is still anybody's game right now.
All right, so he is paying for a Scorched Battlefield. Okay, well, and he wants to try to get the draw. There's no way that this goes through, right? Or do you give him the yeah? I was gonna say there's no way he lets this go through and goes down to 1 life there.
Yeah, reduction is important, but staying at 2 life is more important.
Like, yeah, 100%. Yeah. All right, let's see what Emil has. So he had a Rotting Swamp, he had 2 Cavaliers, and here's the Cavalier. So he is going to get punished by Starblush Draw here, letting Joe draw 4 cards. So that does not feel the best, but he does have a Beldegor as well, so that gives him a little bit of hope at least, but it still does not feel good letting your opponent draw 4 cards.
Yes, sir. And yeah, we see I believe that's a Burning Force and a Volcanic Break in his hand, plus Spirits now. Joe is swinging back. This feels very good. Now, as you can still see, Emil has plenty of Mentos, plenty of Tic Tacs. He's got that fresh breath coming in hard with actually probably Beldegor. Like you want to get rid of that. You want to get rid of the Dino Man. Like it's got to go.
100%. Yeah, you had to play the Beldegor there. Like absolutely. He could play another Cavalier if he wanted to, so he could get another draw and put another blocker out. But let me see, with his hands, Rotting Swamp, Beldegor, or not Beldegor, Rotting Swamp, Cavalier, and was it another Nemesis in hand?
I would need to see it again. Yeah, hold up. Joe's sitting pretty. We might actually see our first game 3, guys.
Yeah. All right, so
Rotting Swamp, Nemesis, yeah.
Yep. Aglavale, Nemesis, and Rotting Swamp. Okay. Yeah, because he just played the other Cavalier, so he drew the Aglavale off of it. And Joe, with that full hand of nothing but responses, Dino Man, Bearded Eagle, Flamefish, Burning Force, Volcanic Break. He just has everything right now, and it's gonna work out in his favor, obviously. So
yeah, this is good. Flamefish out, excellent for the defense right now. It's kind of weird. There's no way to take out. There's no way to avoid Beldegor right now. Like if there wasn't the second Lancer, you had some hope with Flamefish.
Yeah.
If you can get rid of the Lancer with 2 cores on it, but that's just not it right now. So this is still not bad. Flamefish is still going to put in work right here. And right now he doesn't really have many cores. So like this is one of those turns where we really need to see how Joe plays it, because Emil is kind of in a fragile state right now. This particular turn.
Yeah, and with no burst or no magic cards in hand to be able to react to Joe's attack step, this is a crucial turn for Joe, to be honest. It could be the end of the game, depending on how he plays this. Well, maybe not, because Beldegor... hold on. No,
even with the cores he has right now,
he doesn't have enough for Beldegor until the last swing, actually, because he has to block with Beldegor. He has to let the Cavalier with 2 cores block. Yeah, and then that way, when the last Cavalier dies, he'll be able to have enough to bring back the Beldegor. But
Beldegor is 3 costs with 3 costs with 1 reduction.
Yeah.
So I mean, if he blocks with Beldegor, that's 1 block. Then he blocks with the Lancer with 2 cores. Now he has 3 cores in his reserve, and he can bring back the Beldegor to pop something and then come back again. So he's still got 4 blocks his turn.
That's true. Yeah.
He just might ruin his reduction.
Yeah, 100%. There is no way these reductions are staying on the field.
But can we talk about the sheer strength of Beldegor right now? Because this is where he's about to get showcased.
Yeah, 100%. Even with there being a Flamefish up, he's definitely going to get really good value here.
Yes. Now, Beldegor is coming back regardless, but the one thing that is going to be a little rough here is that Flamefish attacking and taking this block, I do believe that means that he can wipe out 2 cards at one time. And that means the blocks go from a strung out 4 blocks to simply 3 blocks. A block here, a block on the last Lancer. And actually, once that happens, he has to spend all of his cores to replay Beldegor. So 3 blocks here, 1 destruction, but he only has 3 things here. So yeah, I think that's why he just took it. He just took the Flamefish because he was not trying to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah,
it is a little weird because Arch has
Lancer's
2.
at 3,000, so yeah, Flamefish does get rid of it. So
yeah, and he does have 2 cores,
and
that's a little odd. 2 cores on Scorched Battlefield. I didn't see if he tracked the draw on Flamefish.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not sure. All right, so Beldegor does go down, taking the block.
Okay, I think they just talked about it. They're talking about it right now. Just Flamefish definitely attacked. I wonder what the judge is going to say because they're a whole attack thing here now. Okay, cool. So he just backed it up. Respectful play. Oh, I think he's checking to see if it's mandatory, if it's a trick. May. Probably should have waited to put the card in his hand, but I mean, I guess like. Cool.
It says, so the text on Scorched Battlefield does say, during your attack step, draw a card when you reduce your opponent's life.
Okay, so it's mandatory. But I mean, Emil already just backed up and just let him have it. So like, I think we're right here. Like, yes, Joe at top 8 missed a mandatory trigger. Yes, people have been playing card games for infinite amount of times between 2 days. People are human. Emil is respectful. He backed up, let him have the draw before the judge even weighed in on it. So,
yeah,
I respect.
I'm surprised yet not surprised, just because we see how courteous a lot of players are in these situations, even given the fact that they are playing for cash prizing here in the top 8. So, especially being
also it makes the community great.
4. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and that's more so what I was meaning is the community is so awesome in situations like this, to where we have things like this come up, and there's no fighting about it. Basically, there's no back and forth from the players.
Yeah.
All right, so we see.
I was like,
wait, what's happening to the Flamefish and all of the cores?
mm-hmm. So this is actually a great 2-for-1 because, well, not 2-for-1, but yeah, we had the Lancer end up blocking the Dynaman, who no longer has level 3 because of the amount of cards that are on board. So that was just a clean block. Emil is still in a very precarious position. One of his things is outside of Burning Force range, but none of it is outside of a Volcanic Break range. So now he's out here pouring up.
And he's playing.
What is that core doing?
He played Nemesis very quickly right there. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with that card, just playing it very, very quickly. But yeah, what's the plan with the extra core? Because
Aglovale.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah, at this moment, he realizes that he cannot, he doesn't have Ice Shield. He's not banking on it. He's not trying to get it. He said, I got to put up blockers. Nizal. This is going to be pretty interesting. He's swinging. He should get the effect of Nemesis.
Yes.
Blowing Nemesis up itself.
To get rid of both bodies, it looks like. So there's that.
And stripping the soul core off of Fish so it doesn't proc. Again, these are just the bread and butters you have to understand. Some of these cards need the soul core on them when they are destroyed to get their effects. And that's good.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. He's in a very good situation now. 3 spirits on board with a rotting swamp. That's going to be letting him draw cards. Seems pretty good to me, especially with an Aglavale on the field.
Aglavale for a draw and a block. He's got double Lancer, so he's got Beldegors on deck. He's got 3 cores in his reserve, but not in the reserve square. My OCD is killing me right now. And then, yeah, this is a pretty good space for Emil to be here in.
All right, let's see how Joe responds to that. He has what, 4 cards in hand. What was the question here? Let's see. So Nemesis swings. It removes the cores from the Flamefish so that it destroys itself. Then he destroys the Nemesis to be able to activate the effect first off, but it gets its level 3 effect to destroy an opponent's spirit when it is destroyed. So yeah, both spirits should be gone. The game state looks fine to me.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to be explained again, just because it's been a long day, you know.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's definitely been a long weekend for these players, so 100% makes sense for this to happen. So looks like he's just gonna give him the Aglavale draw early, because he doesn't want him to get 2 draws. Or wait, does Rotting Swamp?
It
was during the attack
want to know. Step. Yeah, I kind of want to know about that play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he gives him 2
I guess
cards
he just wanted to use the cores.
Oh, yeah.
But he just wanted to use the cores before he got to his next because I guess they had moved out of the flash step, but like maybe Joe didn't confirm that he was done out of the flash step. He was still considering, so they had to have that little rewind right there. But yeah, sometimes you just want to maximize your cores. You know, there's not going to be a better space for you to use the volcanic break, so he wanted to hit the volcanic break before he got his cores refreshed.
Yeah, and it definitely makes sense. It reminded me of the situation that popped up early in the weekend, though, when Allende wanted to play another card during the flash step, and they kind of just had to move past it. So I'm surprised that we didn't move past it again this time, but. Like we said, both of these players seem very friendly towards each other, so that just speaks very highly of the community right there, because you don't see it very often in card games.
Very correct. And this is very interesting. Another discarded Ice Shield.
That is 3 now.
Hanging on to this. Yes. Neil is hanging on to this one life.
Yeah.
Ridiculously hard. I've never seen anything like it. Oh.
Ooh.
All right, and this is outside of the main step. So right here now, we got the Bearded Eagle coming through. It's getting extremely fat. He's trying to make sure it can't be core theft. And we got to see what happens here. Is this our first game 3?
Let's see. Does Emil have the Deadly Balance
right now? Oh my gosh, what is he doing?
Let's go.
Please, Deadly Balance right here.
Core theft. Okay, core theft for all 3. Okay. Man. Well, if he...
What is he expecting to draw here?
I don't know. Oh,
all right, yeah, that's it.
That is not what I want to see.
I guess he's going to just pass. And hope he doesn't have a spirit.
And there's the Overaptidon. So, and the Dilophosa. Yep. Yeah, so we have our first game 3 on stream, everyone.
Yeah. That's pretty heat. I do want to know, what was he going to draw? Like, I guess another Lancer is pretty good. Another Lancer does some work, but like what do you? Because Lancer draws into a. Oh, that's true too. Anything that can just draw into a card and trigger Immortal. Yeah, it would have been good. But like that's I think in his deck. Let me check his deck list one more time. I think Lancer would have been the only acceptable draw because it would have played a body out. He would have been able to core it up to High Heaven. He would have drawn a card just from it going into play. And then past that, when it blocks, Rotting Swamp will do Rotting Swamp things, and he can bring back Beldegor. So I think that was really the only good draw, and I think he'd already used 2 of them, minimum 2 of them. But I think, I really do think that knowing his deck list, that being the...
Oh, yeah, so the only draw would have been Cavalier, would have been Lancer. He does not play Black Lance, so that was not an
Yeah.
option for him to draw.
Mordred
Yeah.
could have been one.
Mordred
Could have been one, but I think
yeah, Lance would have definitely been the better card to draw. Drawing to Mordred would have made sure that he had at least 2 blocks the next turn. So that would have been the benefit there. Well, 2 blocks and 4 draws because of the 2 Rotting Swamps. So yeah, Lancer, Mordred, one of those two, what he could have drawn. But he unfortunately drew the Rotting Swamp.
Yeah, and just to answer your question real quick, Scrublord Gaming, what happened to the yellow mirror for stream? There was an unfortunate mishap where we were aiming for it, but we were not able to see it. We thought it wasn't happening, and then we got the correct data for the bracket, and it was happening, but then we had already changed the feature. We can just have them coming back again. So yeah, we didn't get to see that one. I'm sure there will be another one. Like this is not the last time we're going to see yellow. Don't forget, there's a pro tour coming up where we are going to be able to see a lot of people throwing down again. And after this weekend, I cannot imagine that we will not see yellow in a stronger capacity than we even saw it this weekend.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, it did take all the way until top 8 to get a game 3. That's pretty hilarious, actually, if you ask me.
All right, so they are all shuffled up, getting ready for the game 3 in this top 8 match. Let's see how this goes. So if it was you and you were Emil, would you go first or would you go second in this situation against Pterosaur?
So there's a lot of different things. I mean, like going second gives you the core advantage. And I think being able to play Lancer on turn 1, putting a body on board, and then going into like it really depends on what he draws. But if he opens up Lancer, I would like to go second. You have one less core for him to work with. He's got to build up his reduction. There's a chance where he might just play a Nexus and pass, which opens you up to the line of Burning Force if you also see it. I think that out of the 2 colors, purple is definitely the more reactive one. And so I think that you should I think going second in this matchup is fine.
Yeah, definitely. I think the extra core is 100% correct. Especially because we've seen Burning Force opening turn both games so far. So we'll see if that trend continues or not. And he does opt to go first, actually. So he wants to get the Aglavale online.
That works too.
Yeah, having that body out
Like I
there
said,
that just lets you draw a card when destroyed is definitely really good, even in this situation. So
yeah, I was like, this is one of those games where you literally don't have to choose your turn until you see your opening 4. And because of that, it is 100%. Like, if you had an Aglavale and your hand was good, but no Lancer, go first. Play the guy on curve. Like, put the first body on board.
Is that 3 Camelot Knights in hand for Emil? That's what it looks like.
This is the way.
I think I see 3 Camelot Knights in his hand. Oh, and then there's Feral Slash. Feral Slash gets exposure. Let's go.
Feral Slash doing Feral Slash things.
Yeah. Getting rid of the
now, if there's with 3 Camelot Knights in hand, we are about to see the most aggro that purple can possibly be.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back. Flamefish out here.
Flamefish
never mind.
Flamefish things. Just existing on the board with small little weenies out there.
Sir Lord Camelot Knight the 4th was about to actually get it in there for game, and then just Flamefish came down and said no. Access denied.
And that was almost going to be a really aggro turn for Emil, possibly.
That was about to get real gross. I mean, Dynaman also solos, but like it's just
Let's see. So I definitely see the ice shield in Joe's hand. Did he set
no
another
way.
ice shield or a flame or a star blush draw?
I don't know, but I don't know how I feel about the
Attack with the
Flamefish
flamefish? Yeah, yeah.
going in.
I mean,
Yeah,
especially if that is not an ice shield down, he has to play the ice shield from hand, which is not going to feel good after these Camelot Knights come onto the field. So let's see. All right, he's not going super wide then. He's just going to play the Rotting Swamp and get value out of that and the Aglavale.
I need to see how this turn's played out.
Yeah.
I'm anxious. Scary because with that Flamefish on the board, he may never get a chance to punch through like this again this game. However,
Okay, well, there's the Cavalier for the Lancer. And it is a Star Blush draw.
no.
Oh no, he paid
Nor,
out.
son.
Well, I mean, he does have to get rid of. Well, I mean, let me see. I'm trying to think of the plays through because if he plays into the Camelot Knight, goes wide, that'd be 4 swings. But then he does have the Ice Shield in hand, so he could activate it during the flash step of the first one. But that would get rid of his field though if he did that. So he has to take at least a couple of life to be able to have enough cores to do it and not get rid of his entire board. So
it's true, but if he swings all out, he's about to start losing the ability to draw off Rotten Swamp. This is a very precarious moment.
Yes, exactly.
Especially down in game 3.
All right, so Camelot Knight just getting in there for 1 damage, and he just passes back with that. So
sometimes young Lord Knight Camelot the Fourth is all you need. Just let him poke. Just let him do his thing.
Yeah.
I like this. We're gonna get like good returns on Rotting Swamp with Aglavale, so this is good.
I mean, unless he Burning Forces it, because I do see a Burning Force in hand right now.
Chaotic.
There is the Scorched Battlefield being played.
Yes, sir.
And okay, he sets the Ice Shield. Yep. All right, so he puts 2 onto the Scorched Battlefield. He's going to try to draw some cards during this attack step. And is he going to play the Overaptidon in hand, I'm guessing? Yeah, so the Overaptidon comes down.
This is tense.
Yeah, I mean,
push for that. Borderline
he's
free.
He's gonna push, but the thing about it is that he would get 3 draws off of this.
I mean, the fish is probably going through. Like, you block the fish, you lose so much more. So I can see the fish going through just for the draw. It just is what it is.
No, he did block it.
Oh, with the Aglavale? Oh, the Aglavale is weaker because of the Scorched Earth. That's good.
Oh,
that's very good.
Battlefield. Yeah,
I did miss that.
Never mind. Yeah.
Scorched Battlefield does make Flamefish bigger.
Always forgetting about that that extra 1,000.
I mean, that do be working. An item on the draw. Unfortunately, his graveyard is light. I wish there was a Beldegor in there. That would have been delicious.
Yeah, and then he's just gonna pass. So Overaptodon is still up there. He does have an Ice Shield set. He drew a card off of the Dino Man getting in there at the life last turn. So let's see how Emil can respond to this.
Looks like there's a severe lack of non-purple cards in Emil's hand right now. Like I kind of Mordred. Ooh.
There's the Mordred. He's gonna clear some cards this turn. All right, so he does
very good. The threat of Flamefish.
Yep.
His reign of terror is over. And he gets to get rid of Overraptor as well. This is a very good turn.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, and the Jax Fish did put some terror into Emil, so he had to get rid of it. Let's see. Is he going to go wide with another Camelot Knight? It seems like he might, or he might just keep it cored up like it is. Yeah. So he does play another Camelot Knight. He's trying to go a little bit wide, make sure he has enough blockers, because he's only at, 2 life now? So he has to make sure that he does past the next turn. All right, so Overaptodon is going to go down here, having its core removed by Mordred's when attacking effect. And I don't know what he's thinking about, but... Oh, he's thinking about the Burning Force. That's what he's thinking about. Yeah, okay, got it.
He just took it. I mean, he still has a lot of gas. I mean, if it's kind of weird because now that he has the ability to play, I mean, before he had the ability to play too. This might be a really good slow roll because him not using Burning Force that attack.
Well, now he either has to take it and then Ice Shield, or just Burning Force the 2 Camelot Knight, which it looks like he is about to do.
And I guess right now he's banking that Lance is not going to move.
Yeah.
Which is a fair assessment because you do not want him to just play one more spirit and just go off. Is he about to hit a Deadly Balance?
I think so. Yeah, Deadly Balance to get rid of the Mordred, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Keep his blocker up while...
Yeah. While drawing a card, and then also getting rid of the... Wait, why did the Mordred cores go to the trash?
Because he has made a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to put the cores back in his reserve, because that's a huge thing right now.
Let's see if Joe's gonna...
game.
Is Joe going to remember that?
There we go.
Yeah,
okay.
there we go.
So
he remembered it. Emil did the math.
Yeah, okay. No, I think the judge caught it because he was like kind of angled that way. So, all right. So yeah, I mean that's great. Because if he forgot that was and the game was pretty much over from there. But we do see a Burning Force.
Had he forgotten that?
Yeah, we do see a Burning Force in Emil's hand though, so that is good because Joe is going to try to go wide right now. All right, so Rotting Swamp going down to the Andromeda. Not the worst thing at the moment. It does shut off a draw for him during the attack step, but that's fine. At least he didn't get rid of the blocker.
Yikes! Out of Burning Force range, horrendously.
Yeah, because of the Scorch battlefield. So this kind of feels bad at the moment.
We need Core Theft Beldegor power now. No, this is painful.
So it looks like they are crashing. Yep. And how does he live? What's in his hand? Burning Force, Beldegor.
We need a Deadly Balance right now. Oh. You're just letting him.
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
Man.
Respectful play. Let him right into the end.
Yep. And that is it.
Man.
Pterosaur Joe Ray is moving on to top 4 with his red Pterosaur deck. So congratulations to him on the top 4. Congrats to Emil, who we saw on stream earlier in the weekend, and then again right now for his top 8 finish. Unfortunate way to finish, but you know, it does happen. So
Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it, though, looking back on all 3 of these games, it doesn't surprise me that the back-to-back losses happen. Like, Emil's a great player. Don't get me wrong. We've seen him cook this entire weekend. But
yeah,
Emil won game 1 by a singular card. And, like, Joe could have had I guess the only real thing could have had was like a blocker, like a single Rain
yeah,
Needle or a main deck Dream Bomb could have gotten that. So it's like game 1 was a very narrow win. So
yeah,
like it shouldn't have really surprised us. Like that was one turn away. If Joe just untapped, it just would have been game the
yeah.
moment after. So yeah, with that narrow game 1 win, it doesn't really surprise me terribly. Looking in hindsight, that actually worked out the way it did. Um, but that is our first game 3 of the stream. I am very just surprised. Is that our first? Is that the last? Are
Yeah.
these blending
No,
together?
no,
Is that
no.
our second?
That that was the first game 3. Yeah,
Okay.
and it took all the way up until top 8 for that to happen. So very, very different from other tournaments that I've been in, you know. So it's kind of very interesting that it took this long. But yeah, it definitely happened at a good time. Yeah.
I mean, we have seen some really cool matches though. That was kind of interesting. I mean, I do feel like out of both aggro decks, purple definitely has more flexibility. It does more than just aggress. But
Yeah.
if you think about it in that sense, the better aggressor is going to be red. So head to head, that's going to be a little rough. I wonder, can we see the bracket? Because I want to know exactly what we're looking at right now. There's only
Yeah, what
7 minutes
matches
left in
are
the
coming up?
round. Yeah, so like there was only 7 minutes left in the round, so other people have to be.
Four. Yeah.
So this is interesting because that is we might have a yellow. They're both yellow versus red. We could very
Yeah.
well have a red mirror. We could very well have a yellow mirror in finals, or we could have another red yellow. So there's not really much of a chance for diversity. I am going to say that even though Ryan has been on stream twice, we did start off the top 8 with actually no, we've had Ross. We had Ross. I think the last round was it?
The very
These
first
things are
round.
starting to blend.
Yeah,
The
it
very
was
first
top
round, yeah.
16. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like we should lean towards Santiago and Valentino.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. So the interesting thing is that you know we could see a rematch of our earlier feature match from this weekend in Allende Ross coming up against Ryan Valentino if they both win their top 4 matches. But standing in Allende's way is Ryan's teammate Joe, who we just saw on stream. So he does have to fight through that, you know, very good Pterosaur player to be able to get back to the finals and possibly face Ryan or Amir or not at all. So I'm very excited for these next matches coming up. But yeah, let's we definitely have to take a look and see how Joe does or Ryan does against Angel in the Fabled Beast
Hmm.
matchup because it's definitely different from what he played against when he played against Allende. And yeah, let's jump into a break real quick while we get set up, and then we will just go forward from there with our top 4 match.
Indeed. See you soon. Look. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are currently in the top 4 of the Ohio Grand Open for Battle Spirits Saga. And to some capacity, no matter which one you were going to see, it was going to be Fabled Beasts versus Pterosaur.
Yeah, both of our top 4 matches are both red pterosaur versus some sort of yellow. So Allende is a little bit different because he's playing yellow control, but it was going to be yellow versus red regardless. So we'll see if both of these matches come down to a mirror match or red versus yellow in the finals. I'm super excited to see this match because it's very different from the yellow that we've seen on stream this weekend. It's a lot more yellow Fable Beast based. So I'm very excited to see this this matchup again. And Ryan Valentino has been on an absolute tear this weekend. So it's player on stream, and both players are raring to go. They have started already, so both start out with the Nexus.
It looks like yellow went first, followed by red going second because of the extra soul core after playing a 4-cost Nexus. So now we are caught up. Should be back in the yellow player's hands. See the cores refreshed. And we got a new person on here. We haven't seen Santiago on stream yet. But we've got the Hippocampo. Oh, this is good.
He is punishing the Scorched Battlefield with the Hippocampo. This is exactly what you want to see as a yellow player. Blessed going up to 6. No threat of a burning forest or anything like that because he's all paid out. So
rough. Huh.
Yeah, and chat does
Paradise out. 6 life.
Yeah, Paradise drawing a card. Hippocampo getting you up to 6 life. But chat does make a good point. There are no more purple left in contention for the top 4 or the finals. They all got knocked out last round.
Hate to see it, but sometimes purple can't win everything. It is time for
Oh, he's back.
somebody
All right.
getting fired.
All right. Sorry about that,
All right.
everyone. Something happened at the convention center. We got it all taken care of. So we are back with all of the action. So it looks like, based on the field, Ryan attacked with the Overraptidon, drew a card, and then just passed with the Dynaman up. And then Angel played a Flying Turtle into a Starblessed draw. So that we're all caught up now.
You love to see it.
All right. So he pressed forward, playing a freestyle, and passed his turn. So we'll see what Ryan can respond with on this next turn.
Yeah, it's actually really nice to see this setup happening. We all know how much advantage Flying Turtle with Paradise out can get, and now that the Freestyl's out, we are starting to see a really good setup for Santiago staying in contention for this match. We're gonna actually have to see how Pterosaur backs this up because this is the momentum. This is the forward momentum in a very pushy, aggressive matchup like this. You don't want to see on the other end of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Angel does have a very, very good setup right now with everything that he has on the field. Pterosaur can just come out of nowhere, though. I mean, look at all the cards in Ryan's hand.
Very much so true.
And yeah, and see, just like that, we see a Gigano Rex coming down. He's definitely going to get at least one body out of the way this turn, most likely Freestyle, I would think. And then Dino Man does go down to level 1 because of the number of spirits on board. So let's see what happens from here. All right, so Gigano's going to attack, confront, and Flying Turtle is going to block. And there's a draw from Freestyle.
Good trades all around.
Yeah, so Valentino attacks with Overraptidon now. And it's only at 2,000 because there's only one core on it. So, all right. So these are still going to trade with the Freestyle.
So these are still good trades, essentially, for the most part. You don't want to just be losing bodies without gaining anything. But man, oh man, if Blessed Cathedral is out right now, that just would have been such a good trade, Santiago.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It does look like Ryan does have 2 Burning Force and another Scorched Battlefield in hand, and Flying Turtle misses. It hits. Yeah, it does hit the Angelic Pressure, so that does hurt a little bit. And yeah, Overraptidon was at 5,000, so yeah, it was a very high attack there.
Dual Eagle coming in hot.
All right, and Dual Eagle is online at 6,000, and it does have its effect where your Blessed Spirits can be blocked by your level 1 spirits.
No, this is wonderful. So, pre-block flash, he used Volcanic Break to smoke Dual Eagle, and then he killed one of his own spirits to lessen the amount of spirits he had on board, boosting Dino Man up to its little effect permanent where it now is at a level 3, and then he blocked Hippocampo. That exchange is exactly what you expect to see here at top tables. That was masterful. Like, oh my gosh, that's disastrous.
Yeah, and we do see Ryan's hand there. Volcanic Canyon, 2 Burning Force, Dilophosa that's coming down now. It's just kind of going downhill now for Angel, unfortunately.
Yo, if I wasn't on the mic right now, I'd be screaming. That was wild. Like, that was backbreaking. That was Bane versus Batman. That was just like, wow. Okay.
All right, so Turtle does block that, and Dilophosa's attack does not go through.
Woo.
And then Dino Man at 6,000 coming through for the attack on the life. So Angel is down to 3 now with a ton of cores to work with, though. And he has a pretty sizable hand, so it's not too terrible, especially drawing with the Phantasmal Paradise right there and drawing into an Exhaust Nexus. He has a bunch of magic cards to be able to play with throughout the attack step.
Oh my gosh, that is one of those moments where like you literally have to have that ironclad mentality because this is one of those plays that would have easily sent many a player on the tilt train.
Oh, 100%.
Like,
So Hippocampo is going to get in there. He's going to draw a card from Arcana Hex Knight if it goes through, which it does not. It gets hit with Volcanic Break. Another Volcanic Break.
Volcanic Break stocks to the moon at this point.
That's 2 turns in a row where the attack just got completely shut down by one Volcanic Break coming down.
Look, alt art store champ Volcanic Break incoming. That's all I gotta say. Like, look at this. This card is performing very well.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. It's a starter deck card too.
And the board is starting to just build on Ryan's side. He said this forward momentum that I've been carrying this entire tournament, it's coming at you in one fell swoop. Like, this is just it. Like,
so we do see
we got an Exhaust Nexus.
Yeah, we do see a
Core
Core
Theft
Theft
and
in
Exhaust
his hand
Nexus.
also. Right. Dilafosa attacking now at 5,000. And Penton is blocking. So no Core Theft before that or anything to, preserve the Penton at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but just the fact of the matter is with Gigarex swinging, he's not even at level. No, he is. Yeah, with Gigarex swinging, he's canceled out Exhaust Nexus. So there's just nothing that Santiago's hand can really do right now.
Definitely. All right, so he's playing a Phantasmal Paradise into another Flying Turtle, possibly. And he does have the God Beast in hand as well, so... Okay, there we go. There's the God Beast.
Now, as big as this card is, it is a little... I'm not going to say it's underwhelming, but it does not change how much danger he's in right now.
No. It's the whole Ralph Wiggum's meme right now, the I'm in danger when he's sitting in the back of the bus.
I'm in danger.
That is exactly what I would imagine Angel is feeling at the moment.
Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs?
and then we see a Penton coming down to hopefully help sustain right here. But I guess we'll see what happens. He only has 2 cores left up. He does have 8 under his spirits, but how do you come back from this? It's such a tough position to be in because of the Giganorex attacking with Confront and Bearded Eagle being able to get really big just for 4 cores. And yeah, just it's not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, Giganorex is going to just completely nullify Exhaust Nexus. He has 2 in hand, but he doesn't have nearly enough cores, not enough reduction. This is not the place to be in.
Yeah. Let's see what he does. He's still thinking about the process of how he wants to, if he just wants to pass, if he wants to attack, that way he doesn't get hit with Confront, and he just passes. So Ryan is back on the play. And we saw Ryan's hand was just stacked with another Ice Shield, Burning Forces, Suppression, more spirits, just everything, and another Volcanic Break as well. Poor Penton. Poor Penton. Yep. Exactly what I thought. So Penton is going to get hit with that Volcanic Break and go down. So now he just has God Beast facing down 4 of Angel Spirits, and I don't believe he has an Ice Shield in hand. So He really just has to be able to block here and then exhaust Nexus, which doesn't help him. Actually, no, that doesn't even help him because everything is buffed by another 1,000 as well because of Scorched Battlefield. So he can't even get rid of the Rex.
Very good setup.
Yeah.
Nah. This is very, very, very rough. Like everywhere I look, I see his face, and by him I mean Volcanic Break. That card has come down 3 times this game. Like there's not even like draw power here. Like it's just come down flat out 3.
All right, so he's gonna Angelic Pressure and then Exhaust Nexus. I'm guessing. Oh, never mind.
He said, "Nah, I'm good."
Yep. There is the suppression to be able to just get rid of the minus 3,000 from the Angelic Pressure. So this God Beast is definitely still gonna go down to the Gigano Rex there.
Yes, it is, and that is just one of those sometimes you just have it. Like you can't avoid it. You just have it. I mean, he's still gonna go on for it.
I think he's forgetting about the boost from the Scorched Battlefield.
Boost?
Because that...
Yeah.
Wait, no, that doesn't matter.
Ryan has not forgotten about the boost.
No, he did. He almost forgot about it. Oh, yeah, see, he forgot about the 1,000. So Gigano should have been at 14,000 after attacking. But, I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter because he has the rest of the spirits to attack, but that would have been kind of costly if the game would have kept on going from there. But Ryan does take a commanding game 1 here in top 4.
I'm just trying to make sure I did the math. A level 3 Giganto Rex is base what?
10,000.
11? No,
10,000.
Base 10,000 with the 3 from his own swing. We just negated from Angelic Pressure, and then the 1,000 from Scorched Battlefield plus the 3,000 from Suppression. So yeah,
because God Beast is a 10,000 attack if I'm not misremembering, right? Yeah.
We could just
it's 11,000. No, it is 11,000.
Yeah, there you go.
So we were completely wrong.
Yeah.
He didn't forget anything. We're just bad at knowing stats apparently at the moment.
Yeah. So it just
yeah. Yep.
It was pretty good.
Yep.
It was pretty good.
Yep. Thank you, chat. It can't be Nova, and you would know that, Nero, as the local Nova player in my area.
Yeah. So that definitely makes sense. And then there's just too much on the board. So let me see if I can look at this gentleman's sideboard.
Yes, let's get into that.
Open up Angels first.
Yeah. I will grab Ryan's. So let's see. So Ryan has the same side as Joe. So 2 Andromeda, 2 Dermdyna, 2 Dream Bomb, 2 Core Drain, 1 Volcanic Break, and 1 Volcanic Canyon.
Yes, and what we're looking at over here for Angel is 1 more Freestyle, 1 more. Wow, I'm going to pronounce that wrong. The Flying Elephant. What is it? Avatar? What is it? How can you pronounce that? Know what it does. Can't pronounce the name.
Ervada.
Yes, Ervada.
Yeah.
We have another Angelic Pressure. We have 3 copies of Star Blessed, 2 copies of Suppression, and then we have 2 Burning Force. So, I mean, it's kind of weird because Pterosaur is both weak and not weak to Burning Force. Like, you want to be able to get their Nexus out of the way. When they only have a couple of spirits, their spirits are normally out of battle Burning Force range. But then when they go wide, Burning Force is kind of the least of like their worries at that point. So it's just kind of interesting. Like, you're not going to really use the Star Blast draws. The suppressions probably come in. Suppression on God Beast is a really good combo.
Yes.
You're going to be deep in the trenches with body to body, like when it comes to the spirits. So I think the third or the extra Freestyle is not a bad side in because he only has 2 in the main. So I think that actually works right there. The Angelic Pressure is kind of rough because the moment Gigantorex gets on board, angelic pressure is almost a non-factor unless they swing incorrectly sequenced. So, yeah, I really think I really think you're just kind of bringing in some more of the yellow bodies in his sideboard and the suppressions, really.
Yeah. And then on Ryan's side, I believe we talked about this last time in that you would bring in the Andromeda to be able to get rid of the Nexus because they are key to the game plan. I don't really see anything else. Maybe the Derm Dyna, just in case, so that he could put him on the clock if he does, build his Nexus up. So those two, I would say Andromeda for sure, though. Andromeda gets rid of a ton of cards in this matchup.
Here for it.
And Angel does open the game with Freestyle. What do you think about that opening? I didn't see the rest of his hand, but just, starting off with Freestyle, he must not have had a Nexus to be able to play first turn, right. But yeah. Okay, there's a Penton.
I mean, if you gotta start off, I think Freestyle is like definitely just the third string of things you want to play turn one. If it's not Blessed and it's not Paradise, Freestyle is good. You just want to get these draws and these cores moving somehow.
Yeah, no, 100%. And he does keep Penton out of Burning Force range by putting the 3 cores on it. So definitely a very smart play right there. Let's see. So it looks like Ryan is on the play. He just moves all of his cores over to his Rain Needle. And his hand is looking pretty stacked already. Let's take a look at Angels. So double Exhaust Nexus, Alice,
Dual
Eagle, and God Beast. So it's not the greatest explosive hand, but it can definitely get there if he gets the value from his spirits. But he just passes back, and yeah, go ahead.
Not Ryan shuffling his hand down to the table until the exact moment the hand cam gets away from him, and then he fans it out and puts it back down. This man said, nope, no entry.
Oh, yep, Ooh. And there's the Andromeda. See? There we go. Lots of value in Andromeda in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Not only was that strong spot removal, but this is going to be a big body for sure. So passing over, there's no real reason to turn him sideways right now. I'm pretty sure you just want to keep Santiago off cores while his opening seems like such a stumble.
Yeah, especially when he has what he has in hand. I saw Overraptidon, I saw Gigano Rex. I did not see very many other cards though, so I couldn't tell you exactly what else is in the hand. But all right, so we do have a Dual Eagle coming down for Angel. All right, so there was an absolute Ice Shield in Ryan's hand that I caught a glimpse of as well. And there's Volcanic Break.
Indeed.
So Burning Force, Ice Shield. Lots of really good removal in his hand right now. And then also, of course, Ice Shield, but
mm-hmm.
All right, so he is going to force the confront with putting all the cores on the Andromeda. And yeah, this is just snowballing for Ryan at this point.
This is... Ooh, okay. Well...
Yeah. The Burning Force for one, but it guarantees the removal of both.
Mm-hmm. Confront is going to work magic here. And just like that, even though he had to give up some of his board and most of his cores for it, he's reduced Angel's reduction to 0. And you guys should know by now that reduction is just so important in this game. It's actually just, this is overbearing. The momentum, even if the boards aren't huge on both sides, the momentum is clearly in Ryan's favor.
Yeah, and the fact that Angel has double God Beast, double Exhaust Nexus, Alice in hand is just, it's not where he wants to be whatsoever. And he does play God Beast for 6. At this point, he's just trying to
Getting it in for a
yeah, he's just trying to get in there with what he has access to at the moment.
Yep, Confront, despite being on only red cards, Confront is a very control-y keyword. It is forcing your opponent to play differently, to your tune more like.
Yeah, especially with God Beast only being at 8,000 and the Andromeda being at 10 with Confront, he definitely has to attack there. All right, and Ryan is playing back in and going very aggro at this point, or just going wide. So we do see the Overaptodon come down with a few cores, well, a couple cores. So swinging, yep, Angel has to take that. Same thing with the Rain Needle attack. And he's just going to pass with a big body as a blocker. So 10,000. God Beast is going to be able to get over it at 11 if there does come the block. But I believe Ryan has a way to power it up, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's like there's not even really a reason to block with Andromeda right now. Having control is going to force the game in his favor, like to his flow, and he's got so many cores in life, not too many cores on board. It doesn't hurt him to get an extra core.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll have to see what Angel does here. So he comes down with a Dual Eagle at 6,000. So very, very good in this situation. But he just passes. So it is in Volcanic Break range, which we have seen a couple times already in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see how wide Ryan can go in this situation, or if he's just going to keep on controlling the board with the Confront, which I would imagine is what the plan is at this point.
Considering which card to take cores off of.
Yeah, so the breakdown Jex was 4 Pterosaur in top 16. And then there was 6 purple control. There was 3 Fabled Beast, 1 purple white mid range, 1 yellow control, and 1 purple aggro. All right, and he's swinging with an 11,000 Confront and just trades with the God Beast at this point.
He's wanted out of the way. And that's good. At this point, he doesn't need the Andromeda. He needs the Andromeda less than his opponent needed that God Beast.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, 100%. So at this point, you kind of just have to wonder how Angel is going to bounce back from this with the rest of his hand. And there you go again.
Here we go.
Another volcanic break on a Dual Eagle. Oh my. That has to be heartbreaking for Angel at this point. He was already so behind, and then losing the Dual Eagle is just such a punish. And he exhausts Nexus for 1. He just gets rid of the Rain Needle, which isn't that detrimental to Ryan because he does have a Gagano of Rex in hand.
Volcanic Break has never looked better.
Yeah, 100%. How does Angel get back into this?
Well, the good news, at least on his end, is that Like he has been taking some massive L's in terms of his forward progress, but the board is fairly small on
Yeah.
Ryan's side. Like right now, just by playing this one behemoth, his board looks a lot better than Ryan's. The only issue is he can't really play much around this God Beast, especially with how many cores he's put on him. But
Yeah.
we've seen the suppression in his hand, and he's going to keep a fair amount of cores on this guy. So I think that's actually pretty neat. He has the ability to potentially take one or two hits and then just, well, probably hopefully take one hit and then cast a suppression and keeping a lot of the cores on his God Beast. So he should be out of like getting straight rolled this turn. But every turn from here on out is essentially just, do I survive? He is fighting for his life for that game 3 right now.
No, I definitely agree. The only bad thing about this situation is that there are 2 Scorched Battlefields on the board. So when Gigano Rex does come down, it's going to put it out of range for the suppression alone. But if he does have an Angelic Pressure, that puts it just under. So there is still hope a little bit. But yeah, we'll. And then Alice comes down. So let's see. Let's see what Alice can do. So Alice does reduce the attack of your opponent's spirits. So when she attacks, select one of your opponent's spirits, reduce its BP by 1,000 for each spirit you control during this turn. And then during either attack step, if you control 3 or more spirits, when this spirit would be destroyed, you may place a core from the void onto it to keep it on the field exhausted instead. So as of right now, her level 3 effect is not in play, but within the next turn, if there is one, then she will be online.
Yeah, and we're right now looking at a pretty good turn if you're sitting on Santiago's side, because he was really fearing a big confront coming down. At least I would be. But this turn, instead, we're looking at a turn that can be pretty wiped by suppression, and that's exactly what we want to see. That's probably the issue right now with Ryan's current setup. He does not have thick hand, and there is not really right now a way to get past Santiago's board in order to start filling that hand. So
yeah, and
he's
that's
working
what he's
a little
trying
uphill here.
Yeah, that's what Ryan is trying to do right here, so that he can draw some cards or try to draw some cards. But with the God Beast blocking, and then like you said, here we go. Here's the suppression play. Yeah, and suppression is going to wipe out Ryan's field. So here is his chance to come back at least just a little bit in this game.
Now, that actually may have been the backbreaking turn. That was a brutal turn of events that has reduced reduction by 3, made it so that there are no current swingers on board, and now we have Alice at full power, a setting of a burst. We are seeing a position where Santiago may have weathered the storm and finally turned this around. 1 card in hand is not a lot to work with, and all of his current draw/filter is conditional. He's not going to be able to get past this behemoth easily. And outside of top decking a Yonto Rex, which may not even really do what it needs to do in this particular situation with Alice, this is a problem.
Yeah, and so we do know that the last card in Ryan's hand is a Gigano Rex, actually. So he does have that online to be able to play for not full reduction, but only reduced by 2 rather than, playing it for 2. And then he does top a Bearded Eagle. So that is a big Bearded Eagle right there.
Let me just take it, yeah.
Oh, so double Gigano Rex. Or no, sorry, Gigano Rex Burning Force is what Andromeda. He has in hand, and an Andromeda. So Andromeda really doesn't have that much value in this situation unless Angel plays something small or plays a Nexus, but looks like he's just going for it at this point.
Yeah, this is about to switch into a game 3, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I forgot.
And
it burst.
No, it was ice. Yeah. Yeah, he
Yeah.
opened that ice shield. Actually, that's been set for forever.
It has been here the entire game.
Yeah. Oh, and he draws another ice shield as well for turn. So Andromeda,
Yeah.
Gano, Burning Force, and an ice shield.
I think the Gano is recent because I would not know why he didn't drop it the previous turns if it's been in his hand the entire game. Like it could have
Yeah, that's
broken
true.
the game.
Maybe it was the Burning Force that I saw then. Yeah, probably the Burning Force then. But he does have the Gigano online, even with paying for it. So it's interesting that he's putting all of the cores on that and not on the second Scorch Battlefield. Oh no, never
Things
mind.
are getting a little crispy here.
Hold on, they're both at 2. That Soul Core got me again, blending in with the card a little bit. Yeah. So no,
Soul Core has been devious.
Yeah, he does have everything correct. So yeah, Gagano is at 10,000 attacking with Confront, 12,000 before his effect. So he will go up to 15,000 on this attack.
Mm-hmm. This is such a good game. Now,
Yes,
are we about to see an
very
Exhaust
good.
Nexus? Or a surprise? Oh, Ice Shield. Okay.
All right, and the God Beast goes down. So
Giving up the God Beast. Okay.
yeah, so let's see what Angel has in hand. Phantasmal Paradise. All right, and I believe he had a turtle. Yep, there's a turtle, and he has a core theft in hand also.
Sheesh.
What did he hit off the
Look
flying
at it
turtle? Did he
go.
do that? I kind of missed that.
I thought it was a Pegasus.
Oh, okay. And then there's the
from the starter.
Airvada. There you go. And let's see where he goes from here.
Man is not trying to get caught lacking by Confront.
No, but the unfortunate part about this
He said, "No, sir."
Is that the Burning Force is in Ryan's hand.
It's a very unfortunate part, and then the other unfortunate part, in my opinion, is besides Exhaust Nexus being countered by Gigantorex, Gigantorex is one core above Core Theft, actually working on it, which is probably intentional by Ryan. Like he's not trying to get caught.
Yep, and then he does pay out and plays the Calamity Beast Pegasaurus, the starter deck foil card that's in there, the boss monster in the yellow starter deck. All right, and Alice is going to attack. It's going to lower the Bearded Eagle's attack by 4,000.
Yes, indeedy.
And a strong Exhaust Nexus here could really, help him. But he is he's pretty paid, or he's all paid out. Everything is under his. Ooh, yeah.
There we go. There we go.
There is the
very rough. That Burning Force was strong.
Yes, very strong Burning Force. He does get back the freestyle to be able to draw, so that's not terrible, but yeah, it's just not a favorable situation for him at the moment. So
so the thing that's interesting here is whether he intended on getting Burning Forced or not, this late in the game, going down to one card, like I said, you never want to be this late in the game with this many options. And I really do think that him using Burning Force and forcing the Ice Shield this turn still doesn't put him in a bad spot. His opponent needs to connect twice, and he's got two bodies up right now. He's got a burst face down. I really do think that this is not a bad place for him to be in. His opponent has to top deck like another spirit or two for this to work in his favor. And yeah, like before he was like, what are those two cards? Now he knows that it was Burning Force, and that is nice to know that he didn't have just two spirits in hand to go wide around you.
Oh, and then there is the Andromeda getting rid of the one of the blockers, the freestyle. So that's going to take that away, which is very unfortunate. But he does have the Calamity Beast Pegasaurus still up as a blocker for the confront. So here we go with Ryan coring up, putting 2 back on both Scorch Battlefield, bringing the Andromeda up just a little bit with that 1 core. And
This
Gagano
is a very nasty.
Yeah, Gagano is at level 3 because of the cores, not by its own effect. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
And right now, there we go.
And he's still gonna draw 2 though, so that's unfortunate for Angel, but he does stay alive. Another turn. This is game.
Yeah, and his
2.
hand is very weak. Yeah, his hand is not very strong right now. Granted, all he needs to do is get rid of. He can't get rid of the blocker right here. Hippocampo's definitely great. We're gonna get another draw off of Paradise. He has the ability to just remove Andromeda off the field right now with Core Drain.
Yes.
But Gigarex is here to stay. Gigantorex is not going anywhere.
Yeah, with those 6 cores on it, it's definitely not going anywhere anytime soon.
And it's got to be rough because Ryan has to be sweating, but from our angle, we know that Angel's hand is spirit light.
Which is the unfortunate part because all he needed was, 1 more spirit. And does he have another spirit in hand? I must have missed it. Because he's playing it like there is another spirit in hand. So
big bluffer.
Okay, all right. Hey,
nice.
So he did draw another spirit. So let's see if he just powers through, which I mean in this case he probably should because there's no burst set for Ryan. And he has Overaptidon, Gigano, and another Scorch Battlefield. So all he needs to do, swing with everything. Yeah, and Ryan scoops it up. So we are going to see another game 3. Oh my gosh, that was well played by both players right there. Whew! Oh man, that was down to the wire right there. Another game 3. What do you think about that game 2 right there?
That was a Pog anime moment. That was the MC literally taking physical punishment for the entirety of the fight, just to like have that one moment where you see between his arms and his guard, and that one eye is like still determined, and he just eventually just comes through for game later. Like that was a Pog MC moment. That was good. People 100. May have been shooketh, but yeah, Santiago had faith in his deck and his piloting ability, and he got there. And like we said, it's kind of rough because aggro is what aggro does, and especially on a very simplified low to the ground aggro with some bombs, like Gigantorex, red still is prone to where if you cannot last the storm, they are sitting there top decking. And once you break the board past that position, they don't really get back into the game. All Santiago had to do was have more attacks outside of that confront that was inevitably coming at him every turn, and it was pretty good. So I'm really glad that Santiago got to hold out until he was able to see his shot, and now we're sitting here looking at another game 3. So this is intense.
Yeah, no, that was a great showing by Angel, just having the faith in his deck, being able to just stay in it no matter what Ryan threw at him. That was kind of a nail biter, to be honest, because everything came down to the wire. All right, here we go for game 3.
Yeah, we didn't see that. Ooh. Here we go. I see light. Yeah. I see volcanic breaking.
Oh no, not again. Let's see if and he has the Hippocampo to punish the first turn Nexus.
I love it. Yes. You love to see it.
He could also play the freestyle too, because he has enough cores. So, but he's just Oh, he's just playing the freestyle instead of punishing with the hippocampo. Interesting.
I think it's kind of weird because like what you have to give, like yes, he could swing the hippocampo, but with Scorch Battlefield already established at this point, and
Yeah.
this being game 3 and things being a little tense, he might be respecting his opponent's ability to just immediately put 2 cores on this guy and swing for draws. He
Yep.
does
No,
not want Alex
that
to
is
get that
100%
momentum this
fair.
game.
Yeah.
Or Ryan,
Completely
sorry.
fair. Yeah. Completely fair. I definitely agree. I mean, the later that it gets in the game, the more Scorch Battlefield is gonna hurt him. So yeah, no, playing it around it, keeping the hippocampo in hand is a good call. I think a lot of players would have gone for the punish to get that extra core into your life with the hippocampo. But yeah, no, I think Angel's call to play the freestyle, and then because he has the Airvada in hand as well to bring back the freestyle, like that was just a good play. Yeah.
And yeah, you got to think about it. Like, if that hand had like a raptor in it, or maybe even another rain needle and raptor, you could have converted that to like 3 draws. Like, that could have been disastrous. Had you just like played the hippo and just let it swing.
Very, very true. All right, so Bearded Eagle is coming down very early, only with 2 reductions, so he has to pay 1. The Bearded Eagle is going to be at 6,000, attacking into the life and drawing Ryan a card here.
It's a big boy.
Yeah, and so he does leave the Rain Needle up. Angel did draw an Ice Shield for turn, so that is great. He has God Beast, Hippocampo. We're looking over at Ryan's hand now. He has Burning Force, Volcanic Canyon, Flamefish, Dream Bomb, Gigano Rex. Whew, all of those removal magic cards, and a Bearded Eagle. So
He is crazy. Wow.
Very good hand. And then we see a Phantasmal Paradise coming down for Angel.
The fact that Santiago is going to have to play like 4 more bodies before something sticks is kind of wild. Like, this is the hand is kind of stacked on Ryan's side.
The unfortunate thing here too is the fact that Burning Force is going to get that insane value right now. Yes, and it gets rid of both. So he's only going to have the freestyle on the board to be able to defend for next turn, and Ryan is going to draw some more cards, most likely.
No, I mean, I'm not even gonna say no. The Andromeda that just was drawn there.
Yep. Oh, did he pay 2 for it? Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, I think he paid 2 for it, but he doesn't have a response in hand or any type of magic, so I don't know if it'll matter. But
just clean play and stuff. Yeah, but this is bad. It's bad.
All right, Rain Needle getting in there, drawing another card.
Drawing off of Scorched.
Yep, and then Bearded Eagle
the taking of getting rid of Freestyle, drawing 2, dealing 2 damage. Ryan is starting to pull ahead at lightning speed.
Ooh,
all right, dual eagle off the flying turtle on a draw. Yes. Keep going.
Right? I mean, he kind of has no choice in this situation, but little does he know that there is a volcanic break in Ryan's hand again.
Little does he know, there's always a volcanic break in Ryan's hand. After he plays 4 volcanic breaks, I'm assuming there's still a volcanic break in Ryan's hand. He is just throwing those left and right.
Very, very true. All right, so Dual Eagle is at 6,000. It is attacking with Blessed, so he will go back to 3 unless it gets destroyed right now. It is at 7,000 because of the Phantasmal Paradise.
I mean, yeah, but like Dual Eagle for the up team time might just get braked off the field. The Soul Core is still alive. He doesn't have to kill any of his bodies to hit Dual Eagle right now.
Dual Eagle's out of range actually because it's at 7 with the Phantasmal.
Oh yeah, 6. Yeah. It breaks.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. The core is under
So
the Phantasmal.
He would have to Dream Bomb it back to hand, so he would have to pay 5 for it, which is quite costly.
That's not worth it
at the moment. Yeah.
You just gotta let that one go through.
Yeah. He is just taking it and letting Angel get blessed here with the attack.
I think this is the first time I've seen cores underneath Phantasmal this entire run or feature matches.
No one has done that as of yet, but Angel definitely did not want to get punished by Volcanic Break again. So he was like, "Yeah, you're not doing it during my turn. You're gonna have to activate it during your turn if you want to destroy my Dual Eagle here."
Meanwhile, Ryan, wait, that thing stopped my Volcanic Break? No, get out of here. Like, I want it dead.
Andromeda said bye-bye to Phantasmal Paradise. All right, let's see. So Flying Turtle is at 3,000 right now. Andromeda is attacking to attack over. And, you know, if that, I believe that's an Ice Shield in his burst, but if it wasn't, it would be possibly game right here.
It is a little, he's got to stop that no matter what. This is pretty rough right now. Trying to for the life because he knows he's going to need it. Oh. Yeah. So preserving the life tool because he knows he's gonna need it, and yeah, we're still struggling uphill. The free still is good. This is very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the camera took a little nap right there for a second, so excuse us. But yeah, Angel,
it was 210.
The 0.2 of a moment for the camera to handle. So it's just an uphill battle for Angel at the moment. I mean, we saw it last game though too. He outlasted 3 or 4 volcanic breaks and multiple burning force as well. So, you know, maybe he can do it again.
I do applaud Santiago's ability just to be calm and collected in these moments. Like,
yeah, no, 100%. Because a lot of players would get very flustered in the situation, just being where it is at the moment and seeing Ryan's field being presented against them. So, no, his ability to stay calm and collected during all of this, especially last game, being able to play out of that what looked like an insurmountable lead, was very, very speaks very highly of him. So yeah, no, great job on Angel's part. All right, so play is back to Ryan at the moment. He has a ton of cards in hand at the moment, so Flamefish, Gigano, Volcanic Break, so Dream Bomb, Dino Man. Trying to see, I believe, is there another Andromeda as well? Yes, there is. So Andromeda is going to get rid of the free stuff in the main step, which is very unfortunate. Okay, so he has another has a Star Blast draw in hand as well. So we see Angel's Hand, Exhaust Nexus, Core Theft, and a couple other cards.
And we also have to keep in mind that there are just over 8 minutes left in this round. And with the wall of bodies that's building up, we're just at a point where if Ryan just stays at his current life and doesn't let a bless through, that's it. If Ryan does one more damage and just holds his field, that's it. Like, there's a lot. This is looking like it might come down to time because neither of these decks is necessarily ready to give up quite yet.
All right, so swinging with the Bearded Eagle now. Let's see what happens for Angel. We do know that he has an Exhaust Nexus in hand, so it would only get rid of the Rain Needle at this point because of the Scorched Battlefield and the fact that the Eagles are at level 2, so they're at 6,000. So let's see how he plays it through. And Arcana Knight Hex is going to block. Exhaust Nexus? Yep. Okay. So Exhaust Nexus is going to come down. Reduce everything by 3,000. And the... Yeah, all right. And so the Hex is going to live. The Bearded Eagle is going to... Bearded Eagle and Rain Needle are going to go down here if Ryan does not have a response.
Yeah, with only one core and like you'd have to pull off some stuff. But yeah, this is it's a little rough. He's still got some stuff he can come in with, but they could get blocked at this point for Giga Game.
This is game 3. And there's the Volcanic Break again on the Dual Eagle.
Yeah, I was like, oh no. Anyway, like, I'm shocked. He has played his 9th Volcanic Break this match.
And the fact that the Eagle was going to be destroyed as it was, getting rid of the Soul Core on it is not a bad thing at all. So... All right, and then pushing forward with Andromeda.
It is rough. We are now at a point where there's no Blessed on the field. We are just over 5 minutes left, and it's 2 life to 4 life. Ryan is about to catch this turn in a minute. Like, very scary.
We know that he has, what's that? Is it Core Theft in hand? Alice. Oh, there's a God Beast. Okay, that big body at least, and then
correct.
Another Arcana Knight Hex. Okay. All right, so just putting big bodies out there at the moment.
Read cards in hand is not looking that good compared to the entire grip that Ryan currently has, with his board being pretty established.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Arcana Knight Hex is a 6,000 attack or BP at level 3, so it's not that small, actually. It's a decent BP, but not when face down with multiple confront spirits here, being boosted by Scorched Battlefield. All right, so we do see the Andromeda attacking and activating the confront, or just proccing the confront. So blocks with Arcana Knight Hex, the first one anyways. And attacks with the second one with confront at 11,000.
Mm-hmm.
And Godbeast is trying to trade here. Oh, okay. Never mind. Not trading at all. He is trying to make sure that the second Andromeda is going to be destroyed.
Very much so. And I definitely like this play.
Yeah, 100%. He does not have an Ice Shield, so this is his pseudo Ice Shield here. Oh, the Dream Bomb. Oh, no.
Ryan had everything. This
is wild. Bearded Eagle attacking, and Arcana Knight Hex has to block, and so they end up trading.
So here we are once again at the top of the turn with no reduction.
Nothing left up. And he's going to play back the God Beast.
This game is emotionally draining.
Right?
Santiago has the heart of a champion, but like Ryan is just overlording this. Like this is oppressive.
And there's just about 2 minutes left in the game as well. All right, so here's the God Beast back at 11,000. God Beast back again.
Oh no.
And then we know that he has an Alice and a Core Theft in hand. So in this situation, they really don't do very much. All right. So Hippocampo does bless Angel back to 3 life.
Mm-hmm. Would you have tried to use a Core Theft on one of the Andromedas right now? I'm kind of like Core Drain, right? It's Core Drain.
Was it Core Drain? I thought it was Core Theft because he had.
Was it Core Drain or Core Theft? Oh, it's Core Theft. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind then. Sag.
Yeah, he does not have the hand for Core Theft right now, unfortunately. Let me see. I'm gonna try to verify that real quick. So I believe it was a Core Theft. Yeah, so he mains 1 Core Theft and he left it in. So that is the card that he has with Alice in his hand.
Yup. This is kind of going wild.
Yeah, I mean,
and look at the amount of gas that's still in his hand.
Yeah, Ryan just goes wide here, and
there's
nothing that Angel can do in this situation. So Ryan is definitely going to move on to the finals here. Yep. So blocks.
Santiago going down with the ship right here.
Yeah. And here we go. Dino Man swinging out. Oh, I mean, he does have the Core Theft to... Well, no, never mind. There's 3 attacks still. I was going to say the Core Theft does stop this Dino Man or the Flamefish, but yeah, this is going to be game here.
It's very rough here. He's about to close out game 3 in 10 seconds. I'm dead.
He got rid of the Andromeda. Yeah, there we go. And then
that game... time in the round doesn't matter. Wow, they actually fist bumped. He conceded right at 0. Look at that.
Yes.
There we go.
Perfect timing. Awesome game to get us into the finals. Let's see if the other game has finished as well. To see if... Okay. Woo! Very exciting stuff, actually, guys. Very exciting stuff.
Oh, man. Are we hitting the rematch? Are we hitting the rematch?
We are getting our rematch from our earlier feature matches. Allende Ross did win this last round against Joe. So we are going to get our rematch from the feature match. So redemption twice in one day for Allende. We'll see.
Yeah, this is actually crazy.
Yeah, this is insane.
Yeah, this is... Oh, my gosh. No, this is a Pog anime moment too.
It really is.
Imagine getting all the way up to the finals and having the chance to rematch the guy that gave you your only loss. The only dude that kept you from a flawless 9-0 finish on day 1 is now the guy standing between you and the grand prize of a grand open. This is history. No. Like, this game ain't even old yet, and this is history.
Very, very MC like energy for Allende here. Coming back from that loss on stream, digging all the way through, and then meeting his, dare I say it, nemesis, Ryan Valentino, in the finals of the Columbus Grand Open. This is very exciting, guys. So let's just verify if we have the bracket. We will show it that way. We can make sure that everyone is aware. But yeah, it doesn't look like we are getting that teammate finals that that they were hoping for. So yeah, here we go. Here's the confirmation. So Allende Ross on yellow control, Ryan Valentino on red pterosaur in the finals of the Columbus Grand Open.
Ryan being on stream for his 4th time this weekend. He is the superstar of this live stream. But like this is a great video. So I mean, I don't know. I think we can probably take it to break real quick while they get prepared. We can get our last things prepared and then roll it in. Is that?
Over. Yeah, they probably have to get everyone moved over.
Yeah.
So you probably have to take just a small break here to get everything set up. Make sure both finalists are, set up and ready. But thank you everyone to being here, all 160 of you. So thank you so much, everyone. We're going to take a small break and we will be right back.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So we are here in the finals of the Columbus, Ohio Grand Open for Battle Spirit Saga. And this is one heck of a tournament breakdown. We have had a lot of people going in, people getting 2-0'd left and right on the features, but we are finally here at the apex of this tournament, and it could not be any more hype. On one end, we have Ryan piloting Pterosaur, who's been going through his opponents left and right. But on the other end, we have Mr. Ross, who went through day one with an X1 record, and his only loss in that day one of the event was to the gentleman sitting in front of, actually, I think it was like just the Swiss in general. Yeah, it was just the gentleman sitting right across from right now. So they've battled each other once. They know the general game beat. And now Ross is here hoping to get his chance at redemption to win the entire tournament. Meanwhile, Ryan's over here trying to have a clean finish to the rampage that he has been leading all weekend. I am so psyched to see this tournament end and see who actually just becomes the champion here. What about you, Corephish?
Yeah, I am very, very excited. This is, like you said before the break, some anime main character energy going on, and it is just filling me with so much joy and happiness to see. Both of these players are great players, and they're going to get us started right now. So let's jump right into the game. All right, so we got Ryan starting off with a Scorched Battlefield, and Allende responding right back with a Blessed Cathedral.
Yes, both people know what they're kind of in for, so there was no fear just playing this out. And yeah, we are off to a good start.
Yeah, and also something that we did not mention is Ryan has not lost a match yet. The only loss on his record is the concession to his teammate. So he has been on an absolute tear throughout this tournament, and it's just continuing here. It looks like by swinging and drawing 2 cards with his spirits.
Mm-hmm. This is a very, very, very good start to his game plan. Not only dropping his opponent down to 3 life when we know that 2 is on the door, 1 is right out the way, and now we're over here looking at this game where he's just gone +2 off of the board that he already has. This is good. It's a very good start for Ryan.
Yeah, very, very good. Very, very strong start for Ryan. Scorched Battlefield into 2 draws, putting your opponent down to 3 this early is, can be game breaking. But we've seen Allende come back from worse, to be honest. In his last feature against Pterosaur, he was, up against the wall and in one of the games, and he came back and won it. So yeah, I mean, he knows how to play through this matchup.
Very much so, correct. We are seeing this. Yeah, we've seen this matchup before. We know what can happen on the negative side. We also know what this game looks like when Danye likes, or when he actually stabilizes. We know what this is like. So this is going to be very, very, very tense this next couple of turns, because we're going to see who pretty much gets off the ground in the way they need to first. And this field is scaring me just a little bit because it is very main phase burning forcible.
And we see the burning force right. we see a Burning Force right on the top of Ryan's hand there. So, I mean, if Blessed Cathedral gets hit with the Burning Force here, which it probably will, might spell trouble for Allende. And it looks like that is probably what's going to happen. Yep. And there we go. The Blessed Cathedral going down is gonna, halt his progress just that bit. So that was a big Burning Force right there.
Very crucial at the start of this. And here we have
freestyle blocking. Yeah, drawing a card, doing a little bit of work, and then Ryan's passing.
Yeah, he knows that he's already in the danger zone. I mean, he can definitely stabilize from 3 life, but he cannot just keep taking damage. Now, that's a great follow-up. It's great to have the other Blessed Cathedral.
Yeah, having another Blessed Cathedral is very fortunate for Allende because it'll get him back in the game again. I mean, if he puts another core on Carbulk and the 3 cores on Blessed Cathedral, then it could be very fortunate position to try to get him back into the game. We do see that Ryan does have Gigano Rex already, as well as an Ice Shield in hand. So we are, it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens from here. And he opts to play the Aravata instead. So two yellow spirits on the board.
He's keeping up his bodies. Blessed Cathedral is going to get him a good core when the Aravata blocks to get the freestyle back. So we're looking at a pretty decent setup. He's nowhere near out of the woods yet, but he's starting to try to creep his way towards stabilization.
Yeah. And then we see another burning bearded eagle come down for free with the full reduction, and then the Gigano Rex. Yep, there we go. Rex has arrived.
Yeah, despite levels of skill, because both of these players are very, very skilled. Sometimes when you were running hot, you were running hot. And I have seen Ryan draw so well across this tournament. He is just, he puts the terror in Terrorsaur, for real, for real.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. Allende is going to get a core from the Void into his reserve and be able to bring back his freestyle. So, I mean, it's not a total lost cause yet, especially because he gets a draw and another core. But he is definitely playing off the back foot right now.
Oh, does he even get to keep this freestyle? It might have just been on the field to be off the field. There's a lot of pressure coming this turn.
Yeah, he can't keep it. He has to block and get that draw and the extra core. He needs the ramp right now and the card in hand. So yeah, that freestyle was definitely there just to take a hit for him.
Poor Koala.
Yeah, poor little guy. Only 2,000 BP. But he does have a much bigger, what is that? Is Carbulk a squirrel, I'm guessing? I think it looks like a squirrel.
Squirrel fox.
He does have he does have a much bigger gem beast on the field to be able to help him block. But it's still going to go down to the Bearded Eagle because of the Gigano Rex boost and then also the Scorched Battlefield boost as well.
Of course, passing not to let Blessed slip through the cracks, if that is what Allende is planning to do. I think I saw another Ice Shield in his hand, so we're kind of waiting to see what he plays. Oh, hesitated on the Paradise. Okay.
And then he plays it. Yep. So definitely a good card there. Honestly, I know everyone thinks that Blessed Cathedral is super threatening, but I think Phantasmal Paradise is up there with it because of the draw. That free draw that you get every turn from playing your Fable Beast is just so good.
Yep, and together, it's just the combination that means you're going to have lots of cards in hand, lots of cores to play them, and that's just where you want to be, the constant stream of attacks. And this is exactly why Bearded Eagle did not swing last turn. Wanted to make sure that this guy is not getting any free life, no night draws if he had that in hand too, like just none of that.
Yeah, I mean, especially because he plays not only Hippocampo, but definitely plays Dual Eagle as well. The threat of Blessed was always there. So keeping up the Bearded Eagle to block was 100% the correct call, because he doesn't want him to live any longer than he has to, as well as being able to just whittle down his life. Also, he does not want that happening. And the Bearded Eagle does. Ooh, and there is the huge Exhaust Nexus.
That's a very good one.
So it is reduced by 3, so it's going to cost 4 total.
Right card to rip, but now he's starting to wonder where he pulled the cores from.
He wants that extra draw too.
Sometimes you cannot have it all, and this is one of those situations where
exactly.
now maybe just fatigue setting in, but normally on stream, Ross has been very meticulous with the way he plays his game. So I'm very surprised that he played Exhaust Nexus and then had to kind of wait a second, where are these coming from?
Yeah.
Because that is generally just not him.
Yeah, that Exhaust Nexus was very, very important right there. He just cleared 3 spirits from Ryan's side of the field. So very, very good Exhaust Nexus right there. And then we see Burning Force.
Keeping him directly in the game.
Yep, exactly. Those magic cards are going to come in clutch a little bit later. Kind of like Mickey's Mouska tools. You know, it's a handy tool that's going to help us later.
And the cool part is we see a suppression in the hand, and we see a Dream Bomb in BANDAI's hand, and just if both of those cards get saved late enough in game, we're probably going to see a really neat interaction where a suppression is played and a Dream Bomb is played in response for the Giga punish. But this is Ryan still has gas, immediately responding with 2 OVs. This is scary. We are still nowhere near out of the woods yet.
Yeah, 2 over Raptidon and the Gigano Rex still on Ryan's side of the board is not a fun sight. Not one that you want to see sitting across from you.
And right now, this is the absolute terror of like Scorch Battlefield being the way it is. He took 2 cards out of his hand, but then immediately got 2 cards back. And it's just like, at that point, it's just free damage. Like, you didn't really have to invest in this. You replenished your hand. This is the main reason why you need to be blocking cards like this if you can, just because exchanges like this.
Yeah, what I would love to see Allende draw right now would be that Nalman Guard, to be honest. You know, to try to at least chump block a little bit. Gagano's probably not going to attack in that situation, but we do see the Burning Force on the Scorch Battlefield. He said, enough of that Nexus. Let's get rid of it so we can deal with your smaller spirits here.
It did get in a lot of work, though, for what it is worth, that previous turn. So we're looking a little bit rough right here, especially with the Ende down to 2 cards in hand. The control deck never really operates well off of a back foot like this. Neither one of them being a Fabled Beast Spirit also hurts with the Paradise on board. His car is stuck in neutral right now. There's no gas. This is very, very, very bad at this moment in time.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, he just needs to draw another Fabled Beast Spirit to be able to, start that engine going again. But it's looking like he's going to have to let the Hippocampo go down here. That way he can draw a card. The only bad thing about that is that he has no other spirits in hand or on the field. So and there's the Burning Force on Ryan's side as well. He said, you know, you Burning Force my Nexus, I Burning Force yours. Eye for an eye.
Yep. Cutting off the Blessed Cathedral is essentially a 2-for-1 simply because now when he blocks via confront, he's not getting that core, nor is he getting the draw. That was a very, very big hit. And now he's sitting here forcing an Ice Shield versus these 2-1-drops.
Yeah, that is not what you want at all. So hopefully he draws a Fabled Beast here and gets him some type of footing back into this game.
Yeah, we are in trouble. Unless this draw is monumental, we are moving on to game 3. Dual Eagle is very good.
There's a Dual Eagle. It doesn't. Well, I guess Gigano Rex is suspended or is exhausted. So at least the Dual Eagle doesn't automatically, you know, go down here. And then a Starblast draw off of that Phantasmal Paradise.
What did he get?
Ooh,
okay, an Ice Shield.
Yeah,
we are living. We're not back, but we are living.
And an Angelic Pressure. It does get rid of one of the Overraptidon, at least at the moment. But he can actually spare the 1 core for it. Because it'll cost 1 right now with the reduction. So
yeah, that was a very good string of draws. He needed exactly what he got. Swinging with a Dual Eagle, hopefully bringing his spirit, his cores back up in the life zone. I mean, at this point, I don't really see the issue with denying him on this one.
Yeah, you already have a Gigano on the field, so it's not like he needs the reductions for that initial one. One is already stuck on the board, so it's not terrible.
Oh no.
Oh, and then there is the suppression.
Okay. So we're now seeing the opportunity to attempt to punish with the Dream Bomb. The only thing though here is if he does Dream Bomb, Ice Shield is dead in the water next turn.
Yeah, he kind of just has the Angelic Pressure here. Oh, I mean, okay, he's gonna Dream Bomb it.
Okay. He gets to keep Dual Eagle, but like, isn't that just game 1?
Let's see.
Yeah, I know he's on the back foot and he's probably already mentally thinking about game 2, but this one is just very rough. You know, the Giganto just went back to hand. He's got a fair amount of cores. I just think that right now we are looking at. We are very much so. Like, he is getting another life back. That's good. The blast did go through. This is all before the blocking step. This is kind of a little odd too. Do we wait until, like, do you think he should have waited until I guess there's no way to block with Giganto Rex before yeah, never mind. So that had to be sequenced the way it was sequenced. But yeah. Now we're in a weird space. He's for sure gonna get some draws. Let's open up the floodgate for draws right here. Yeah, just unloading the hand. One of these shots is going to get through for a draw 1, and at least one more is getting through for a draw 1. I am not sure how I feel about that Dream Bomb. The Angelic Pressure is nice, though. But yeah, he's still at a position where he is not getting through with that Ice Shield's not doing anything.
No. It is not. So he's gonna have to take it. Let Ryan draw 1.
Yeah, Ryan's got the burst down. He is not afraid of anything. And yes, we can go back up to 2. It's what needs to be done. But We are just like, how many cards does BANDAI have in hand? Is it just one right now?
I think he did go down to one,
Up
just
to
the
two?
suppression. Yeah, now he's back up to 2.
Yeah. Crossing fingers for his sake that he has a fabled beast in hand.
And maybe, yeah,
Yep.
it looks like he drew a spirit. Yeah, it's
Looks like it.
okay. It is a
Oh
hippocampo.
wow.
Perfect. Did he
What?
draw another ice shield?
What? Oh, that's nasty. If he did, he might just be answering top decks.
Wow. Oh, Ryan has another suppression as well in his hand.
Mm-hmm. Not willing to use it though yet.
Maybe on the hippocampo. Yep.
There we go.
Now, do you suppression back as well?
I don't know what he has face down. He drew and he put it face down. There's a lot of information that we don't have with that one card.
True. Yeah, Rain Needle is at 7,000 now. Yeah. Okay, so he does suppression here.
Yeah, he said this has got to go through. Now this is crazy because with what he did, like if that's not an ice shield, he is the best bluffer of all time. Like he is the GOAT of bluffing.
Right, exactly.
This man has 0 cards in hand. If he just scoops and flips over like a dream bomb, I'm dead.
Oh my gosh. If that's what it actually is.
I mean, to be fair though, a dream bomb would cause him to not lose the game unless his opponent played. Unless Ryan dropped like 4 bodies here.
I mean, he does have
maybe 3 more bodies.
Cards in hand, so we do see a Giganorex on the very top. 2 Giganorex.
2? Yeah, that's nasty.
Probably gonna play both. Yep, and here comes the second.
Is the going on right here? That better be Ice Shield. Oh, that better be Ice Shield. And the worst part is, even if that is Ice Shield, he's got blockers, and on top of blockers, he literally has Ice Shield. So
yeah,
it's just rough. I just don't see, like, man needs to top deck a Fabled Beast, and then he needs to top deck Insane outside of that Fabled Beast. There's just a lot of variables going on.
It has to be like turtle into like a freestyle or something like that to get him at least decently back in the game.
But even with that being said, yeah, I mean, you're in the finals. You are playing for the big bucks right now. There's just no shot. You have to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
We're still not. There's no time limit going on here, so he has the ability to at least see how this game 1 goes and then move on to game 2.
Oh, okay. So it was the nice shield.
Dog.
Right, there we go.
If he just doesn't draw a Fabled Beast, then like that's the scoop. Yeah. That's the scooperoonies.
Oh, he kept it face down. What is it?
He does not. I just don't think he wants us to see his hand anymore. Like he's tired of this.
So 2 10,000 blockers up right now on Ryan's side.
Yeah, and it's not a Fabled Beast. Like, I could be wrong. Call me out if I'm wrong. But if it's a Fabled Beast, you immediately play it and you see your next card.
Oh, 100%.
It doesn't even matter which Fabled Beast it is. So, like, was that a pressure? I thought I saw some pink.
Oh, yep. It's the angelic pressure.
GG.
All right. Well, Ryan takes game 1 here in the finals of the Columbus Grand Open. So we'll see what Allende can do in game 2. Now let's go check out their sideboards and see see what each player will most likely come in with.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. If you're Ende, you have to be having like war flashbacks right now. Like, that game one is a very reminiscent of their last game one. It was just an almost one-sided, like, just march against his board. This is not that great. So I'm looking at his sideboard right now, right?
Yeah.
Obviously we bring in the core drains for the Gigas. That's just what it is. But Ryan is smart, and Ryan has played against him before. There's a high chance that a Giganto is not turning sideways without 4 cores on it for the rest of the game. There's just a high probability. He already has Burning Force all in the main, 4 copies of Burning Force, mind you. So I don't really see him bringing in the Feral Slash. Like, Scorch Battlefield is important, but I don't think it's 5-6 cards of Nexus removal important. I think really the main thing he does bring in here are those core thefts. And just to remind the audience, he's got 2 Ice Maidens, he's got 2 Counter Swords, both not good against this matchup. 2 Feral Slashes, which is a possibility. 1 Enterprise, which we're not enterprising right here, and then he's got 3 or Rains, which is going to be the best removal for Giganto, unless unless he just fits around it with the 4 core. So we're looking at potentially. I know he's got to be nail biting right now. What are you thinking for Valentino?
So Ryan does have 2 copies of Andromeda, 2 copies of Derm Dyna, 2 copies of Dream Bomb, 2 Core Drain, Volcanic Break, and Volcanic Canyon. So we're definitely going to see the 4th Volcanic Break come in. That just proves so crucial in the last matchup, and then also the Andromedas. So those will definitely all come in. I wouldn't alter his main deck too much because he already has the 3 Flamefish in as well for this matchup. And yeah, so I would just say those 3 cards out of the 10 in the sideboard. And I want.
Yeah, this is about to be tense. Already shuffled up, already drawing their hands.
And a really cool fact here too that you don't see very much in most tournaments is that after Swiss, these players were ranked 1 and 2. So to see them in the finals together is just speaking very, very highly and like very reflective of their Swiss standings.
All right. Well, I mean, this is looking very familiar. That's where the timeline diverged right there. I thought we were about to see a straight repeat. So yeah, we and this time we have his Nexus established and him destroying his opponent's Nexus, which is the exact opposite of what happened. Does that mean we might get a game 2 sweep by Ross? Is this an indicator of the fates?
So we see
There's a lot of
Rain
one-shots in that hand.
Needle, yeah, Rain Needle, 2 over Aptodon, Dino Man, Starblast draw, and a Dilophosa in his opening hand. So let's see how Ryan decides to play this through. Dino Man definitely is very optimal here, and then a Rain Needle.
There's a lot of hands going on here. And this is very, very good. Swinging in with the Rain Needle, but leaving the Dynaman back because currently he's level 3 and will be big enough to block any sort of Blessed threat that Ayonde can actually bring out. And so you can't run Blessed into that. He opts for the Penten, and we already know what Penten does in this deck. We just do.
And then we have 3 cores on Blessed Cathedral. So if that Penton does have to block, then he's going to draw a card as well as get a core from the Void into the reserve when his Penton is destroyed.
It is almost like Ayonde can sense when we use the hand cam. But we've got Sword Angel, we've got Dream Bomb, we have got Ice Shield, we have got Suppression, I think, and there's one more card to the left that I can't quite tell. Is that Carvata? Yeah, there we go. All right. He's been dodging us, but we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the hand.
All right, so Sword Angel coming out and an Ice Shield set. And he does get to play that Angelic Pressure for free with Penton's ability, as well as the reductions. So that card might come in. Handy pretty shortly here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do have good eyes. We have to have good eyes to be commentators. And I activated the Mangekyo Cloudagon in order to check all of his cards before he could put his hand down the table for the 18th time.
Yeah, little do you guys know I have the Renegon too, so I can see everything as well. All right, so Starblush draw from Ryan and just passing after playing the Volcanic Canyon as well. So we go over to Allende, who drew another Blessed Cathedral. That is pretty great in this simplified situation right now. So let's see if he opts to play it. It does cost 3, so he would have to take some cores off of Penton, possibly one off of the other Blessed Cathedral. So he might not opt to play it right now. Having that extra core generation, though, with having both up, could come in handy, but looks like he's just opting to core up on both the Penton and the Sword Angel instead.
Yeah, playing the Blessed Cathedral right here definitely puts him in a position where he is a little weak on the amount of cores he has to defend himself, but also all those extra cores don't necessarily mean as much unless you have the cards to play with them. And right now he doesn't have any draw online, so it's just not really worth establishing the second Cathedral.
Agreed. Yeah, no, 100%. And it does look like Ryan did draw the Gigano Rex as well as a Dino Man off of the Volcanic Canyon and the draw for turn. And he has a Volcanic Break in hand. Just got to mention that.
Of course he does.
MVP
of course he does.
Ryan's weekend.
Like we're discarding Dino Man. Of course he's got Volcanic Breaking Giga Rex.
100%, yes. All right, so Canyon does go up to 1 core, bringing to level 2 to make sure that everything goes up by 1,000 during his attack step. But he just passes back. And we see an Exhaust Nexus added to Allende's hand. So
yeah, you start reading your opponent, especially when you've had multiple times during a tournament play them. And I just think that was a moment where, like, yes, could he have swung? Yes, could he have maybe gotten some damage in? Yeah, he could have gotten rid of some bodies, but he could have also given the dude an extra core or two when he can clearly see this man is poised to put something bigger on the board. Like, they're feeling each other out for this game.
Yeah, and so this turn, Allende does choose to play the second Blessed Cathedral. He is in Burning Force range on both of these spirits, though.
Burning Force would be crippling right now, like backbreaking, and it's interesting. He played the other Cathedral, and I think that just signals like it's blocking time. Like, I'm going to block you, I'm going to go up course, I'm going to start trying to play out of my mind. But if Burning Force comes down, like, in a main phase, my soul will just leave my body.
Yeah, instantly. And it looks like he discarded the Dadafosa for the Volcanic. Oh, and there we go. There is the Burning Force in the main step. Exactly what we were mentioning right now. Oh, man.
So no cores for you, no draws for you. Like, that is soul crushing.
And he can...
Yeah. And we know that his hand, Yande's hand, was Spirit Light. It is full of spells right now, and now with no bodies for suppression and no extra cores being generated, he's essentially got a Dream Bomb. That's it. And nothing has even been put on the board that's like that. It's...
Man, that was very unfortunate for Allende there. He just ended up losing his two spirits because he wanted to play that second Blessed Cathedral. But Exhaust Nexus does come
Yeah.
down, gets rid of two spirits. So, you know, Ryan is only left with the Dynaman on the field right now, and he just takes the
I'm
attack.
kind of like, I'm thinking about it. The turn before, do you just start swinging with the with those spirits, because like he opened himself up to a main phase. Like he definitely opened himself up to a main phase. I understand you want to keep him the block, but we know he has Ice Shield down. Given one more attack or moving into the attack step and getting blocked or anything, he has the cores to play it. I don't know. Sitting behind right there might have been a little scary. Now we can't go back.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. All right, so we do have a Dual Eagle to be able to try to punish the exhausted spirit on board.
He's fighting.
But we do see that volcanic break in Ryan's hand.
Yeah.
For it.
Well,
Yeah.
look at Volcanic Rage just waiting.
Oh man. I mean, he does get to draw and does get two cores though. So I mean, at least there's that this time.
At least he got a refund on that two-piece combo. Turn Dual Eagle into a crispy meal. This is just...
Yeah, Volcanic Break is just the bane of Allende's and all the other yellow players' existence this weekend, especially when playing against Ryan.
Yeah, dog. I've seen Ryan play. Actually, I was gonna say I've seen him play Volcanic Break more times than I've seen in the rest of the stream. But then again, he's actually been on 4 times, so that's plausible. That's plausible.
So that is exactly why you've seen it, played him play so much, or just Volcanic Break so much this weekend is because Ryan has been on stream 4 times.
Correct.
The natural predator of the eagle is the volcano, by the way. That's what chat says.
Sole predator of the eagle is the volcano. I'm so done. That's so good. Now, we're still at a point here where this is not necessarily away from Ross. Ross still hasn't been forced to use his Ice Shield. He's got Ervata there for the recursion. And yeah, once that brings back another target, when it dies, he's just going to be able to get more value off of Blessed Cathedral.
Yes.
He's not terribly out of the game yet, but this isn't looking the best for him. Yep, hold up. Getting worse.
And lots of free spirits, and then a 2-cost Gigano Rex coming down.
Doesn't want to be paper clipped. Forcing to confront here. But also ruining the potential of Exhaust Nexus by having the Rex swing first.
Yes. That is very important in this situation. Actually, everything is over the threshold right now because Overraptidon has 3 cores.
Wait.
Yeah, Bearded Eagle has 2, so it's at 5,000. And then even Dino Man, which isn't alone on the field like he normally is, he's above the range of Exhaust Nexus being at 2 cores. So
very much so true. I think
actually,
it also with the amount of cores sorry.
No, I was going to say the only card that would get hit by Exhaust Nexus would be Dino Man, actually, because he needs 3 cores to be at level 2.
I was also about to say, by swinging with the Giganto Rex first, he also has ruined the opportunity for Exhaust Nexus with like suppression to be any sort of factor with one thing on board.
Very true. All right, and Ryan is just exhausted out. Everything has swung after this Ice Shield, so let's see how Allende builds back his wall if he can.
Yeah, mini Tic Tacs, not too many cards to play. On the field, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Hold up.
There's the freestyle.
Hold up now. I wish we had a Paradise.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. But we do see Penton, Dream Bomb, freestyle, and a suppression. So gonna put at least 2 bodies on the board. He's gonna be able to bounce the Gigano, and then draw a couple cards as well during this, and stay alive with the Ice Shield that he set in his burst. So
yes, I very much so like what he's doing right now because he has options for the bounce. But if he blocks with Penton, if Penton survives and he blocks with it, he's just drawing like giga cards as long as it's in the attack step. But this is Ryan we're talking about. Like, he's just gonna draw down 2 volcanic breaks, call it a day. Now, I'm just, I'm scared, man. Nothing is safe right now.
I would not be surprised. The stream would not be surprised if he drew Volcanic Break here or a Burning Force in this situation because, well, Burning Force gets rid of the freestyle, but the Penton does stay alive. So that is kind of the good thing. At least he has another body to be able to ramp 2 cores and then also draw 2 cards for the Blessed Cathedral.
Yes, sir. Homeboy is dreaming about this redraw combo right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He desperately needs cards.
And there's another.
There is a volcanic break.
There is another volcanic break in Ryan's hand.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it could be 2 volcanic breaks. We're still fine here. He's still going to be able to Ice Shield. He's still going to get some draws, but this is rough. To be fair, it's still the same amount of draw. He's going to draw with the no wait, freestyle's attack. Okay, it's 1 less draw, but it's still better than 0 draws.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No, he sides the 3rd True Blade. Or sides the 4th,
Yeah.
sorry.
He sides the 4th one, yeah.
All right, and then
It is just too much.
Oh, and he blocks with the Penton. Wait, why?
100%.
Why?
He has. I feel like he has enough cores for the reduction, but blocking with the Penton allows him to draw 3 cards and still have the freestyle if he wants to block again.
Yeah,
I think trying to maximize the amount of cards he gets because he has more than enough cores. What he's to play on both the offense and defense. So
I was thinking more so for the Penton reduction for the initial cost of the Magic card, in case he wanted to bounce something with Dream Bomb or play Exhaust Nexus, or even that Chord Theft that he just drew. Like Penton just seems like the second card, but yeah, the extra card, I guess.
he needed a full reload, and those bodies were just there to fuel it.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
and looking thick.
And I agree. I mean, you don't need reduction with a whole bunch of cores, but the 1 cost off the initial Magic card that you play for turn is always nice, in my opinion. But yeah.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's taking it and Ice Shielding. Oh no! Big surprise.
Yeah, big surprise, and it's kind of. He doesn't have another Ice Shield, so he's going to need to still upboard.
Was that the 3rd Ice Shield?
Oh my gosh.
That was the 2nd, right? 2nd Ice Shield?
2nd or 3rd?
I think it was the 2nd. From when Ryan fanned out the trash, I only saw 2, but...
Yeah.
All right,
and this is going to be a little rough. God Beast Suppression is going to be very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I'm a little frazzled because I could have sworn that Volcanic breaking the freestyle in the main phase play there.
Yeah.
Again, Ryan is an excellent player. It's just that you can see that you have Inde on the back foot. So just playing out, cutting off his draws would have just kept that pressure there. Now, to be fair, I don't even think his hand is necessarily like, oh my gosh, he's got control of the game again. But you just gave him a lot more options than need be.
Yeah, exactly. So he does have a Dual Eagle, a Hippocampo, and Airvada, God Beast. He does have the spirits to be able to build a wall again, especially with all those cores.
This is straight nasty. The Airvada is just the instant confront target. If you don't confront, if you use Volcanic Break for whatever reason, you're still getting your stuff back. This is a very strong play because he's about to just realign the freestyle and just gain more stuff to do. This is very strong.
Yes, absolutely. So in Ryan's hand, he has the Volcanic Break, a Overraptidon, and I believe another Bearded Eagle. So not too much going on, just putting more bodies out there, while Allende's hand is just full of magic cards, double Exhaust Nexus, Dream Bomb. He has so much still left in his hand to be able to play.
And the cores to do it too, most importantly. I'm actually very much so. This is that point we've seen time and time again, and we've seen Ryan play out of it before, but we've seen other Terrasaur players crumble under it. Ryan has 3 cards in hand right now. If his board gets broken in the next 2 turns, it is going to be very rough to come back from this.
So the other good thing right now about Allende's hand is that he does have the it was either a core theft or a core drain. So getting rid of the guy Gigano is definitely presenting itself as an option. And with that, if he gets rid of the Gigano, he has double Exhaust Nexus as well to get rid of the smaller spirits on the board.
Truth. I think right now he's not necessarily like, yes, the 3K boost is powerful, but I think right now he's automatically in the position of, I've got suppression if I need to. I can block with Airvada to get my freestyle back.
Yes.
Like, he's very much so feeling confident in his ability to not die this turn.
100%.
He doesn't know that Volcanic Break is waiting, but it'd be what it'd be.
Yeah. So he did discard or trash another Volcanic Canyon with the draw or the effect of the one that's on the field right now. So I wonder what he drew. Oh, and then he does put the extra core on the Gigano Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, never mind. He moved it to the Bearded Eagle instead.
He still has a fair amount of cores on him, but
and he just passes. Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. To be fair, that was going to be a very dubious. Is that 3 Exhaust Nexus?
Triple Exhaust Nexus in Allende's hand.
But Exhaust Nexus is a. How much is this?
4.
How much is this right 4. Now?
So it'd be 12 cores to be able to play all 3.
Okay, but he has 12 cores though.
Yes, he does. He has 6 on the 2 Blessed Cathedrals and then 7 in the reserve. He could very well play all of his Exhaust Nexus and clear the board right now. And Ryan does not.
I would be actually sick.
I do not think Ryan has an absolute Ice Shield in hand either. Are we going to see a game 3 with this?
He's going for it. He's going for it. Not the triple Exhaust Nexus.
Oh, so it's 7 with 5 reduction. Okay. So it only costs 2?
Yo.
Oh, yeah, it only costs 2 for each. So he's only spending 6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was like, it has a really fat reduction. It's a high cost, but it has a fat reduction.
Yeah. You guys are
the third one. Yeah, the third one may be greedy, but like, oh my gosh, clearing the Giganta Rex out, get messed up.
Oh man, he is core thefting.
Lord have mercy.
Exhaust Nexus. Oh, he gets rid of
now
the
this is some main character energy.
Oh, he's just going for it right here. He is just going for game. Yep, and there's the Hippocampo.
Oh, this is nasty. This is very nasty. Now, we still have the Volcanic Break in hand, but he's got to be ready for that. Just swing in with the Bless. Try to get your life up. You're going to get Volcanic Break to some point, but you can at least leave up some blockers.
Let me see. So Ryan is at 5, so he does live past the turn still with that Volcanic Break in hand. But the Blessed is going to put Allende back to 3 life as well.
3 life, the very minimum, 4 at the max. No things on board, and him literally spending that long. He's got a lot of cores, but he just telegraphed the Volcanic Break. So Allende should be hip.
Yeah.
Allende should be hip to the fact that Volcanic Break is waiting in hand. He should not get caught off guard.
Yeah, definitely not. But Volcanic Break does turn Dual Eagle into KFC, like we said earlier. So
yeah, just another 2-piece combo. But I mean, by this point, the swing is happening. We still know there's suppression in hand. Aravata is going to be able to bring back Freestyle if he wants to. Like, there's a lot going on here.
So Allende actually just trashed the suppression.
Oh, he did trash it. Yeah. You were so correct. That's a little scarier. What does Ross got? 5 cards in hand? That's a healthy number.
Yeah.
Dino Man.
Ryan drew an Ice Shield too.
Ovi.
Yeah.
Nice. This is a good game too.
Yes. All right, so he trashes the Dino Man, sets the Ice Shield. All right, so Flamefish does come down. He's going to try to control the board a little bit, the field. So he does have an Overraptidon and Bearded Eagle. I don't know what are those the last 2 cards in hand? Yeah. The Overraptidon and a Bearded Eagle are the last 2 cards in hand. Oh, yep, Jax. Your Jax Fish is online, sir. All right, so he just passes back with the Flamefish and the Bearded Eagle, leaving Overraptidon in his hand. So back on to Allende's play. Let's see where he goes with this. I don't know what else he has in his hand or what he drew. So, it's a Penton. All right, so everything is at full with all of those cores that he has on the field. So let's see. Do you attack here? Or do you just kind of pass back again?
Flamefish is going to get into some stuff, but he's at 1 card in hand. I feel like pressing the offensive here is good. He's going to have to try to get rid of some things. Right now, Flamefish can get rid of... Is Aravata the only target right now for Flamefish?
Yes, actually.
Nasty.
I believe so. Yeah.
Very nasty. Nasty boy plays. Look at this. I think that this is just a very, very safe poke.
And Penton attacks directly for free. Because of the God Beast effect if he chooses to attack with Penton. So there is that.
Oh, is Hippo? Yeah, Hippo only has 2 levels. I didn't realize that. That's my bad.
Yeah. Hippocampus only has 2 levels. Just level 1 at 2,000 and level 2 at 4,000. Let's see. So actually, Hippo can be destroyed by Flamefish also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was like, wait a second. I didn't realize that. It's pressing.
Yeah, card bulk is pretty big, but the Bearded Eagle is bigger. So he's trying to get those 2 draws and those extra cores as well off of this exchange, or forcing the Ice Shield here as well. So either way,
I mean, he needs to put the there we go. He needs to put that Ice Shield away if he can. He needs to press the offensive. And he's trying to put himself in a position where his opponent has no choice but to get rid of. Yep, there we go. Opponent was not willing to touch.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, Penton is at 4,000 also. So he had 3 targets there. So Aravada, Hippocampo, and Penton. I don't know. I might have gotten rid of the Penton just because of the magic cards that are possible, but I guess Hippo was a good choice as well, because then if the Hippocampo attacked, he would be able to bless and then get back a life, even though he has Ice Shield. So
yeah, and this is just cause in the past. Right now, he's got Aravada, which pretty much presents 2 blocks, an Exhaust Nexus in hand, plenty of cores to go around. I think this is just a good place to be in.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we do see that Ryan is debating on what to trash. He has an Overraptidon, a Volcanic Break, and an Andromeda that he just drew as well in hand. So yeah, Allende did draw Namengard off of the Blessed Cathedral draws.
There's a lot. The OV is gone.
All right, so he opted to keep the Andromeda and the Volcanic Break. And he does play the Andromeda.
This Andromeda is pretty huge.
He gets rid of the Aravada. Okay.
He's just gonna. So he's preparing himself. If he doesn't like what gets brought out, it catches the lightning, or it catches the volcanic. So that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Still not the best position to be in, but it's better than it could be.
Yeah. So Andromeda, when summoned at level 1, 2, or 3, you destroy one of your opponent's spirits with 3,000
Nexuses or spirits.
Nexus.
Yes.
Yep. And then also at level 3, it does have Confront, and it's at 10,000. So smart choice here. He does pick the freestyle, and he's probably not going to see it get Volcanic Breaked. So
that's kind of rough. If he Volcanic Breaks and reveals that he has 0 cards in hand, he has no more tricks, and it's just that Ice Shield essentially keeping him from dying next turn. God Beast is going to be very, very big. Andromeda is pretty huge, but yeah, we're in a weird position right now, to be honest. Like, swinging here is going to get him so many cards.
He's going to draw 3 and gain 2 more cores off of this.
You're just going to hit him in the... I get not Volcanic Breaking if he was going to hang Andromeda back.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure how I feel about him letting his opponent double his hand.
Yeah, draw an extra card and get 2 more cores. Maybe he just feels like, yeah, I'm just playing it through so that I can see as many cards as possible, but he kind of sees the writing on the wall.
This is rough. He knows he has 1 more turn left at the very minimum, holding that Volcanic Break in hand. But we see what's going on. Like, yes, his opponent is not going to be able to do much. Ross is going to get stopped by this, but I'm not annoyed at the finals having no time limit. But I feel like this is some of this gameplay that is birthed by having no time limit.
Oh, 100%. I wouldn't have wanted to see this game with a time limit in any way, shape, or form, because these decks are just doing some great things, in my opinion. So let's see. So he does have another Ervata and a Phantasmal Paradise. So he's going to draw more. He's just spending all his cores because he's going to get them back with the Namengard.
Another staying in hand is interesting. Ooh,
Netherworld Depths, 2 core drains, and a core.
The freestyle?
Oh,
Yeah, he's like, that,
for
that one's got to come out.
yeah,
That one's got to come out. And now he just swings the Nomi Guard and gets all of his cores back. Yeah, we're seeing game two.
yeah,
We're
yeah.
seeing game two.
This board that he's built up, and
Sorry,
Ryan,
game three. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and Ryan only having one card in hand, even with the Ice Shield, this is just a bad situation for him right now. So he's gonna go to 2 cards, even though he has Volcanic Canyon on the field. But still, this is yeah, we're yep, definitely going to game 3.
He literally drawn Dynasty Ice Shield and said, all right.
Yeah. That is exactly what he needed in that situation, just to see another turn. But yeah, let's see if man, this is a great finals. And also, I'm very happy that we're going to a game 3 again. So for what, 10 rounds, we didn't see a game 3, and then finally we've seen 3 game 3s in a row, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It finally cranked up the intensity.
Yeah. I am very glad that we see a game 3, and I'm betting both players are, loving that just as much, even though it has been a long weekend. I probably wouldn't want to have it any other way. Going to game 3, just building up the suspense. Anime main character energy here for Allende and Ryan.
Very strong. Yeah, it's crazy, but just with the history of this tournament alone, it makes this going to game 3 just so much more memorable.
Yeah, especially in what is the biggest turnout that we've had for a Grand Open so far. The launch event was kind of an outlier because it was a pre-release event essentially, and it was again to celebrate the launch of the game. But Columbus having the largest turnout speaks volume about the game. So yeah.
So real quick, Valentina has opened up with Volcanic Canyon, Volcanic Break, Burning Force. Like there's a Bearded Eagle in his hand. There's an Ice Shield in his hand. And on the other end, we've got Freestole. Looks like we got couldn't tell that was Sword Angel or Freestole. I saw the giant yellow flowing Sword Angel, Freestole, Dream Bomb, Netherworld Depth. They both are opening strong, but in terms of what Ross is trying to do per game, dare I say, Ryan opened stronger.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. And he opened with the Canyon.
Homeboy's hand was lit.
Yeah, opening Canyon in this situation as well was just so good for him. Oh, and the Gigano, and he just tossed away the Ice Shield.
My lord. Yeah. He does not care. Are we about to get a Burning Force here?
I believe that is what is going to happen. Oh, okay. Well, he's going to play he can Rain Needle and then... I was going to say he could Rain Needle, then Burning Force. Actually, he Burning Force.
He's got the course.
Yeah. So Burning Force for 3, get rid of both of Allende Spirits. He's definitely going to Burning Force here.
Yeah, we go.
There is no reason not to.
You cannot let him set that up.
Granted, he is going to have Netherworld Depths open next turn, so he'll be able to play that. So we'll see what Netherworld Depths does for him in this situation.
Yeah, I'm wondering. He respects the hand. I know it, but I just feel like Netherworld Depths at this point. It's actually funny because Ryan's hand will not allow him to kill this in the following turn, but here we are. And even if he drops to 1 life, he will be able to get the Ice Shield off.
Yeah.
So I mean, wait.
And he'll draw 3 cards. So all right, let's see. So
yeah, that's the more important part.
Yeah, we see a Flamefish, a Gigano Rex, which he trashes actually. Just based on the rest of his hand. So Flamefish, we know that he has a Volcanic Break in his hand. And a Dino Man. Okay, there we go. So big 6,000 spirit, 6,000 BP spirit to be able to block with. Let's see if he's gonna give Allende another card by attacking with the Rain Needle or not. What would you attack in this situation, or just set up the board and pass basically?
I'm a little afraid at this point, but seeing as that he has multiple burning forces, being a red deck, and he has volcanic there. I mean, he is swinging to give draws. It's scary because you don't want to give a control deck cards, but if he gets more cards in a stage of the game where he can't use them, what use are they?
Yeah.
He's the rush deck. Rush deck got a rush. At this point, he's set up with Netherworld. You have to force that ice shield off the field. You have to force those cores out of his life, and you have to try to get him where it hurts before he has the ability to start using all these cards you're pushing in his hand. Right now, with no Blessed Cathedral set up, the only extra cores he's getting is from his life, and he only has so many of those before he dies. So I think right now, Ryan is switching gears, realizing that this is a setup that he can't allow to stay on the field for more than 3 turns. So he's just
Yeah.
trying to put him within kill range, hopefully getting that ice shield out of the way so we can kill him next turn. But unfortunately, the flip was not switched. I mean, Ross is very comfortable going down to 2 life here.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
Dream Bomb. Okay. All right.
ouch. That changes things.
Right. Well,
Yeah, that is true. He
Allende
can't burst
is-
from it.
Yeah. Allende is at a whole bunch of cores on what turn 3. So let's see
Yeah,
what he
this
can
is
do with all of them.
and I apologize, stream. I said like literally earlier in the turn that Ice Shield doesn't work because of the amount of cores he has in life versus there. He only had a soul core and then 3 or actually 4 in life. But this is a very rough place to be. Ice Shield can no longer be burst, but he is the one deck, the one color right now that can get himself back to 2 life easily.
Yes.
The issue is that Volcanic Break exists.
Yeah, and it is live right now. So Volcanic Break is going to be played for 3, so he would lose one of his. Well, he wouldn't have to lose anything because he just takes a life, and then Volcanic Breaks after that. But or he gets rid of one of his spirits, likely the Rain Needle.
Yeah, I think getting rid of his spirit is way more important than trying to. Yeah, he I think he benefits very much so from just getting that out of the way. Now, Allende has to put down body after body because he can't allow himself to be in a position where his only blocker gets smoked by the ice shield that he's seen come down, or not the ice shield, the volcanic break he's seen come down multiple times every single game. He needs to be able to establish multiple bodies so that he can ice shield.
Yes, absolutely. And there is the Carbulk. See, what does he do here? Especially, so he does have the Ice Shield in hand, so he has to keep cores up and blockers. So
I'm sad. If that was an ice shield face down, he would have still been at 2 life. But like,
yeah,
this is a very precarious situation. Now, granted, he's got blockers. Airvada's just a good card in general in this sort of situation. But hold up.
oh, so core drain on the Bearded Eagle.
With a grip that strong, I don't know about this one, Chief. Now he can block and then immediately move to. He can block and move to Ice Shield. But yeah, he will not be drawing.
Well, not only that, but
Or not.
it looks like so he only has 4 cores on the field. So if he Ice Shields,
Yeah.
he's gonna lose both of his spirits in this situation. He does. I mean, he
Yep.
does
He can
live the
block
turn,
and Ice
but-
Shield.
Yeah, but he just doesn't get the Airvada, value at all.
No Iravata value. This is a very, very rough turn. with the ice shield being the way it was, I'm not even sure if I vibe the core drain right there. I feel much more comfortable having the two blockers, seeing what he does, because he can remove one of them. Removing two of them might just neg his board entirely too much. So even if he had the double volcanic break, I don't think casting both of them would have been feasible in that situation. So it's just kind of sitting here for me, like, I don't know. If you know you're going to cut off the turn, you might as well keep those cores readily available. I'm not sure how I feel about the core drain.
Yeah, definitely. And the flamefish does come down. So it is threatening both of Bandai's spirits also. So, I mean, granted, he does have to destroy both of them as it is, so he could block the flamefish.
Yeah.
So,
Block the
it really doesn't get value,
flamefish.
but yeah.
It's kind of weird though, because it kind of feels like block the flamefish, ice shield, die next turn.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't want to be that dude, but
Let's see. How is Bandai going to respond to this? I mean, so he does have another core drain in the in his hand, actually. So it's not a wonder if he draws it. He does have one. But the fact of the matter is, he needs to block this, and then has to flash in the absolute ice shield in order to just live another turn.
kind of wondering what's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Ooh, Bandai is struggling right there. You can see the pressure is mounting.
It's true, but like I'm so confused about the line of thought on this play. Like we've seen his hand. If he just blocks the flamefish and the flamefish dies, then he's losing. He's losing the game right then and there, pretty much. If he blocks with the Ervata and brings something back, I mean, he's gonna have to use too many cores from the ice shield in the first place.
Yeah.
I am wondering what he's thinking about on this play.
So he did.
And then yeah, there we go.
Yep, he did. He did ice shield, so that's the good thing. So he does get another turn at the very least. Let's see what he can do with it. Ryan is in a very good situation right now. He is very comfortable. And he's just shaking his head because he knows that he's in a very bad situation right now. All right, so Hippocampo comes down. Phantasmal Paradise draws him another card. 2 Dual Eagles Suppression Namengard. He does have the suppression with the Hippocampo. But where does that get him? That is the question. he wait.
I think at this point he's really just. Yeah, I think he's really just trying to play for, like, again, you're in the finals, there's no time limit. He's trying to see every last card, but this is just bleak.
Yeah. Especially with having a spirit heavy hand right there. This is kind of telegraphing the suppression being in hand. Oh, and then Volcanic Break. And there's the card of the weekend that just gave Ryan the win here in game 3. There's no way around it at this point. Yep,
Oof.
and there's the handshake. And your Columbus Grand Open winner is Ryan Valentino, coming through with nothing but wins, only a concession to his teammate. A little bit earlier today, he never lost a match this weekend. He has only conceded to a teammate. So congratulations, Ryan.
That was absolutely monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Like, my lord. There's just a lot to say there. We were talking about the MC redemption story, but like, realistically, yeah, that's got to be crushing. He got all the way up to the top to rematch, and it was rough. But we saw all this happen. We saw this amazing game being played out. I think right now we are really just kind of seeing that, like, you can get techie, you can build the deck. Like, I'm not going to take anything away from Ross's piloting skills nor deck building skills, but there are just some times where things did not come together correctly. That's just what happens when you kind of start making that, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just, there's a lot that goes into this deck, and there's synergies, but there's not always just the same level of just flow to it. And Mono Red has gotten there against this deck 2 times in the same tournament with the same player. So that's gotta be a little rough.
Yeah. This tournament is showing the power of Red Pterosaur and just confirming, cementing its place in our meta as the best deck in format. I mean, if you look at the past few Grand Opens, and actually every Grand Open since, it's won 3 of them now, or now 4. I can't recall the exact number.
Yep.
So it's 3 and 4 wins of major events that have happened, and then getting second at the launch event as well. That is just speaking to the deck's power and Gigano's reign of terror just continuing, at the very least until set 2. So until after the Pro Tour happens next month.